Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by GryphonGuy24 on AO3. Now, let's start. Good morning, Yagi-sensei, Izuku said as he entered the office. Classes were yet to start, but Izuku needed the time. It's good to see you, my boy, All Might smiled. How are you feeling? Complicated, Izuku finally settled on. There's a lot going on, but I had 2 things I wish to discuss with you today, and they are not pleasant. All Might's smile disappeared. I assume you spoke with Yoichi-san regarding his brother. Izuku nodded. After Tomura mentioned that the Nomus had multiple quirks, the Vestiges realized he must still be alive, and it was confirmed when Kurogiri gave us that assumed name. All Might contemplated that the presence of multiple quirks within the Nomu would indicate that All for One is still operating, at least in some capacity. Although, is it not possible that Tomura is some descendant of his? Izuku shook his head. Yoichiji-san said that neither he nor Mugen ever had kids. Mugen didn't want to risk creating another quirk like One for All that he couldn't control. And both he and Yoichi were asexual. That's his true name. All Might was startled. He quickly shook it off. Young Midoriya, I am sorry that this has resurfaced. I truly thought he was dead. If I had known, I wouldn't have given you One for All. I never meant to recruit you into this war. I can't fault you for that. Everyone else thought he was dead, too, Izuku said. But that doesn't matter. You needed a successor, and if I had known then what I know now, I still would have eaten that hair. At which point, All Might chuckled and had to stop from aspirating BLD. If you'd chosen someone with a quirk, you'd have slowly killed them like Hyuga-Jisen. And now that I know what he did to you, and to Nana and Yoichi and everyone else, I want to make sure he's taken down. All Might's eyes were wet. My boy, I am so proud of you, but fighting All for One is not your job. Your job is to learn, get stronger, and become the hero for the next generation. I know. And your job is to help teach me to become that hero. And not just me, but Oken and Zu and Yomomo and everyone else in 1A and 1B, Izuku said firmly. That's the one flaw in your career. You stood alone as the greatest hero. But society needs more than one pillar. We need a foundation. All Might nodded his head. That critique is more than fair, young Midoriya. Also, Nana says you can't take all your inspiration from her, Izuku said, tapping his temple. She doesn't want to see you in here just yet. Neither does anyone else. Let's promise to do our best in both cases, shall we? All Might said, offering his hand. Izuku shook it to seal the deal. Okay, now that we have that out of the way, it's on to the second part, and this is much worse. All Might blinked, but didn't ask how much worse it could get. He knew that no one wanted the answer to that question. The next morning, I decided that after that bombshell, I didn't want to be blindsided by any other secret family members. So I went looking for as much information as I could regarding our predecessors. All Might's heart froze at that. Most of them didn't leave behind descendants. The name Shigaraki has been lost to history. But I knew of one descendant. Nana's son, Kotaro Shimura, Izuku said, sadly. Nana never told me his name, All Might said sadly. She gave him up after All for One killed her husband. She didn't want him involved with us, fearing it would bring him to harm. Izuku took a deep breath. He took out the printed news article. 15 years ago, Kotaro Shimura, his wife, his mother and father-in-law, his daughter, his son, and their dog were all killed in a bizarre circumstance. The case was never solved. All Might took the paper in his hands. He saw the photos of the deceased. He felt weak. No, not MSDR's descendants, how did dash? That's not the worst part, Izuku said, tearing up. All Might was stunned silent. The worst part was the state of the bodies. They were reduced to BLD and dust. Dust, oh no, comprehension dawned on All Might's face. Tenko Shimura was 5 years old at the time. Just about the right time for a late quirk awakening. He'd be 20 years old now, about the right age for that guy leading the league. And when he was throwing his temper tantrum, Nana said it seemed familiar. Tears started to fall from Izuku's face. I think that Tomura Shigaraki is Nana's grandson. All Might began to weep. Izuku joined him, and without thinking, he threw his arms around his mentor, his idol, and sobbed out, unthinkingly, "I'm sorry, Dad." He almost apologized for that outburst, but All Might simply wrapped his arms around him and said, "My son, it's all right. This hurts, but it is something we needed to know. This was another crime that All for One must pay for." The tears began anew. "We're going to work through this, Toshichu-san." "Indeed we will," All Might said proudly. "This pain is great, but I will recover. Because you are here." "Well, that was one uncomfortable but necessary conversation," Degoro said. "Ready to have some more?" "If we're talking about Zu-chan's crush on me, and whether the others have one too, I'm not ready to have it just yet," Izuku clarified. "Come on, man." Degoro replied. "You've got 4 lovely ladies who like you. That's everyone's dream." "Not everyone's," Yoichi said, miffed. "Well, everyone who's attracted to ladies, at least. It could be 4 guys. Or for you, number 1, I dunno, a bunch of comic books and some really good pasta." Degoro offered. "Ding, that does sound nice." Yoichi seemed wistful at that mental image. "Look, everyone, I still need to process that people might actually feel that way about me, especially them, and class is about to start," Izuku grumbled. Compared to the meeting with All Might, the beginning of class was uneventful. Eraserhead was fully recovered, and announced that UA's sports festival would be happening in 2 weeks, despite the attack. While there were some questions as to how smart a decision that was, most of the class was excited by the end of it. No one was more hyped than Okiko. Her determination to begin her career and take care of her parents was palpable. And, to everyone who wasn't bonded by Izuku, it was a little frightening. Aizawa noted 2 things. First, that the afternoon's foundational heroics class would be a joint training with Class 1B, and that the principal wished to see the 2 representatives before they went to lunch. Of course, when lunch came, there was a huge crowd of people standing outside, blocking the way. Izuku blinked as he stared at the faces outside. Luckily, danger sense wasn't going off, so things were probably fine. Hello. Can we help you?" From behind him, Tenya said, "Pardon us, but we need to break for lunch. May you let us by?" "So, this is the fabled Class 1A, came a tired voice, coming from a tall kid with messy lavender hair and eye bags that rivaled Eraserhead's. "Have to say, by the looks of things, you don't live up to the hype." "Hey, you haven't seen us in action yet." Mina cried out indignantly. "Action," the boy said, seeming to concede the point. "So, what, you're here to scout the competition?" Setsuna asked, her head detaching and floating above her classmates. "Some of us are," the tired-looking boy clarified. "See, not everyone could make it into the hero course, and were forced into other courses. However, if we do well in the sports festival, we can earn ourselves a transfer into your course. Not to mention that your seats aren't secured. If you make a poor showing, one of us could easily steal your seats out from under you." There were a lot of thoughts running through Izuku's head as those words were being said. If he couldn't use one for all as skillfully as he could, if the Vestiges weren't in there helping him, if his friends weren't there, he would have been intimidated by those words. As it stood, however, Izuku blurted out, "Oh, that's good to hear, I was worried about that." That took everyone by surprise. "Wait, what?" the boy who challenged them responded. "Well, the entrance exam has its flaws," Izuku replied. "It's heavily biased towards combat-oriented quirks, and there are a lot of useful powers that would serve well in heroics, but that wouldn't be much use, if any, against robots. All Might's former sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, might find it difficult to use foresight effectively against a swarm of robots. Not to mention our homeroom teacher is the underground hero Eraserhead. He can negate any emitter or transformation quirks with a stare. Extremely useful for a hero, but not something that would pass the entrance exam." The crowd began to look at each other confused as Izuku began to ramble. It wasn't his usual mumbling, it was a lot more understandable, but it was definitely not something they expected. Wait, your homeroom teacher is Eraserhead, the purple-haired boy said, shocked. Yeah, and he's had us fighting to make sure we belong in this course since the first day. If we didn't impress him, he'd have expelled us. You say you want to steal our seats. Fine. Maybe you'll be a better hero than I could be. But we've been working to earn our seats every single day. You'd better be ready to bring your A-game. Izuku said. A hero cheered, manly. That's the way 1A rolls. Tetsu joined in, tell 'em like it is, class rep. The purple-haired kid-eyed Izuku, and smirked. Guess you live up to the hype a little. Challenge accepted, he held out a hand. I'm Hitoshi Shinso. Consider this a declaration of war. Izuku Midoriya. I accept, he said, shaking the other boy's hand. When the two representatives of 1A approached the principal's office, they found that Nezu opened the door before they could reach it. Hello, both of you. Thank you for joining me today. Would you like some tea? Both of them nodded, taking a cup. After taking a drink, Momo pet her head. This is quite an interesting blend. Izuku stroked his chin, staring at the cup. Would I be correct in guessing that this was brewed with your own taste buds in mind rather than those of a human? Nezu's smile widened. Indeed. Does that help narrow down your guesses as to my species? Not by much, but it's not nothing, Izuku said. Though I'm certain that's not what you wanted to discuss. Correct. Mr. Midoriya, Miss Yozu, I come to you asking for a favor from each of you. I must stress before I make the offer that you are under no obligation to accept my offer, and if you decline, there will be no hard feelings. In truth, the fact that I'm even considering this course of action can be considered unfair towards you. Even if you do agree, you may at any point bow out of your roles with no repercussions, Nezu stated plainly. Izuku and Momo looked at each other, then at Nezu. Finally, Momo said, let's hear your proposal. Very well. There were 2 Hero Corps students who performed admirably on the entrance exam, both the written and the practical, and who cleared our initial background checks. However, we soon learned that their clean records were a fabrication. In both cases, there were consequences to denying them from matriculating. We were hoping to teach them to curb their proclivities, but we find ourselves in another predicament. The sports festival has, unfortunately, not been cancelled. While it's important to show that the villain attack has not given us cause to fear, I argued that the safety of our students came first. Sadly, the school board and the HPSC have my hands tied. As such, we have 2 students who I cannot trust to make good decisions about to be moved into a highly publicized event on live television, Nezu concluded. So, you're testing them in school, prior to the festival, to make sure they behave, or to remove them if they do not, Momo summarized. Yes, which brings me to both of these students, and the favors I will ask of each of you. Nezu took out one folder, showing a diminutive boy with purple orbs for hair. This is Minoru Mineta. His family is one highly invested in furthering education. His parents, aunts, and uncles sit on various school boards. Why, his mother is one of UA's board members. Unfortunately, that has meant that his record was scrubbed of dozens of accusations of sexual harassment. Even credible accusations are often swept under the rug by schools not wishing to bring scandal, but even then, there would at least be a note of it. Without an official record, and with a family member on our board, there was no way we could deny him entry, Nezu said solemnly. And then he grinned, but we could place him in a class with no female classmates. Both of the students blinked. Izuku asked, wait, 1B is all male. All of the Hero Course girls are in 1A. Nezu blinked, you didn't realize. We don't interact with them much, Momo replied. Neither Shoda nor Shishida mentioned it during our meetings. And that gender ratio seems rather unfair, Izuku frowned. That's a little over 2-to-1. Indeed, that is unfair. Whatever the case, he would interact with the young ladies of all our first-year courses in the sports festival. I would hope that he would restrain himself while under such scrutiny, but I will not take the chance and have him embarrass us. Nezu turned to Momo. You wish for him to spar with me, Momo deduced, to see if he will try something inappropriate. Yes, Nezu confirmed. I'll do it, Momo accepted gracefully. Izuku blinked. You don't have to dash, Izuku, I have made my decision, Momo said. Izuku could feel something radiating off of the bond they shared. He couldn't quite name the emotion. It seemed almost predatory. As Izuku nodded, Nezu took out another folder, and that brings us to our next potential problem student. The mammal seemed reluctant to continue. Izuku sighed when he realized, it's Bakugo, isn't it? He was almost surprised at how easily he could call him that, when not so long ago, calling him anything other than Kaken was unthinkable. It is, Nezu said sadly. Izuku took a deep breath, put his hand to his chin, and said, honestly, sir, I've spent 10 years prior to you being used by teachers to further Bakugo's progress. I don't want to go back to that. Nezu gave a warm smile to that, a mature response. We will not force you to confront him. However, we are using this exercise to test how well he can control his temper, and there may be issues. Izuku involuntarily curled inward. I understand. We will do our best to protect our students. If anything goes wrong with these two, it will be unpleasant for them. Nezu's grin was beyond feral. Both representatives left. Momo tentatively put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku, I want to know what's going on. I think the bond's not working on this. It's not letting me know who this Bakugo person is. Izuku was thankful for the knowledge that if there was something he desperately didn't want someone to know, the bond wouldn't reveal that information. He swallowed. He looked into Momo's eyes. There was nothing but concern for him there. And so, he let it out. One time, Katsuki Bakugo and I were best friends. Practically brothers. Our moms are good friends, so we've known each other forever. I always thought he was the coolest person I knew. And then, his quirk came in while mine didn't. And after that, slowly at first, he changed. He rubbed his arm, still timid about this. He was your bully, Momo said, voice hard as stone. Yeah. He was, Izuku said. And I wasted so much time trying to get our friendship back that I just let him hurt me more. You don't have to say anything else if you don't want to, Momo said. There was a pause. I know that your quirk is telling me it's fine, but may I have your permission to hug you? Izuku's tears started to form, but he smiled, yeah. The two embraced. It felt so nice to Izuku. He'd spent so long without this sort of companionship, like a man in a desert looking for water. Now, even though he was out of that desert, each time he drank felt like a miracle. My only regret is that I will not be the one to face him today, Momo said, smiling as they broke the hug and went to the cafeteria. And if this Mineta person tries anything, then I'll regret not finishing him off, Izuku said. You say that as though there will be anything left when I'm through with him. Momo's eyes glinted dangerously. Izuku tried to stay calm as 1A entered the training ground for their heroics lesson. Danger sense was going off very slightly. Nothing terrible, but it was enough to make him wary. The two classes looked to be sizing each other up. Some, Izuku recognized from his testing ground at the entrance exam, like the tall, masked boy with multiple arms. Others looked intimidating, like the masked boy whose head resembled an insect's. Some, like the guy in the karate gi with the large tail, just looked normal. And then, there was the purple guy who was wearing what looked like a diaper. Although, with his hair, he supposed it could have been a bowl of grapes. Still, yeah, it looked like a diaper. This was Mineta. And while several of 1B were looking at the girls appreciatively, this guy was overtly leering at them, drooling like a maniac. He could tell when his gaze lingered over one of the girls he'd bonded with, particularly Momo, who decided to use her first hero outfit for this exercise to lay out some bait. He could feel the discomfort he caused them. Is there a way I could kill him and make it look like an accident? Asking for a friend, who is me, Izuku thought. The Vestiges all chuckled. Yes, I'm just joking. Unless. I think Momo has dibs, Degoro said cheerfully. And, of course, there was Katsuki Bakugo, who was wearing a familiar-looking outfit complete with grenade-shaped gauntlets. It was familiar because it was reminiscent of designs that Izuku drew back when the two of them were still friends. Deku, Bakugo growled at Izuku. Danger sense was going off at the absolute minimum. After the USJ, after Tomura, after the Nomus, it was nothing. And, So, Izuku did something he'd never done before. He ignored Bakugo. "Hey Shodakuin, Shishidakuin." Izuku warmly greeted 1BS representatives. "It's good to see you again. Don't you think look down on me, Deku?" Bakugo snarled. Most of 1B looked exasperated at this. "Izukuin, who is this JRK and why is he calling you that?" Okiko asked. At first, she thought the name made little sense. It was how you'd say Dekiru in a Kansai accent. She thought it'd mean something like, "you can do it." But she could feel the pain that name caused him as he heard it. The wince he concealed behind a smile. To Izuku, that name was poison. If she had her way, he'd never hear it again. "I used to go to school with him. I've known him since we were babies," Izuku said, and when he did, most of the class turned to stare at him. When we were still learning how to read, he misread the kanji in Izuku as Deku, as in worthless. And when I was misdiagnosed as quirkless, that swiftly became the only name that he, or anyone else, would call me. Now, the entirety of 1A was looking at Bakugo, with expressions ranging from shocked to disgust to murderous. They seemed to form a protective circle around Izuku, as if daring Bakugo to try something. Okiko gave Izuku a quick hug in response, which caused Mineta to quake in envy. Bakugo had never been on the receiving end of this treatment. He looked around at his own class, and saw that many of them were staring at him the same way 1A was. Shoji was clearly sneering under his mask. Shishida's hackles were raised. Monoma's face went from smug condescension to absolute disgust. "This was totally butt backwards. You son of a young bo, that is enough," All Might bellowed. "Both classes, line up." Bakugo wouldn't admit it to anyone else, but he'd at least admit to himself that it hurt how much All Might clearly didn't like him. Why? What did he ever do to him? "Listen up, everyone," Vlad King yelled out as the students formed a line. "Consider this your audition for the sports festival. 2 years ago, a first-year student's lack of quirk control caused them to lose their uniform and flash the nation on live television. Since that incident, we've been doing these preliminary spars to test our hero course students before we show you off to the world. This will also give us more information on things you'll need to work on," Eraserhead deadpanned. "So you have a better idea of what to train over the next 2 weeks. The rules are straightforward," All Might said, showing off the arena with a circle drawn in the middle. "You have 5 minutes to attempt to get your opponent to surrender, to render them unconscious, or to knock them out of the circle. Try not to go overboard." From behind the students came the tired voice of Recovery Girl, who was walking along with 𝐒𝐿mentos. "Indeed, while we have the benefit of Recovery Girl to heal injuries you might sustain, and 𝐒𝐿mentos to clear and reshape the arena, we do request that you show some restraint," All Might said. Izuku spotted it in a heartbeat, but several others could detect the fear in All Might's voice as Recovery Girl stared him down. Recovery Girl, for her part, gave a satisfied nod. A set of concrete bleachers rose up at 𝐒𝐿mentos's command as the 2 homeroom teachers made their announcements. From 1B, Todoroki, Vlad King called out. From 1A, Midoriya, Eraserhead responded. There was a low growl coming from Bakugo as the 2 fighters walked forward. The 2 students appraised each other, though Todoroki's expression was blank. As they walked to the arena, Izuku considered his situation. So, his last name indicates that he's one of Endeavor's kids. Under normal circumstances, I would assume that he had a fire quirk, but that doesn't seem to be the case with his costume. The ice theme indicates that that's his power. Although, his hair is split down the middle between white and red. The red should signify his father. Is it possible that the ice prevents that side from being overheated? That noise-cancelling mask was a wonderful idea, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said, interrupting Izuku's muttering. Thankfully, Todoroki couldn't hear it. He just stared at Izuku as if he was waiting to get this over with. "Ready. Begin." All Might called out. The flash from Danger Sense did very little to help as, within an instant, Izuku was encased in an enormous glacier. Class 1A was stunned, jaws dropping. Class 1B was mostly disappointed at how quickly it ended. Bakugo was laughing hysterically. After blinking in surprise, All Might said, "Winner." Before he could announce it, the glacier was wrapped in green lightning, and exploded in a flurry of icy shrapnel. Only a quick formation of an ice wall stopped Todoroki from being thrown back by the force of the blow. "No Fing Wei," Kamakiri said as the rest of 1B found themselves shocked by this turn of events, as 1A began to cheer. Bakugu's laughter died and was replaced by tooth-gnashing rage. Utterly shocked, Todoroki attempted to form another glacier, but soon was interrupted as Izuku yelled "Alaska Smash!" and waved his hand, the force of the blow causing the ice to fly towards Todoroki at the speeds of a blizzard. As he tried to shield his face from the icy wind, Todoroki felt the impact of both of Izuku's feet right in his solar plexus, driving him through his ice wall and out of the arena. "Let me amend that. Winner, Izuku Midoriya." All Might cried out. As 1A went ballistic, a few members of 1B let out some applause out of sheer shock. Monoma had a look like he'd tasted spoiled milk, and Bakugu was absolutely seething in rage. As the ice settled, Midoriya flew out and landed by Todoroki's prone form. "Wait a minute, he can FLY." Kaibara yelled out. "Midori's OP, Mina replied simply. "What the F even is his quirk?" Awase asked, approvingly. He was content to see the Ice Prince 𝐒𝐻𝐸 it's bullshit. "His quirk is bullshit," Setsuna quipped, grinning widely. "Might actually be what it says on his registry, quirk, bullshit," she said, her tone utterly proud. After landing, Izuku took a step closer to Todoroki. "Are you all right? Do you need help getting up?" He held out his hand. Dazed, and looking at Izuku as if he couldn't believe the other boy was real, Todoroki silently got to his feet and walked over to Recovery Girl. Izuku sighed, "Well, I tried." And with that, he returned to the bleachers a conquering hero, while Cementos began to clear the field. "Are you well, Midoriya-kun?" Tenya asked, concerned. "You haven't strained yourself too hard, have you?" "No, after the USJ, I've been able to handle 8% without any issues." Izuku assuaged his friend's worries. "That was only 8%. Tsuburaba said disbelievingly. "Murd," Amar swore. "Be careful who you call worthless in middle school," Hunter Zero chided, pointing to Bakugu with his thumb, causing several of their classmates to snicker and Bakugu to growl. As he took his seat, with Okako to one side of him, Tsuyu on another, Tenya in front, and Momo directly behind, Izuku shook his head. "Never thought I'd see the day where Bakugu was the one being teased." "Would you mind terribly if we murdered a grenade, Izuku-kun?" Toru asked, startling everyone nearby given that she was only wearing gloves and boots. "Well, I wouldn't want to make Mitsuki-san and Masaruji-san cry, so I'd prefer if you didn't," Izuku said cautiously. "Phooey," Toru said, sitting down and putting her chin in her hands. "As far as they could tell, anyway. By the way, Hagakiden, I've been meaning to ask." Izuku took out a notebook. "How comfortable is your outfit?" There was a pause. Finally, Toru said, "Are you making fun of me, Greenie?" "What? No." Izuku said, hurt at the accusation. "I mean, they gave you a DNA-encoded outfit, right?" "A what?" Toru asked. Izuku suddenly felt chillier than when he was engulfed in a glacier. "An outfit that incorporates your hair into it so that it integrates with your quirk." "I mean, they'd have to. They wouldn't let a hero student go without any protection at all, would they?" Izuku asked. "That's a thing?" Toru genuinely asked. There was a deeply uncomfortable silence as the implications set in for Izuku. Wait. You're actually naked right now?" Izuku said, utterly bewildered. "Well, yeah," Toru said. Izuku's gaze sharpened. When he spoke, his voice could cut through granite. "Everyone, we're going to the support department when we're done today." "Momo, create some body bags," Ribbit Tsuyu replied. Before Izuku could half-heartedly object, they were interrupted by the arena being ready and the next two contenders being called. Most of the fights were a blur after that. A few were interesting. Monoma tried to intimidate Kinoko, but she responded by instantly growing mushrooms in his throat and letting him choke until he tapped out. Everyone in 1B stared at the diminutive mushroom girl in fear. 𝐒𝐩𝐢 and Kamakiri fought to a stalemate, with 𝐒𝐩𝐢 consistently getting harder while Kamakiri kept producing sharper blades. By the time the fight ended, despite neither winning, both combatants had clearly enjoyed themselves. And it turned out that the light bending that made Toru invisible would, when struck by Ieyamar's naval laser, cause the beam to refract. When he tried a second time, Toru managed to bend the light just enough to cause the laser to hit the boy right in the face. Still, one of the fights Izuku was dreading came up, as Vlad King and Eraserhead declared that Momo would fight Mineta. Her 3 bonded peers silently wished her luck. "Part of me is glad it's not me fighting him, and I feel like CRP for it," 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 said. "Me too, Ribbit," Tsuyu agreed. "Momo's got this covered. She's gonna give the creep the rope. It's up to him whether or not he'll hang himself with it. I just wish there was a better way," Izuku said, looking concerned. Both of them blinked. "Nezu?" 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 asked. "Nezu," Izuku clarified. When the match began, Momo played defensively. She created nets that she threw out towards the dwarf, as well as her trademark staffs to keep him at bay. Mineta, on the other hand, kept throwing out the purple ball that were his hair. Momo managed to dodge them, seemingly effortlessly. Finally, though, the little cretin executed his plan. He hadn't thrown his orbs aimlessly. Once they were placed correctly, he threw himself onto them, zooming around like a pinball until finally he used the momentum to leap right onto Momo. Behind her was a patch of purple spheres, and if she landed on them, she would be unable to move. And, as Mineta leapt onto her, his hands moved onto her Vestiges, squeezing on impact. Unfortunately for Mineta, a pole extended from the small of Momo's back, stabilizing her and preventing her from falling over. She reached down to her thigh and with a glow, she pulled out a taser, which she drove right onto the gremlin's cheek. As he fell, she created one last item. A filled water balloon. She threw it and ran to the opposite side of the arena. The balloon exploded on impact, releasing a liquid that smelled of rancid butter and produced an acrid, eye-stinging sensation. As it spread, Mineta was reduced to a screaming, vomiting mess. All Might put a massive hand to his mouth to block the smell. "Oh my goodness. Young Yorozu, what did you produce?" "A mixture of butyric acid and pure capsaicin. A highly potent stink bomb mixed with pepper spray," Momo said simply. Sighing, Eraserhead took out his phone and made a call. In an instant, he said, "Nezu, we're going to need a hazmat team on field beta." Yes, it was Yorozu. Plus Ultra, indeed. "All right," he hung up. "All right, we're moving to field Epsilon. This smell is going to linger." "What about Mineta?" 𝐲𝐸𝐻 asked. Sure, he didn't like the guy, but he was writhing in pain. "Recovery Girl will handle it," All Might said. "I ain't going near that SHT, Recovery Girl replied. "The medic bots will do the best they can," All Might amended. "I wouldn't worry about Mineta anymore, students," Vlad King said, as if a great weight was lifted off his shoulders. "Let's head on over." "And now, we come to the final fight of the day," Vlad King said, looking tense. "From 1B, Bakugo. And from 1A, Uraraka," Eraserhead finished, his face impassive and his tone even. Still, 1A had learned enough of his tells to know he was also on edge. A beatific grin spread across 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲's face as she got up and stretched, preparing for her fight. Izuku was a blaze of emotions. Happiness, that 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 wanted to defend his honor. Pride, knowing she could do it, but chief among his feelings was worry. Bakugo had been stewing in rage. In all the years Izuku had known the boy, he'd never been this angry before. "𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, I trust you. But I don't trust him. I don't know what he's going to do. He's so angry, I don't think he's going to pull any punches," Izuku said. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 smiled. "Aizu-kun, you've told us all about his quirk and what it can do. And I'm a big girl. I can handle Cherry Bomb here." As she thumbed over to Bakugo, most of the hero students laughed uproariously. As she walked to the arena, Bakugo got up and stared directly at Izuku. "Get a good look at your little girlfriend's fat face. When I'm done filling it up, it'll be unrecognizable." Before anyone else could respond, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 turned to him and said, "Shut your hate hole, you little," and what followed was a string of creatively mashed together expletives that would have started wars, ignited generational conflicts, and curdled milk. She then turned, gleefully strolling to the arena. By the end of it, only Izuku, who'd both heard her invectives before and grown up knowing Bakugo, was unscathed. Bakugo looked dumbfounded as he walked over. Tenya had gone catatonic. Pony, whose grasp of Japanese remained tenuous, still knew enough to be horrified. Even Todoroki's stoicism was broken, his face depicting utter shock. As she walked off, Bakugo following, Monoma muttered, "Wants to be the #1 hero. He's not even the #1 at profanity." In the hushed crowd, he may as well have shouted it. "I don't know whether to punish or congratulate her for that," Eraserhead whispered. "I've dealt with Bakugo these last few days," Vlad King replied in a harrowed tone of voice. "I'm prepared to give her a fruit basket." All Might's blush at the exchange faded as the students got into position. With a mighty yell, the fight began. Bakugo began, as Izuku had indicated, with a right hook. Okiko attempted to use that to tag him with her quirk, but had to dodge his follow-up explosion. Okiko managed to tag herself and leapt out of the way with reduced gravity, the jets from Mai's boots propelling her out of the way of her opponent's blasts. Unfortunately, Bakugo propelled himself in the air after her and broke one of the boots with a concentrated blast. Landing gracefully, Okiko went on the offensive, going low rather than high, dodging explosions and rolling around in the rubble as she did so. Bakugo kept countering, and she kept avoiding him. As the fight went on, Izuku felt tense, felt sick. Bakugo always took out his anger by destroying anything Izuku found precious, and he was treating Okiko like he did his old notebooks. He felt danger sense going off, worrying him further as she evaded his blasts. It felt like a low-pitched hum throughout his body. Momo and Tsuyu were gripping him like a lifeline. He wasn't sure whether they were trying to comfort him or holding him to comfort themselves. It was a question for later. All of a sudden, Bakugo's gauntlets gave off a signal. Bakugo's grin turned feral as he moved the safety. And Izuku knew what they were for, and he could only imagine the force behind the attack they would cause. "Young Bakugo, stop. That attack could kill her." All Might called out. "She'll be fine as long as she dodges." Bakugo countered, too angry, too hyped up on adrenaline, too ready to ruin Deku's beach to care about anything else at that moment. And Izuku's entire heart felt ready to shatter. She was too close, there was no way for her to dodge that. He had to do something, he couldn't just sit there. Not when Bakugo was threatening the first girl he'd ever fallen in love with. Ding. Izuku felt something grow, and, in an instant, ripple outward. Momo and Tsuyu felt a brief shiver as it happened. The bond between them had been built up over the past few weeks and now, it felt like a steel tether. Okiko felt a jolt as the force hit her. Suddenly, the world seemed to slow down as Bakugo prepared to fire off his gauntlet. Within the blink of an eye, she dove towards the explosive boy, ducking under the way too slow explosion, somersaulting forward, and turning around to face his back. As the blast fired off, the boy was thrown backwards by the force of it, right into Okiko's palm and outstretched fingers. She made contact, feeling her quirk activate. Time began to move more quickly as Bakugo began to float upwards. As the world regained normal speed, Okiko grabbed the boy's rising ankle and proceeded to hurl him out of the arena, with strength she didn't know she had. As he left the circle, she dropped down to one knee, breathing heavily. Izuku was shocked. If he had blinked, he would have missed it. Did she just use one for all? No, Yoichi said, equally shocked. Did the bond level up or something? Daigoro asked. I think so, Nana replied. I can feel it coursing through me. I think that empathy was just the first stage. Bakugo couldn't even react. 1 second, his victory was assured, unleashing his most powerful attack. The next, he was being hurled out of the arena. He landed in the meaty grasp of All Might. Bakugo couldn't help but flinch as the man he always looked up to glared at him with pure hatred. Congratulations, Bakugo, Vlad King shook his head. Bakugo was barely processing what was going on. What? Vlad King sighed. Eraserhead has expelled so many of his students from the hero course that we have a yearly betting pool about it. This is the longest amount of time that he's had a full class. Ever since we've both started teaching here, I'd never had to expel a student before Eraserhead did. Not until you. You violated your probation, Katsuki Bakugo. You're no longer my student. 𝐒𝐻𝐸 sighed as he got off the phone. This was a complicated matter, and he needed to talk to a number of people before he could address the problems of 1BS2 problem students. Now, finally, he could address the matter. At long last, he pressed his intercom, "Send her in." As soon as he said so, the word "finally" erupted from outside, and through the door stomped a short, plump woman with light green orbs for hair, styled to look like a bunch of grapes. This was someone 𝐒𝐻𝐸 unfortunately knew well from board meetings, Karen Mineta. "I apologize for the delay, Mrs. Mineta," 𝐒𝐻𝐸 lied. "I've had 2 students involved in messy incidents today, and I had a number of officials I needed to speak to. I couldn't spare a moment beforehand." "Don't you dare patronize me," Mrs. Mineta spat. "I have been waiting for 2 hours. It had been 40 minutes. Now, tell me what you think you're doing, expelling my precious little boy." "We have video evidence of him using a classroom spar between hero classes as an excuse to grope a female student," 𝐒𝐻𝐸 said simply. "That is a lie," Mrs. Mineta screeched. "My Minoru is an angel. This was all just a misunderstanding." "I'm afraid that you're mistaken," 𝐒𝐻𝐸 said calmly. "We have several security cameras trained on the field in question. Your son was openly leering at the victim and the other girls of the hero course. It also recorded audio of him claiming he was, and I quote, going to take a feel of those heavenly peaches." It was bizarre hearing the furry creature say that in a professional tone with a straight face. Well, if those harlots are dressed in that way, you can hardly blame a young man for a few youthful indiscretions, Mrs. Mineta countered, not caring about being provably wrong. "We are training young men and women to be heroes, Mrs. Mineta. If your son is such a SLV to his whims that he cannot control himself upon seeing a tempting outfit, he's not fit for polite society," 𝐒𝐻𝐸 countered. "As if you would know about polite society," Mrs. Mineta huffed. "And if anyone should be punished, it should be that little succubus who tormented poor Minoru after his minor accident. So should Recovery Girl, since she refused to heal him afterwards." Recovery Girl's quirk would have done little to help the boy at the time, as he was still covered in the material. He needed to be decontaminated by the hazmat team. Perhaps they didn't need to spray him down with a high-pressure hose, but it was an effective treatment. "We have given him appropriate medical treatment. He is going to make a full recovery, even without use of a healing quirk." And the little tramp. "Chemical warfare constitutes a war crime," Mrs. Mineta howled. "If anyone needs to be expelled, it should be her. Rest assured, she has been penalized for her first-time use of excessive force against a classmate," 𝐒𝐻𝐸 replied. It was true, even if all that amounted to was saying, "Don't do it again." "This is an outrage. My poor Minoru will not be treated this way. I'll go to the board with this. We'll have your job. We'll have your head. And we'll take down that little were and her entire family for this. And now," 𝐒𝐻𝐸 grinned sharply, "oh, you'll dismantle the 𝐎℗𝐲 group." And suddenly, Mrs. Mineta stopped dead in her tracks. After stammering for a bit, she squeaked out, "What? Oh, I forgot to tell you. The girl in question is Momo 𝐎℗𝐲, sole heiress of the head of the 𝐎℗𝐲 group. The reason you had to wait is that I just got off the phone with her father and his legal team," 𝐒𝐻𝐸 stated cheerfully. All of the color drained from Mrs. Mineta's face. "He was very interested in the evidence I had gathered that Minoru had been accused of this behavior in the past and that this was all scrubbed clean from his record," 𝐒𝐻𝐸 added. "I have managed to convince him to not press charges against you, though I did have to tell him that the only reason we allowed him in the hero course at all was that we were concerned about retaliation if we denied him entry." Mrs. Mineta began to shiver and sweat as 𝐒𝐻𝐸 continued to talk. "Thankfully, I have a good rapport with him, as he's one of US most generous donors, and he has a way with the rest of the board as well." 𝐒𝐻𝐸's smile only grew. "However, he is still going to pursue this matter against Minoru in both criminal and civil court. I would prepare yourself. The 𝐎℗𝐲 lawyers know how to make something like this hurt. They mentioned something about your son being lucky if he can get a job scrubbing toilets to pay off the debt you'll owe." And that was the point where the woman fainted. 𝐒𝐻𝐸 sighed, "They never learn. There's always a bigger fish." 𝐒𝐻𝐸 then paged the school's medic bots to remove Karen Mineta's unconscious body. Now, it was time for the second issue. Katsuki Bakugo was in one of the student guidance rooms and, well, it wasn't pretty. His hands were encased in Quirk suppressant cuffs. He was strapped to a chair with chains, and the chair itself had been bolted to the floor. His face was covered in a muzzle. Even now, after over an hour of waiting, he was still struggling to break free, garbled profanities trying to escape his blocked mouth. Nezu walked in, and tutted as he walked up to the young man. "I'm disappointed in you, Bakugo." Disappointed, but unfortunately not surprised. He pressed a button and the muzzle was released. "You can't do this to me, you Fing rat." "I can, and I have," Nezu responded, fur bristling. "The terms of your probation were clear. Regular therapy and anger management sessions, and any disciplinary action would result in expulsion. In a training match, you used a potentially lethal attack against another hero student. You disobeyed a direct order from All Might to not use your gauntlets. Your response showed that you were cognizant of your actions, and your words to Midoriya before the fight indicated that this was premeditated." "I didn't even hit her," Bakugo yelled furiously. "Either that wasn't covered in your heroic law and ethics classes yet or you weren't paying attention," Nezu shook his head. "An attack against another person does not have to actually hurt them in order to legally count as assault. If the attack injures the other person, it becomes assault and battery. Use of a deadly weapon further increases the charge to aggravated assault. You assholes don't get to do this. This isn't right. I'm supposed to be the #1 hero. You need me." Bakugo flailed. "We absolutely do not need you in this school, Bakugo. The only reason I brought you into this school was out of the vain hope that I could turn you away from the path of villainy," Nezu said sadly. Bakugo was even angrier. "There's no way I'd ever become a villain." "Here's the problem with that statement, young man," Nezu said, taking out a folder. "You already are a villain." And that, finally, caused Bakugo's temper to break, his anger replaced with shock. "What? Tell me, Bakugo, what is a villain? Not what you personally think a villain is. Tell me what the legal definition of a villain is," Nezu said, still a teacher in spite of everything. Bakugo blinked and snarled, "Some idiot who uses their quirk to commit a crime." Nezu nodded. "Now, I had told you that the Desutaru Agency, a hero agency that I've put together when I need to investigate an issue but cannot attach U.S. name, was investigating the 𝐸Ⅎ𝐷𝑒RA school district. That investigation has been completed as of yesterday. Through use of some advanced technology and forensic quirks, we've managed to restore a lot of security footage that your old schools deleted. We've even managed to provide audio for instances where it wasn't even recorded. We have overwhelming evidence of assault, harassment, destruction of property, and in one case, incitement of suicide," Nezu said grimly. "You have over 200 incidents while in middle school alone, and the majority of them involve quirk usage. And there's an interesting legal loophole in the quirk usage law that hasn't been rewritten. Any crime committed by a quirked person against a quirkless person automatically increases the perpetrator's villain ranking by a letter grade. And, since Midoriya was registered as quirkless when these crimes were committed," Nezu showed him a paper. "It was a warrant for his arrest. After your stunt today, I've submitted everything to the HPSC. The decision was swift. As of 20 minutes ago, Katsuki Bakugo, you are now an A-ranked villain." And with that, Bakugo shattered. "It wasn't possible, this wasn't the way it was supposed to go. If it makes you feel any better, a large number of your former schoolmates are in the same boat. They haven't received a villain ranking, but the incidents were recorded, and if any of them get into legal trouble at any point in the future, this will come to light. Most of the staff of your school district have been arrested for aiding and abetting villainy, or for villainy themselves. The media hasn't released the details just yet, but your school district has now dissolved. As a treat to myself, I'm going to take out my wrecking ball and personally demolish your middle school tonight," Nezu said cheerfully. It was almost like the sludge villain incident again, because Bakugo felt like he was drowning on dry land. He managed to mumble out, "Deku," before his train of thought was cut off. "Oh, you should know that initially, Midoriya vouched for you," Nezu interrupted. "He said that he knew what it was like to have one's dream destroyed by someone else, and had no wish to inflict that pain on anyone. It was one of the main reasons you were allowed to attend. Rest assured, His only role in your path to villainy was being the victim of your crimes. You were given every opportunity to do the right thing. And you squandered it. And then, for the first time in forever, Bakugo began to cry. Tears, actual goddamn tears, welled up in his eyes. And he said, barely a whisper, "What happens to me now?" Nezu exhaled, "The immediate next step is going to be your arrest. We do have to follow the law as heroes. Your parents have been contacted. They're on their way here, and will be informed of your predicament. We expect your trial to be quick, and you will almost certainly be found guilty. After that, you'd almost certainly go to prison." The tears fell, and Bakugo sobbed like a baby as he knew his life was over. Though there is one possible option, Nezu mused. Bakugo looked up, eyes red and snot pouring. While they're known as a hero school, and unfairly as a mediocre one, Ketsubatsu High School has a number of programs available. One of those is a rehabilitation program for villains. I could easily contact the school to let them know about you, and recommend that you be remanded into their custody following your sentence, Nezu offered. Hope blossomed in Bakugo's chest. This was it. This was his lifeline. He could do it. He could show them all he was a hero, just like everyone always said, just like he knew. He stopped. He considered. And finally, he resumed crying. As he wailed, he managed to choke out, "I'd want that to happen. But it's pretty thing obvious now I can't make decisions for SHT. Do whatever you want with me." "I see," Nezu said evenly. "Well, shortly, a staff member will come to escort you to the police. Goodbye, Katsuki Bakugo." As he collected his things and left the young man, Nezu considered the 2 emails he had drafted for the staff of Ketsubatsu High. One recommending Bakugo for their villain rehab course, the other discouraging them from considering him. "You've failed every other test I've given you today," Nezu said, opening the drafts folder on his phone. "At least you've managed to pass this one." He smiled as he sent the recommendation. All Might accepted the request to take young Bakugo into police custody. He had enough time for it, and to some extent, he wanted to be there. He wanted to see off the young man who tormented his unofficial stepson for so long. But, when the boy was released from his restraints, still in Quirk suppressant HNDCFFS, looking utterly and totally broken, All Might found himself ashamed. He looked exactly like young Izuku did that afternoon on the rooftop. As All Might led him to the offices, young Bakugo was utterly compliant. Finally, the boy worked up enough nerve to say, "Look, you don't owe a shitty villain anything, but I could tell you didn't like me from the moment I first stepped into your classroom, and I want to know why." All Might was silent for some time. Finally, he said, "Once, there was a quirkless boy who wanted to be a hero. He was constantly mocked and derided for his dream, but he didn't care, because all he ever wanted to do was save people. To be someone that people on the street would see and know that everything was going to be okay. Once, in middle school, he got caught up in a villain attack. Many people derided him for interfering, powerless as he was. But there was one hero who saw potential in that boy. Saw that he had a power brimming beneath the surface. And so, the boy became the hero's apprentice. He worked hard, unlocked his quirk, and managed to defy everyone who mocked him by earning the record on the UA entrance exam. Bakugo didn't even have the energy to scowl. So it's all because of Deku. Midoriya, I mean. It is, All Might said. But you misunderstand me. In that story, I wasn't the hero. I was the quirkless boy. That is the story of how I met my own mentor. That is why young Midoriya means so much to me. That is why someone who would torment a quirkless person infuriates me." And at that, Bakugo stopped short. All Might grew up thinking he was quirkless. All Might grew up being told not to be a hero. All Might was once a Deku. Someone like Deku could grow up to be someone like All Might. If Bakugo and All Might were kids at the same time, he would have treated his hero the same way he treated Deku. He tried to perfectly craft his backstory to be the #1 hero, but All Might's backstory was the same as Deku's. He just never told anyone. Bakugo always thought Deku was just an extra in his own story, unimportant except maybe as a minor villain who always looked down on him as a kid, but Deku was like All Might. Deku's story was as important as Bakugo's. maybe more. And, if the story was told from Deku's point of view, then he. And it finally dawned on Bakugo that Nezu was right. He really was a villain. He had to be dragged, nearly catatonic, to the officers waiting for him. It was a harsh pill, but he had to swallow it. Part of Bakugo still wanted to be a hero, but right now, that goal was so far in the distance that it seemed unattainable. Everything he'd done up until then had been wrong. For now, he'd forget about being a hero. At that moment, he decided that his main goal was learning how to stop being a villain. In the immediate aftermath of the joint training session, after All Might, Eraserhead, and Vlad King all removed Bakugo from the field, Cementos and Recovery Girl directed the students to change and head to class. While in One-As locker room, Izuku returned his hero outfit to its case. He had a lot on his mind. Particularly thanks to the chorus in his head. So, just to be clear, you admitted to yourself that you're in love with Okako, and then the bond grew stronger and she was able to move at extremely high speeds, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 stated plainly. I'd think that'd be obvious, Degoro scoffed. I'm just making sure he didn't lose track of it, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 insisted. There's a lot going on. Guys, let me freak out about that later, Izuku thought. You doing all right, Midoriya? Tetsu asked. Izuku turned to look at them. Honestly, I feel a little drained, you know. Dude, your girlfriend smacked the CRP out of your old bully, Denki stated. And he got expelled. That's gotta be satisfying. Denki, first off, Okan and I aren't dating, Izuku said. Yet, Yen interjected. Yet, Denki said at almost the same time. Second, Izuku said, ignoring them, it doesn't feel satisfying at all. It just feels hollow. Like, it doesn't erase the horrible stuff he did before. I'm mostly just glad that he didn't hurt anyone. That's a pretty manly way of looking at it, a hero grinned. No need to stoop to a bully's level, just let it go. Yeah, though I do regret how I acted towards Bakugo in the past, Izuku said. I spent so much of the time he was being a JRK to me trying to be his friend and encouraging his dream of being a hero. It just feels like a waste now. A hero's eyes were practically on fire now. Hey, Midoriya, it's fine. The past is in the past. You shouldn't forget it, but you can't let it consume you. Learn from it so you can live a manly life without regrets. Izuku blinked. Wait, is that a Crimson Riot quote? All right. I should have known you'd recognize it. A hero pumped his fist in the air. Yup. Crimson Riot is my inspiration. Well, one of them. Anyway, besides him, anyone have any opinions on 1B? Kamakiri was a badass. He seemed kinda like a JRK at first, but as we were fighting, something just kinda clicked, you know. Like, our quirks were the opposite, and he and I were giving it our all just to reach a draw. I know the feeling. Tenya said, with a chop of his arm. Shishidakuan was intriguing. He was the picture of propriety and calm, but once transformed, he went on quite the rampage. It was an interesting dichotomy at play. I must say that I found Koroiro to be cut from the same mold as myself, Fumikage said. Still can't believe we found another Chiyuni. Dark Shadow commented. Most of them seemed all right, though that may just be in comparison to their worst, Tetsu said. You know, I'm still shocked 1B is all dudes. Didn't think there were so few girls in the heroics department. Think there's a reason why they weren't distributed more evenly. A hero asked. What, do you want to put them in the same class as the grape-headed potential RPST? That's too long, I'm just gonna call him the grapist, Denki responded. I mean, I love the ladies, too, but that guy was just a total creep. Nezu couldn't deny him entry for political reasons, Izuku said. So he put all the girls in one class to prevent any direct incidents. And here I thought it was a complex social experiment of some kind. Tenya put his hand to his chin. Izuku shrugged. Knowing Nezu, it could very well be both. Momo took a few breaths to calm herself down. She had changed into her normal school uniform and was holding her first hero costume. She would absolutely have it returned to the support company who made it, letting them reuse its materials. Or perhaps she would burn it. Either would suffice, really. Ribbit, Momochan, Tsuyu appeared out of nowhere. It's going to be all right. I'm fine, Zuchan, Momo lied gracefully. I know you aren't. And you know I know that, Ribbit, Tsuyu said mournfully. Momo attempted to keep her composure, and resorted to hugging herself. I did this on purpose. Nezu asked this of me, and I knew why. He was only let in because of family connections. He had to have a victim who, for lack of a better term, outranked him. I set myself up as bait. I wanted to do this on my terms. But I still feel wrong. Momo struggled to find the words. I can still feel his hands on me. And I know I overreacted with that attack. The taser should have kept him down, but I wasn't thinking of that. I just wanted to keep him from putting his hands on me again, and I didn't want to take any chances. Tsuyu was quiet for a bit. Ripped, I think that's a good instinct for a hero to have. A villain who isn't completely taken down is a villain who can potentially kill you. And if a hero used a chemical weapon like that, there would be legal consequences and, probably, media outrage, Momo countered. We already had an expulsion for use of excessive force. There could be another. It's not the same thing, Okuko interrupted, walking into the conversation from the other side. You weren't on probation for a history of violent behavior. And you didn't disobey a direct order from a teacher. And you realized what you did was overkill, Tsuyu added. I still can't believe that guy was in disbelief, like he didn't do anything wrong. How are you doing after all that, Okken? Momo said, taking the opportunity to shift focus away from herself. Okuko shivered, not gonna lie, I'm still a bit on edge. If that thing didn't happen when it did, then I don't know what would have happened. Do you know what it was? Momo asked. Tsuyu looked around, the rest of the girls were out. It has to be Aizu-chan's quirk, right? I could feel something from him right before you moved at super speed. Yeah, I think the bond gave me some kind of power-up. It felt like adrenaline, but cranked up to 11, Okuko said. Could you detect anything else that might have preceded it? Momo asked. Well, I know I was in big trouble, and I had a lot running through my head. Then I heard this ding in the back of my head, and then I felt all whoosh, and then everything slowed down, Okuko said. Other than that, I couldn't tell you anything. Tsuyu put a finger on her chin. That sounds kind of like what happened when we formed a bond, Ribbit. Aizu-chan and I both heard a rhythmic thumping, then a loud click, and then we were bonded. I don't remember that, Okuko said. Oh, Ribbit, I should probably mention this because Aizu-chan may not, but the bond formed when I realized I was interested in him romantically, Ribbit, Tsuyu said offhandedly. I told him when he asked if there was anything that may have caused it. The color completely drained from both Okuko and Momo's faces. Let me guess, you two as well. Tsuyu said, still nonchalant. Slowly, they both nodded. Ribbit. Probably my chan, too. Speaking of, we should get going. Aizu-chan's probably waiting for us, Ribbit. And with that, Tsuyu began to walk off. Momo looked agape, then said, you can't just walk away after that. Aizu-chan needed to process it, Ribbit. He still hasn't followed up with me, Tsuyu said with a shrug. Thought maybe you did, too. And you don't care that there are 3 other people competing for him. Momo said, having gone from completely pale to scarlet red in record time. Who says we need to compete? Tsuyu stated. I mean, Ribbit, I like the 3 of you, too. I'm on board with turning this into a Polycule. Okuko still wasn't speaking, her mouth open, but no sounds coming out. Momo stammered, It is legal after the population drops from the dark age of quirks and the MLA uprising, but it's not something most people do. I'm not most people, Ribbit, Tsuyu said. I'd be sad if you weren't open to it, but it's entirely your decision, Ribbit. Momo put her hand to her chin. Well, I suppose that I could. I will need to think about the implications of being in a relationship with 4 other people. Up to 8. They looked to Okuko, curious as to how she knew that. Look, Izuku's quirk has some secrets to it, secrets that I wasn't supposed to learn, but I stumbled upon, Okuko said. I'm not going to reveal them without his consent, but the way his quirk works, he can have up to 8 people bonded to him. There was another pause. Tsuyu said, Are you okay with that, Ribbit? Okuko nodded immediately, but she didn't elaborate. Ribbit. That's good to know for the future, Tsuyu said. We should get going. What have I gotten myself into? Momo asked as she got up to leave. Okiko made a sympathetic noise, then asked, do you want out? Momo paused, then said, no, I don't think I do. The hero classes had to report to homeroom before leaving for the day, or, in the case of Izuku, Toru, and anyone else joining, leaving to go to the support department. If I had my way, this would be the end of that support company's UA affiliation, Izuku muttered as he was writing out ideas and sketches. There are only 3 possible reasons for this. 1. They didn't know that DNA-based fabrics were a thing, which would mean they were incompetent. 2. They chose the option that required less effort on their part, which would mean they were lazy. 3. Your designer was a pervert who liked the idea of a teenage girl running around naked, which means that we should probably treat them like Yomomo treated Mineta. I never thought one of Midori's mumblestorms would be so intimidating, Setsuna commented. Yeah, Mina agreed. He sounds like he's getting plans ready to go to war. Well, it's a decent casus belli, Momo said, entering the classroom along with Tsuyu and Okiko. Although I had forgotten that chemical weapons constitute a war crime, so maybe don't use me as an example. Hey, Yomo. Izuku stopped his scribbling and looked at her with concern. That was rough. Do you need comfort or space? For now, space, please, Momo confirmed. I'll still be accompanying you. I just need time. I understand completely, Izuku nodded. How about you, Okin? I know firsthand how intense a one-on-one fight with Bakugo is. I'm definitely gonna need to relax tonight, Okiko said. I'll be sure to get some mochi for tonight's dessert, Izuku replied. You're my hero, Okiko said. So, hero, Yoichi said, we're going to have a discussion with her about the bond progressing to a new stage. I'm aware of that, Yoichiji-san, Izuku thought. And, you have to confront your feelings eventually, Nana added. Especially given that the trigger was you admitting to yourself that you're in love with her. As Izuku tried to avoid a blush, there was another voice in his head. Wait, who's saying that? Who's saying that Izuku-an loves me back? Izuku stared at Okiko, who just spoke to him in his own head, like a deer in the headlights of a truck. Uraka-san, you can hear us talking. Yoichi said with alarm. Apparently so. Wait, you're the Vestiges Izuku-an talked about. Okiko was now just as frozen as Izuku. Guess this is a product of the bond reaching the next stage, Yoichi surmised. And you just said that Izuku loves you back. I think we can count that as a confession, don't you think? Ien said. Despite not being visible, both Izuku and Okiko could feel his smug grin. Man, there hasn't been a dull moment since the little guy got our quirk, Degoro said with a belly laugh. Wish we could still eat, I'd have a big old tub of popcorn right now. Izuku and Okiko looked at each other for a few minutes. They didn't say a word, but their minds were gibbering incoherently. Izuku, Okiko, Degoro said with some authority, take a long deep breath through your nose, hold it for 5 seconds, then slowly exhale through your mouth. The two complied, as Degoro managed to talk them down. Are you two all right, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked. Side effect, Izuku said softly. More on that later. He got up, and said at a more reasonable volume, we ready to go. Mina peered over. Midori, what was with the staring and synchronized breathing? Of course, grumbled Izuku, Okiko, and 7 ghosts. Even All Might's vestige projected frustration. Decade Force is acting up, Izuku bluffed. The energy is going a bit wonky. It's like a less refined danger sense. I must have been projecting something that Okin picked up. Setsuna smacked her forehead. My guy, you keep pulling random bullshit with this quirk of yours. It's honestly kind of annoying. How do you think I feel? Izuku groaned in response. It's like a roulette will keep spinning around in my head and I have to deal with the madness it lands on. I'll need to process this after we're done with the support department. Izuku-an, Toru said shyly, which was odd. Normally she sounded hyper and bombastic, accompanied by exaggerated motions. Now she started to curl in on herself. You don't have to do this right now if you're not feeling up to it. It can wait another day. And Izuku was suddenly, completely committed. You've waited long enough, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻. I can handle this for the moment. He gave a smile, a determined look in his eyes. He looked, well, he couldn't look her right in the eyes, at least not deliberately, but he sure as hell could try. Toru's body language lit up. She threw one arm up in the air in excitement and cried out, "You're the best. Let's do this." As she grabbed onto Izuku's arm and dragged him out of the classroom. Mina and Setsuna went to join their friend, sharing wide grins with each other as they sauntered off. Tsuyu looked at Momo and Okiko. "I think we'll be getting a fifth bond soon, ribbit." "He does exude a certain charisma when he gets passionate like that," Momo admitted. "It's really hot," Okiko thought to herself. Then she immediately panicked in her head before realizing that she couldn't hear Izuku or his, what would she call them, roommates. "Hey, guess it only works when we're close enough. So to keep our thoughts private, we'll need to stay apart." She felt disappointed by that knowledge. "Yoichijisen, please tell me there's a mute button for this quirk," Izuku thought to himself as he came to the same realization as Toru dragged him out. "No, but there are techniques to compartmentalize the mind," Yoichi stated. "It's how we can stay separate from you if need be. Or to stay apart from each other. 200 years as a mental projection inside a quirk lets you learn these sorts of things." "Yeah, it's how Shinomori was able to keep up the recluse lifestyle even after death," Daigoro said. "He was really committed. He's been surprisingly chatty since you got the quirk." "Well, this is the first time we can affect the world around us, even indirectly," 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 replied. "Besides, Izuku's a good boy. Still, at least you were all zen about it. It's better than 2 and 3 sitting in their moping corner," Daigoro countered. Before they could go any further, Yoichi interrupted. "In any case, I can put up a mental wall to block us out. You'll still be able to pop in and talk to her if you want, but this should filter unwanted thoughts. We'll still have to teach you how to do it, as well as teach her." "Why's that?" Izuku asked. "For when another bond levels up," Nana said. "You're bonded with the girls, but they're also bonded with each other." "This quirk is a pain," Izuku groaned. He had to stop, because they had arrived at their destination. As danger sense pinged, Izuku held an arm out. "Back up, everyone." Seconds later, a massive explosion knocked the door off its hinges and a cloud of smoke filled the hall. Izuku rushed forward to stop Mai from crashing into the wall. "Are you all right?" Izuku asked, filled with concern. "Izuku!" Mai cried out. "It's awesome how you keep serving as my airbag. Can I convince you to stick around in case of mishaps?" "I'm seriously considering it." Power Loader's voice sounded absolutely tired. "And honestly, that's really concerning." "Ah, Majima-sensei," Izuku said, his normal cheerful tone hiding an edge to it. "We need to talk." "Okay." No longer considering it, Power Loader felt a shiver run down his spine. With the frequency that Izuku and his cohort had been coming to his department to speak with Mai, he'd gotten used to his tells. "So, who's the unlucky target today?" "Well, it'd be the designer and support company responsible for Hagakyu-chan's costume," Izuku said. As the smoke cleared, Power Loader went to his workstation to pull up the first-year files. "Normally, I don't get personally involved with this. I suppose we're going to need to start vetting support companies more intensely. Wait, this says it's just a pair of gloves and boots." "Well, to be fair, that is what I requested," Toru piped up, embarrassed. Power Loader blinked at the walking school uniform that was standing next to Izuku. "Ah, that's less awkward than I feared, but still, any support company worth its salt should be able to realize and recommend options for someone whose quirk needs to integrate with their clothing," Izuku said. "Granted, it has been prohibitively expensive in the past." Power Loader looked over the file. "Okay, we had a designer from Detnerat do this. And what do you know, this team covered a fair number of the female costumes, including Yorozu's," he sighed. "Nezu's gonna have a field day with this one." Izuku let out a sigh. "Detnerat. Thank every and all gods I'm at least getting some Jayukas in the crossfire." "You don't like them?" Mai asked, uncertain. "But they make such good gear." "The reason I was misdiagnosed as quirkless is that I have an extra toe joint," Izuku said. "Most shoes pinch my feet." Since 𝐎𝑪𝑇 is inclusive of all kinds of mutation quirks, my mom and I'd hoped that maybe they would accommodate. Turns out, not only would they not, they were really hostile to the idea of a quirkless person asking them for anything. Is that why you wear those red shoes, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked. Yeah, that company is the only one that makes a comfortable, durable shoe for the extra joint, and they always use that shade of red, Izuku said. You have to order them online, they're never sold in stores. Mai said, never wanted to go to war with a corporation before. This is a new feeling. Mai's eyes lit up. Speaking of new feelings, there was this thing later, Izuku interrupted. Mai, in her typical Mai fashion, accepted this in stride. In any case, we've got to get this fixed. I'll need to fill out forms and we're gonna need your measurements. If any of you want to help with that, Power Loader offered, opening a door into one of the adjoining labs. At which point, Mina and Setsuna dragged Toru off. Girl, we're going to make sure you look fabulous. Mina said. 3 of 1 as hottest ladies, coming through. Setsuna added with a grin. Toru yelped as she was carried away. This left Izuku, Okiko, Mai, Momo, and Tsuyu in the lab. Once the door was sealed, Izuku looked to Mai. All right, now we'll be able to talk about the bonds. Sweet. Did something wonky go on with them? 'Cause I felt something like a shockwave earlier. And is that why Okiko's on the other side of the room? Mai said. Finally, Ribbit. Someone as equally willing to cut through the bullshit as me, Tsuyu said with a grin. Yes, Izuku said. Long story short, during her fight with Bakugo, things went bad. And the bond between us evolved. She was able to move super fast and avoid a point-blank explosion. Oh, is that why we're scrapping those grenade gauntlets? Mai asked. Yep, Izuku said. Anyway, when we got back to the classroom, we found out there was another component to it. If we got close enough, we could hear each other's thoughts. Momo and Tsuyu looked back and forth between Izuku and Okiko, both of whom were beet red. Ah, that would explain the awkward behavior. It's something we'll have to discuss in private, Izuku mumbled. Speaking of private. Okken, do you mind if I test something? Sure. Okiko said, not sure what to say, or what to do with her hands. Luckily she managed to tape up her fingertips before they left the classroom. Izuku took a few steps closer to her. He stood in silence for about a minute. Uraraka-san, this is Nana Shimura, Okiko heard inside her head. Right now, Izuku's going on a mental muttering spree. Can you hear any of it? No, Okiko thought back to her. Izuku sighed in relief. Okay, thankfully, that worked. I essentially formed a wall around my head. Or maybe a door. Anyway, basically, when we're in range now, you can talk to me telepathically if you want to, and I can do the same, but we won't be able to overhear each other's idle thoughts like we did earlier. Man, this quirk bond thing is really weird. Wish I knew what caused it, Mai said flippantly. The other girls blinked. You don't know? Tsuyu asked. I mean, Ribbit, I had to tell Aizu-chan, but he's got some issues. Can you tell me? Mai asked hopefully. There was another awkward pause until Momo said, a bond is triggered when someone feels attracted to Izuku. Mai blinked. Wait, so that's what that feeling is. I'm attracted to him. I thought that was just friendship, mixed with some side effects of sleep deprivation. Mai, you need to take better care of yourself, Izuku groaned out. It'll help you get better ideas for your babies and make them less likely to explode. Okay, so the warm feeling I get from him saying that to me, is that attraction? Mai asked with no hesitation. It's a component of it, Momo said hesitantly. Wait, so what does this mean about all of us? Mai asked. Ribbit, that was something we were hoping we could hash out together, Tsuyu said, causing Izuku to sputter in embarrassment. We all know the trigger now, Ribbit, so we're all basically on the same page. And I assume the feeling is mutual, Aizu-chan. As Izuku started before he slapped himself. Yeah. I mean, I think you're all wonderful. You're all really smart and fun and gorgeous and powerful and kind, and I like how Okken always makes everyone feel comfortable and how Mai-chan lights up when she discusses support gear and how graceful Momo is and how Zu-chan always says, What's on her mind without making it sound mean, and I should probably stop myself. What am I doing? If Izuku's prior mumblestorm was intimidating, this one was super endearing. Every girl was looking at him in awe. Ribbit. Well, my heart just exploded, Tsuyu said in her usual deadpan tone. I feel kind of greedy, because I want to have a girlfriend. I always thought I'd never have one, but thanks to Zu-chan, I know it's at least possible. Izuku looked down. But I don't want to ruin any friendships by dating one of you and not the others. Why don't you just date all of us? Mai asked. Thank you, Tsuyu said with more emotion than she usually did. Ribbit, that seems like the best possible idea. If you're okay with it and everyone else is. Izuku looked polaxed. Dating one person, any person, seemed like an impossibility not so long ago. Dating anyone as awesome as any of the 4 women in the room with him would be a dream come true. Dating all 4 of them at once. And then there was the other thing. My quirk can bond up to a maximum of 8 people to me, Izuku said. I don't choose it to happen. It honestly feels a little unfair to you, getting swept up into this. I will admit that this is an unorthodox method of courtship, Momo said, bright red. However, I must also admit that I like it. And, your quirk may be making this easier, but it's not as though it's warping our decision-making. It's merely giving us information about you, and about each other. Ribbit, yeah, I could honestly date anyone in here without a problem. Although, Mai-chen, I haven't known as long, it might take some time to get as close as the rest of you, Tsuyu added. Oh! Mai cried out. That reminds me, Zu-chan, I finished that waterproof suit heater for your outfit today. Never mind. You're officially the best one here, Ribbit, Tsuyu amended. Tears shone in Izuku's eyes as this happened. He said, I'm the luckiest man in the world. If you're all willing to give me a chance, I'd like to give it a try. And then, unexpectedly, he heard a thump 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 click. The heck was that? Oh, I guess it's my turn, In said, answering his own question immediately. Izuku was shocked. A bond just formed. But how dash and the door power loader opened once more, and Toru stepped through. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I wanted to thank you. You didn't have to do this for me. No one else ever had. It felt nice that you were so protective of me. Toru's voice was shaky. Izuku looked at her, and said, Haga Toru-chan, you're my friend. Of course I want to help you any way that I can. And, I know what it's like to be invisible. Not literally, obviously, but it was close. Toru's body language was so much more subdued than usual as she said, well, I will say that I kind of had a little crush on you before, but I knew how you and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 were and I didn't want to spoil it for her. But hearing all this, I realized I wanted in. Maybe it won't work out, but I wanted to give it a shot. Izuku looked around, so, this is a curveball, but does anyone have objections? I want there to be trust in this thing we're making. The term most often used for it is Polycule, Momo said. Polycule, right? Izuku said. I don't want to make decisions for everyone in the Polycule. But I'm more than willing to let her in, if it'll be good practice when you fill the last 3 slots, Mai said nonchalantly. I look forward to getting to know you better, Toru-chan, Momo bowed. I'm fine with it for now. Tsuyu looked at the last person in the room. Okken, you've been awfully quiet. She asked us for advice, Yoichi helpfully answered. Should I be worried? Izuku asked. If we said no, would you stop worrying? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 countered. Just because you're right doesn't mean you have to say it. Well, I've had some things on my mind, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 replied to Tsuyu. And, well, yes I'm in. But, I want to be honest about how the bond grew the way it did. See, the night I found out Izuku's secrets, the night after the break-in before the USJ, when he was completely honest with me, he expected that I'd leave. That I'd stop being his friend. Izuku inhaled. That was a tough conversation. And I told him that I didn't want to. That I wouldn't be here, certainly not at you, and possibly I'd be injured or dead, if he didn't save me at the entrance exam. I don't want to leave him. I don't ever want to leave him. And I realized, that night, that I didn't just have a crush on him. I loved him. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had her head down, bright red but grinning awkwardly. She was right next to him, and his heart was fluttering as she spoke. When she ended, Izuku took her hand in his, and, when Bakugo had his gauntlets aimed at her, and I was too far away to go and help her, I was so worried for her, and I thought to myself that there was no way I could let him hurt the first person I ever fell in love with, and then I heard a ding sound in my head, and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 could move the way she did. Tsuyu had her eyes closed as she smiled at that. Momo's hands went to her mouth in pleased shock. Toru let out a happy, high-pitched squeal. Mai, on the other hand, merely said, "Heh, that's cool. Hey, we should test how the bond works and what it's capable of doing. Maybe it's more than that super adrenaline bullet time thing." "Never change, Mai," Izuku said warmly. "That's so romantic," Momo said with awe. Everyone in the room got a flash of her reading romance novels in her room while she said that. "Is that why you were so flustered?" Toru zoomed over to them, vibrating with happy energy. "You could read each other's thoughts and realized you loved each other." Yes," Izuku said, ducking his head at that. "Not exactly an ideal way to confess, but, ribbit, if that didn't happen, you'd probably be dancing around the issue for the next year or two," Tsuyu chimed in. Toru practically leapt onto Izuku and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 in a hug. "I'm so happy for you too." Izuku flushed at the contact, but returned the hug and began to laugh and cry at the same time. "I have no idea how I got so lucky, but I wouldn't trade it for the world." That night was filled with tears as Izuku and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 relayed everything to 𝐭. Izuku's mother was crying her eyes out. At first, they were tears of sadness, caused by the revelation of Katsuki's behavior, expulsion, and subsequent arrest. Then, when Izuku revealed that he and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 were now dating, as well as 4 other girls, they became tears of joy. The next day at lunch, Izuku got a text from his mom saying that tonight would be a bad time for 𝐻𝐻𝐿 to come over. "I'll be fine," 𝐻𝐻𝐿 said in response. "I'm a big girl. Besides, we can't spend every night together, oh ho ho." Mina appeared from nowhere at 𝐻𝐻𝐿's side at that poorly chosen sentence. "Scandalous." Setsuna agreed, both of them sporting identical teasing grins. Tenya sputtered out, "Such scurrilous accusations are incredibly harmful. Maybe I should consider it training to choose my words more carefully." 𝐻𝐻𝐿 groaned out to a chorus of laughter. The day went smoothly, and Izuku barely remembered that there was an issue, at least until he got home and saw his mother sitting in the living room with Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo. "Oh, so that's the reason," Izuku thought to himself. Outwardly, he looked at them, a sad smile on his face. "Hi Mitsuki-san, Masaru-san. It's good to see you again, though I wish the circumstances were better." It was odd seeing them. His mother had obviously been crying, but so had Mitsuki. If anything, she looked like she'd been bawling worse than his mother had. Masaru, by contrast, had looked coldly furious when he first walked in, though, once Izuku spoke up, that was replaced by deep sorrow. Mitsuki got up, looking like she wanted to rush over and hug Izuku like she'd done when he was little. She stopped herself, though, tears falling anew, as she bowed low. She tried to say something, but no coherent words came out. Masaru stood next to his wife and bowed just as deeply. "We're so sorry, Izuku-kun. We had no idea anything had gotten this bad. If we had known the full extent of what Katsuki was doing, we would have acted to stop it." Izuku's heart broke. He'd effectively cut Katsuki out of his life after the entrance exam, with his new family's blessing. Now, he had friends who were better than Katsuki ever was. But the part of him that still missed Katsuki's friendship hadn't gone away. He just tried not to let it control him as it had. He'd stopped forgiving what Katsuki had done to him. But his honorary aunt and uncle. "I understand. I forgive you. I mean, I know firsthand how hard it is to get Katsuki to change his mind about anything." And once he said that, Mitsuki rushed forward and hugged him, sobbing as she did. Izuku's own tears were subdued in comparison. "I can't believe no one told us," Masaru said, the cold anger resurfacing. "I can't believe no one tried to stop him." "It wasn't just him," Izuku said. "He was just the most enthusiastic about it. Any attempts to get it to stop wouldn't work. No one was willing to stick their neck out for a quirkless kid. Especially when it could hurt the chances of such a qualified hero candidate." Izuku shook his head. "It didn't help that I bought into it. Part of me thought this was just normal, that I shouldn't expect anything better. Part of me bought into the idea that Katsuki would be a great hero. Part of me just wanted the only friend I ever had back and didn't want him to get hurt. Mitsuki gripped Izuku harder. I'm going to make old Dera burn for what they did to you, what they did to my boy. Nezu beat you to it, Izuku said. He told me that he would, and I quote, take out my good wrecking ball for the occasion. He offered me the first swing, but I'd rather put that whole mess behind me. Masaru exhaled slowly. I can understand that, but those Vestiges condoned this behavior. Encouraged it. I hope Ketsubatsu can set him straight. Izuku blinked. He's been sent to another hero school. Wait, no, they have a villain rehabilitation program as well. It's technically better than being thrown in prison. In practice, however, it's much the same thing, Masaru said. We also have to wait for the trial to be held, and he's stuck in jail until then. It's going to take some time to process this. Inko stood up and pulled the Vestiges, and Izuku threw Mitsuki into a bear hug. We'll get through this. We'll work for it. Izuku felt relief as they embraced. Katsuki's fate was, at its heart, a tragedy. At least this wouldn't destroy his mother's greatest friendship. I still can't believe this is happening, Toshichu-san. Izuku said as he walked into All Might's office. Believe it, my boy. All Might said. Consider this introducing you to my family. Do they know about One for All? Izuku asked. I don't want to accidentally reveal anything, but if I don't have to hide it, I told David about it, but not Melissa. Although, both of them know about my injury, All Might said, briefly bulking up. I should have told Dave long ago, but when he got married, I had feared for his family's safety. In hindsight, it would not have hurt to let him in on the secret. Izuku paused. Are you just saying that because of what I asked you? Honestly, Izuku. One for All is your quirk now, you should treat it as such, All Might replied kindly. Besides, if your relationships grow as they have been, secrecy among them will not be an option. One for All might be my quirk now, but its secrets aren't all mine to reveal, Izuku countered. All Might nodded, and I'm glad you waited for my consent. That being said, I trust your judgment. On this, at least. Not rushing into dangerous situations, I have less trust in your judgment. Dad, Izuku groaned out. He was smiling, though. In any case, get ready for the call. All Might pressed the projector. As he did so, a hologram of a man and a teenage girl appeared sitting on a couch before them. The man had scruffy light brown hair and a goatee, the girl had long golden blonde hair. Both of them had the same sky blue eyes staring at them from behind glasses. David. Melissa. It's wonderful to see you. All Might said happily. Same here, Uncle Might. Melissa Shield cried out. It's so nice to meet you both. My name's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku bowed. He wasn't sure what was more nerve-wracking, the fact that this was All Might's first sidekick, or the fact that his daughter was gorgeous. At least now I can talk to gorgeous women without freaking out, Izuku thought. Mostly, Yen countered. Shut, Izuku growled. So this is the son you mentioned before, Toshi? David said playfully. Yes, I figured it was time for you to meet him. All Might looked sad. Speaking of time, I have to release this form. I've given you warning, but still, this is disturbing. David held Melissa's hand as they both nodded. In a cloud of steam, All Might's true emaciated form was on full display. Melissa gasped. David inhaled sharply. Oh, Toshi, yes, it's a gruesome sight, All Might said. Is there anything we can do? Melissa asked. All Might said, I mean, medical technology has advanced. I've unfortunately needed to rely on patch jobs thanks to my lifestyle. Well, once you retire, you'll be able to undergo something more permanent, Izuku said. He looked to the people on the call. Are cloned organs viable? Or a mechanical substitute for a missing lung and incomplete GI tract? Actually growing a cloned organ requires time, Melissa contributed. Not the easiest solution, but viable. I can conceive of several mechanical options that would work wonders, but there's more chances for them to break down or be rejected by the body. Although, she turned to David, how far along are Klaus and his team with the reactive mesh? They've begun secondary testing, but it's still on a trial basis. It's better than nothing, David replied, considering his options. All Might's sweat dropped. You don't need to go that far for me. Nonsense, Uncle Might. Melissa said emphatically. You've saved countless lives. You're worth any expense. You've earned a nice, long, comfortable retirement, Dad, Izuku said, equally passionate. Retirement? I don't even know what that would look like, All Might replied. Izuku gestured around them. Well, there's this job at the very least. All Might grinned. It does have its perks. So, Izuku, or, wait, Midoriya, sorry, Melissa corrected herself. It's fine, you can call me either one you want, Izuku said. Well, then Izuku, his heart couldn't help but flutter when he heard that. I'm curious as to what your quirk is. It's an energy stockpiling quirk that I can use in several ways. One of them, Full Cowl, is where I send it through my body to enhance my physical capabilities. That's the main one, the one that I got into you are using. Another is Danger Sense, which allows me to subconsciously send out energy and detect imminent danger. The third is Flight, which, well, that's self-evident. There's a few other possible uses that I haven't figured out yet, Izuku said. Wow! That's a very versatile quirk. Melissa said, clearly impressed. Yeah, it's also powerful. Too powerful. So powerful that it didn't manifest until about a month ago, when I finally grew strong enough to use it without breaking myself, Izuku said, scratching his head. I call it Decade Force because of that. Wait, you grew up without a quirk? Melissa asked. And for once, it wasn't asked out of shock, disgust, or pity, but excitement. Well, yeah. I thought I was quirkless for the longest time, Izuku muttered. I've never met another kid who was quirkless like me. Melissa said happily. Ay. Izuku said, his smile growing. You're quirkless? Yup. Got the toe joint and everything. Me too. Izuku said. It's why I was misdiagnosed earlier. He then looked worried. People don't give you a hard time about it, do they? A few can be JRKs, but most people are fine with it, Melissa said. Then again, my dad basically runs the island where I've grown up, so it's a little better. Plus, quirk distribution isn't equal, and there's a higher percentage of quirkless people among those of European descent. Right, that group has the highest quirkless rate among populations, which is why Iceland has the largest quirkless percentage in the world, Izuku said. Let me guess, you had a bad day once and considered how viable moving there would be. Melissa added sympathetically. 'Cause I felt that way too. The thing that stopped me was trying to learn Icelandic. I don't know if trying to learn it is worse for a native Japanese or English speaker, Izuku shuddered. But, yeah. It got pretty bad for me here. Thankfully, you not only knows about my past, but most of the people I've met were angry on my behalf about my treatment. You know, I always considered transferring to the U.S. support department, Melissa said. The I-Expo's always nice, but it would be a great way to expand my horizons. My friend Mai would love to pick your brain for ideas, Izuku said, chuckling. She's been doing great work on my support gear. David gave a warm smile. Good to see you're getting along. Both teenagers blushed. All Might laughed, which soon became a cough. I should have arranged this sooner. Dad, both Izuku and Melissa said simultaneously, causing the men to laugh again and the teens' blushes to deepen. Mr. Shield. Izuku decided to change the subject. Toshichu-san hasn't told me, but is it true that you guys almost started a war with Mexico? All Might shuddered, while Melissa grinned widely. Oh, please tell him. It's such a good story. David sighed, took off his glasses, and pinched the bridge of his nose. Well, I guess it's my turn. And he told the story of how both he and All Might were in Arizona, near the Mexican border, trying to uncover and bust up a cartel of human traffickers when they ran into two Mexican heroes. So each of our groups thought the other was working for the cartel. Compounding the problem was the language barrier. I'm only slightly good with Spanish. It turns out that the Jaguar hero Tepealotl is Aztec, and he primarily spoke Nahuatl, and the rainbow hero Ixel is Yucatec Maya, so she primarily spoke Mayan. So, while they could speak Spanish, they couldn't speak it very well, and neither of them were good with English. It was only when Toshi started speaking Japanese that we got anywhere. It turned out that they knew Japanese anthropologists when they were young, and they could speak Japanese better than Spanish or English. Once that was settled, we began working together to solve the problem, David finished. Wow! What happened to them? Izuku asked. We see them at the Expo every so often. They actually got married at some point after that, David replied. Their son's a nice guy. I chat with him every so often, Melissa added. It has been far too long since I've spoken to 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐻, All Might added wistfully. Speaking of that, would you mind if I chatted with you, too? Izuku said, still shy after all of this. Of course. Melissa said. Though, won't this my girl get jealous that another support student is poaching her client? Only if I don't let the two of you network, Izuku said. Besides, I don't want another support technician, I want another friend. As Izuku smiled, wide and friendly, he heard a sound he both loved and dreaded. Thump 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 click. Wait, what was that noise? Melissa asked. As Izuku's eyes widened, All Might looked at Izuku. I heard it too, this time. David looked at Melissa, then at the All Might and Izuku. He blinked. Wait, Toshi, don't tell me this is. All Might sighed, yes. Melissa, I'm sorry, but it looks like we have more to tell you. We haven't been outright honest with you. After a lengthy conversation about One for All, its past, Izuku's gaining it, and the aspects of the bonds, Izuku and Melissa looked at each other. Melissa was taking notes, which made Izuku's heart skip a beat, and she was looking less concerned and more curious. This is a serious step forward in our understanding of quirk science, Melissa said in awe. We'll have to do some serious tests on this. Well, we were going to do that anyway, Izuku said sheepishly. In between training for the sports festival. Make sure you give me my's contact info. I have a ton of resources here that aren't available at UA. We'll figure out the full extent of how your bonds work. Melissa said cheerfully. You're taking this well, Izuku said. Especially given that I lied to you earlier. I've lived my entire life on an island built for the express purpose of developing super-secret technology, Melissa said. I completely understand the need for operational security. And this doesn't upset you. I mean, it's kind of intruding on your life. If it gets upsetting, I'll find a way to sever the bond, Melissa stated with confidence. And being bonded to an intelligent, cute boy. Could be worse. Izuku sighed in relief. So we have a bond for Toshi, Nana said. Guess that means it's the edgelord's turn next. Yeah, that's not happening, Tu snapped. Izuku had no input, and the girls had no input beyond interest, and none of us were involved in the decision-making process, Yoichi stated. Do you think your reluctance matters? 2 and 3 said simultaneously. That'll happen later, Daigoro joked. Izuku tried not to scream at that. Well, I believe we have all the data necessary at this point. Nezu said happily. Izuku breathed, as did Okako. Momo and Tsuyu were looking better, but not by much. Toru, well, they couldn't see how she was doing, per se, but Izuku could feel her exhaustion as well through the bond. They began taking off the various sensory bands secured along their heads, hands, necks, and anywhere that didn't require a more private removal. Sitting to the side for the testing gym were Nezu, Recovery Girl, All Might, Mai, and, over individual holograms, David and Melissa Shield. Mai and Melissa were both similarly covered in sensors. Izuku smiled as he took a bottle of water and said, "What's the verdict?" The EEGs detect normal brain activity among all of you no matter the distance, David said. There were spikes whenever a member used the empathy features of a stage 1 bond. Distance didn't matter, as Melissa was affected as well as any other member of the group. Thus far, the only instance where we could see any difference in your physical capabilities was between Midoriya and Uraraka within range of their stage 2 bond, Nezu said. While you were within 10 meters of one another, brain activity spiked, and both of your base physical abilities were increased by 10%. This was true whether Midoriya was operating quirkless, with full cowl active, or with full cowl at half-strength invisible mode. Izuku finished off the water bottle as he pondered this. The incident with Bakugo, where the bond increased. We were more than 10 meters apart. We would like to have tested you both for that, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 said. However, I was vetoed. I'd rather you not risk their lives for an experiment, Recovery Girl said with an edge to her voice. Duly noted, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 said, looking somewhat cowed for the first time any of the students could tell. Near as we can tell, the life or death defense mechanism has no limit, or at least an extended one. Good to know, but we can't rely on it, Izuku mused. Entering a dangerous situation expecting our bond to save us is a good way to learn the limitations in a potentially fatal manner. You've learned self-preservation, Recovery Girl deadpanned. It's a miracle. Izuku blushed and stammered. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 stated, well, now that we have a baseline for your quirk as it currently stands, we should be prepared to see how it improves when another one reaches the next stage, or if you and Uraraka potentially reach a third stage. Clearing his throat, the mammal stated, you're dismissed. Mai grabbed the projector from Melissa's hologram and walked over to the others. So, what do you think would cause a stage 3 bond to form? Izuku and Okiko turned bright red at that question. Momo wasn't too far behind. Tsuyu began to ribbit in a chuckling manner. Melissa simply shook her head. Mai looked confused. What did I say? Toru, clearly amused, grabbed Mai's shoulder. You're not that naive, are you? Mai blinked for a bit, then her eyes lit up. Oh, you mean? We'd have to Air Force him. Tsuyu's chuckles became large belly laughs, which Toru and Melissa joined. Momo covered her face entirely. Izuku was rooted in place, up until Mai pointed out, Okiko's on the ceiling. Looking up to see the bright red form of his girlfriend. His first girlfriend. Of several. This was almost too much for him, who indeed had accidentally activated her quirk and was currently on the gym's high ceiling. Ignoring the embarrassment, he chose to float up to meet her. Okan, Izuku said, we're gonna need you to come down. Nope, I live here now, Okiko responded. Away from embarrassment. Well, as long as your stomach holds out, Izuku stated. If you're near me, my stomach will hold out for longer, Okiko said. Plus, I can drop it and you can hold me while I'm up here, and that'll make you less embarrassed. Izuku asked. Not like I can hear them. Okiko turned away from the floor. Izuku smiled sympathetically, at least until they bring present MIC in. Okiko pouted, phooey. My plans are ruined. All right, bring me down. Any preference how? Izuku asked. Okiko put a finger to her cheek in thought. Surprise me. In an act of spontaneity, he chose to put her in a bridal carry and floated the two of them down to the ground. Did it help the embarrassment, either hers or his own? No. Did he regret it? Also no. 𝐎𝐩𝐢𝐽𝐻𝐿, Okiko muttered as she desperately tried not to smile. Momo nearly swooned, Tsuyu nodded in approval, and Toru cheered and applauded as they landed. Melissa's hologram disconnected for a second before she returned, giving a whistle. After Okiko was standing on her own 2 feet, Mai announced, I wanna try that. Izuku braced himself for Mai leaping into his arms, but instead found that she lifted him off the ground and held him in the same bridal carry. Whoa, Izuku muttered. I knew you were strong, but still, whoa. Melissa blushed at the action and began writing down a reminder. She had to see if her father could speed up the school transfer somehow. Mina groaned in pain. I'm gonna find a way to resurrect and then murder whoever invented calculus. So, either Newton or Leibniz, then, Momo stated. Depending on which claim you believe. I'll get both of them. Mina stated confidently. Setsuna slumped down. Man, do I ever hate math. At least you're good at it, Denki said enviously. Doesn't make it any less terrible, Setsuna chuckled. Why are we even doing this? Toru complained. Shouldn't we be training for the sports festival? With a few exceptions like Tsuyu, who was currently babysitting her siblings, the students of 1A were in Momo's mansion after school for a study group. Tenya gave an enthusiastic hand chop. It's necessary to maintain respectable grades as well as show off our prowess at the festival. It wouldn't do to excel at the sports festival only to fail our midterms shortly thereafter. Izuku chuckled as he looked over at Pony. After checking her essay, your grasp of Japanese is much more than before, he replied in English. You mean much better than before, Pony said, sighing. I'm glad. I hate sounding so stupid when I speak Japanese. You are helping us with English, so thank you. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said, accented and stilted, but much better than any prior attempts with English. We can all agree that Pony is awesome, right? 𝐒𝐭𝐽 asked everyone. Like, learning calculus and English themselves are tough enough, can you imagine having to learn calculus in English? Most of the students shuddered at that thought. At that, Momo called for a break, allowing the group to walk around, use the bathroom, or have a snack. The buffet table that was presented for them was astonishing. Izuku stepped out to use the men's room. As he was washing his hands, he found his thoughts drifting to the girls, Momo in particular. These study groups made her so happy. It was honestly charming. It's too bad that we decided to wait until after the festival to actually go on dates, Izuku thought. She deserves a nice time out. They all do. You know, Yoichi interjected, the more time we spend with Momo, the more I think that the bonds don't necessarily have to do with our quirks. Izuku blinked. How so? The synergy between our quirks is weak, Yoichi stated. However, our upbringing is a much stronger connection. Both she and I have lived sheltered lives, though the circumstances were very different. Not to mention that we're both bookish nerds. Izuku nodded. It's something to consider. I mean, if it was solely based on which quirks resembled each other more, Dekubowl-san's quirk fits Shiozaki-san much better than Zu-chan. Honestly, I'm glad it didn't form with her, Dekubowl chimed in. She's too uptight as far as I'm concerned. Zu-chan is much more chill. Not to mention, she's not likely to approve of this whole thing, Izuku thought. I wouldn't want to make her uncomfortable. Personality or history might be a factor, Nana agreed. But there's definitely a stronger connection between 𝐒𝐭𝐽-chan and me through our quirks. Same here, Yin pointed out. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 contemplated, considering Mai and I share both quirk and personality similarities, I presume that I win. You're a hermit who lived in the woods, she's an inventor, Dekubowl said, exasperation radiating off of him. That's just two different ways to be a social outcast. Therefore, I win, 𝐒𝐭𝐽 said simply. If those are the criteria, Toshi wins, Nana countered. He's steeped in Americana, she is American, both are quirkless, blonde and blue-eyed, and he's her honorary uncle. Curses, 𝐒𝐭𝐽 grumbled, as All Might's vestige beamed with pride. Izuku rolled his eyes as he left the restroom. Once he did, he found that Mina and Setsuna were waiting for him in the hallway. Why do I hear boss music? Yoichi asked as danger sense began to ping ever so slightly. Hey, Midori, Mina said in a sing-song voice that was vaguely threatening. We need to talk. Oh, of course. Izuku said, unable to control his stutter. Is everything okay? That entirely depends on you, Setsuna said, smiling in a way that was more like baring her fangs. What exactly are your intentions towards Toru-chan? Izuku asked. We didn't think you'd be cheating on 𝐒𝐭𝐽-chan, Mina said, looking at him with concern. You two are joined at the hip. But ever since you helped Toru-chan with her hero outfit, we want to make sure you're not two-timing 𝐒𝐭𝐽-chan, Setsuna said. Or stringing Toru-chan along, Izuku frowned. He knew that they were concerned, but he also wanted to keep it under his hat for now. Though, if the wrong thing got out, you deserve to know, but we don't want this getting spread everywhere. Can you keep it a secret for now? Mina suddenly looked torn between accusatory and thrilled to stumble upon a secret. Oh, what have we uncovered? Setsuna was still concerned. That entirely depends on what you're about to say. We're polyamorous, Izuku said, scratching his arm. We've only just begun the relationship, but it's several of us together. Mina gasped, her concern melting like it was dunked in her strongest acid. Really? Setsuna relaxed a tad, but she was still looking concerned. So you kind of are two-timing? No. Izuku looked angry at them. I'd never betray any of their trusts. We just all want to date, and I don't want to hurt anyone by excluding them. Mina turned to Setsuna. Come on, Setchan. This just means they've got more love to spread around. It's not the same as cheating on someone behind their back. Look, we're not ashamed of it, but we also don't want to advertise it, okay, Ashido-chan? Izuku said. Don't worry, I'm not gonna out a fellow poly person. Mina said happily. Wait, what? Setsuna asked. Izuku looked gobsmacked. Well, yeah, I love a ton of people. I can go exclusive if I want to, but I'm more comfortable being open, Mina said happily. Setsuna gave a hum, not something I ever considered, but I guess as long as you're all on board and you're making each other happy, it's fine. Izuku sighed, I'm glad you understand. Setsuna looked him over. You're not going to hurt Toru-chan, she commanded. I certainly wouldn't intentionally hurt her, Izuku said. Seton, are you going to do that old if you do anything to hurt her I'll throw you out of a window or whatever? Mina said with exasperation. I was gonna, then I remembered this is Midori and he'd probably throw himself out a window if he hurt her. Also, he can fly so it's not that big a threat, Setsuna concluded. As they walked back, Mina asked, so who else are you dating? Izuku blushed. I don't want to spill everything, makes sense, Mina shrugged. Just means I have to find out for myself, she grinned. Well, that's thing ominous, Daigoro muttered. I wish we could have trained together, Izuku said to the class in the waiting room. The 2-week PRD before the sports festival had flown past them. Tenya looked at him oddly. Midoriya, we are competing against one another as well. Training together would defeat that purpose, granting our opponents an edge on the field of battle. True, but it's so much easier to improve when training with someone else, Izuku countered. Sparring would be much more effective than simply studying tactics or practicing. Not to mention that there would be an equal exchange of information traded when working together. Itsuka nodded as he said this. Honestly, you both have a point. I suppose it's a matter of whether you decide that shared improvement is worth the risk of exposing a weakness. Is that usually a problem when sparring while preparing for martial arts tournaments? Izuku asked. Not as much as you'd expect, Itsuka replied. Then again, train in a dojo with people long enough, you tend to figure out their strengths and weaknesses just by intuition. Izuku nodded. Part of him wanted to ruminate more, but the light came on, as present MIC summoned them to the field. Class 1A walked out to thunderous applause. When Class 1B came out, the applause was still loud, but it was noticeable how much less there was. Guess that explains why that Monoma guy kept ranting at us, Yoichi mused. It was so satisfying when Shoda punched him in the back of the knee, Nana added. Izuku tried to concentrate on the words being broadcast, mostly to avoid the stares that Todoroki was drilling into him. He could see that Shinso was also watching him from 1C, as was a guy who looked somewhat familiar, a tall muscular guy with red and white hair styled into a pompadour. Mai, of course, was covered in her various babies. She waved at him from her spot in 1H. He smiled and gave a thumbs up. Midnight, present in her scandalous-looking outfit, cracked her WHP and stated, "And now, for the athlete's oath, I present your first-year student representative, Izuku Midoriya." Why does he get to do it? He could hear someone in Gen Ed ask, deliberately loudly. He got the highest score in the entrance exam. He heard Toru say in his defense. Yeah, for the hero course, the Gen Ed voice grumbled. He beat All Might's record, came a louder voice from Gen Ed, the red and white pompadour guy who Izuku vaguely remembered being in the same grounds as him for the entrance exam. I'd say he earned it. Izuku made his way to the podium, taking the microphone from Midnight. He took a deep breath, steeled himself, and began, "Holding this sports festival is a terrible idea." The crowd began to hum in confusion as he said that. Several people, particularly in 1B, gave him dirty looks. To be more precise, televising this sports festival is a terrible idea. Not too long ago, Yu was attacked by villains. Thankfully, we made it through the attack with no casualties, but now, their attention is on us. Any of those villains who escaped, or any villains who think they can succeed where the previous attack failed, are now going to get a free display of our capabilities. So, today, I pledge to give it my all so that any villain out there watching us stops before they even think about attacking us again, Izuku said. And I want to see the same from all of you. To my classmates in 1A, I want you to show the world why the leader of the League of Villains fled crying and throwing a tantrum like a toddler. To my brothers in arms of 1B, I want you to show them that if you were at the USJ in our place, they would have been thrashed just as thoroughly, if not worse. To everyone in support, show the world that we'll be well equipped to handle whatever it throws at us. To the Gen Ed and business students, show them that if they think you'd be an easy target, they have another thing coming. There's 2 open seats in the hero course. If any of you want to take them, show us all why you deserve them. I'm going to show you the best I'm capable of being right now, and I'll show you more. I want the same from each and every one of you. Go beyond. Izuku called out. Plus ultra came the enthusiastic response of his fellow students, of the audience, and several of the teachers he could spot. With that, midnight quickly revealed the first event, an obstacle race. The students made their way to the starting position, which was right before a tight corridor. Danger senses starting to ping, Izuku warned his classmates. It's coming from Todoroki. He's gonna attack us. Kirishima scoffed. Super unmanly. It's not against the rules, though, Momo stated. Any musings they may have had on Todoroki's strategy had to be shelved as the countdown began. Once the final light turned green, the students began to rush into the corridor. Izuku started off using float, flying high above the competition as they were crammed shoulder to shoulder in the hallway. Several of his classmates had similar ideas. Okiko had removed her own gravity and was leaping from wall to wall, as was Tsuyu. And danger sense proved accurate as Todoroki let out a wave of ice, freezing many students in place and covering the ground in slick ice. Izuku scoffed, flying past him, and saw the horde of robots that were looking at the students menacingly. Over a dozen zero-pointers were among the armies facing the students. Izuku had tested Float's capabilities. He could safely pour 1 for all's power into his flight, more than he could into his body. He could fly over the robots at top speeds, hell, he could clear the entire course in less than a minute. And, for a second, it seemed like he would. Then, he felt danger sense go off, and he looked back to see that Todoroki had frozen the zero-pointers in such a way that they were deliberately falling on top of other students. Doubling back at intense speeds, green lightning arced off of Izuku's body as he slammed his feet into the robot, strongly enough that the robot fell away from the student body. Great work, Midoriya! Came the synchronized call of Tetsu and Kirishima, both of whom were in the path of the falling machines. Well, at least the targets could handle it, Izuku thought as he flew onwards, only now he was checking to make sure that something like this wouldn't happen again. And what a fantastic play by Izuku Midoriya! Present MIC stated through the loudspeakers. Sacrificing his lead to ensure the safety of his fellow competitors. It's a bold strategy, but not out of character, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 commented. The question becomes, is that kindness going to bite him? Izuku decided right then and there that he would make sure it didn't. He flew at high speeds, checking the next obstacle, which turned out to be a deep gorge with numerous rocky plateaus covering it. Wires connected the plateaus, which would allow the students to cross, but one errant slip could send them hurtling into the abyss below. Well, while Todoroki was skating across on the ice sheets he was forming, Izuku shot over it like a bullet, looking at the third and final obstacle, a minefield. They really weren't considering someone who could fly when they were designing this course, were they? Nana asked smugly as Izuku considered his next options. He could easily fly across this minefield without harming himself whatsoever, and claim first place in the first event. But he had an audience watching him, and, more importantly, he had classmates who would be following him. And, well, he was hoping to become a hero. And what hero would leave something so dangerous for other people? And so, smirking to himself, Izuku flew into the air, then did a frontal somersault to gain momentum, crying out California Smash, as he slammed his open palm onto the ground using 1 for all at a straining but doable 10%. Once the strike hit, the shockwave rippled through the ground. Izuku took off straight into the air, float aided by the momentum of the explosions below him. Todoroki had reached the edge of the minefield just as it erupted into a blazing inferno of explosions. As Present MIC and 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 commented, the mines weren't lethal, but the force of the explosion knocked the heterochromatic boy but over tea kettle, stopping just short of flying back into the ravine. When the explosions cleared, Todoroki could see Izuku crossing the finish line. Of course, winning the first event would have a downside come the second, Yoichi sighed. Izuku's 10 million point headband hung around his neck like the dead albatross in that old poem. It only makes sense, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 replied. How long has Toshinori been at the number 1 spot, with those below him wishing to overtake him? Speaking of, looks like Endeavor Jr. wants to absolutely murder us, Daigoro said. No pressure, Izuku thought sarcastically as he looked for people to join his team for the cavalry battle. Most were looking at him like he was some mix between a leper and a tasty snack. As he was wondering whether he'd be disqualified for not having a team, Okako came right up to him. You didn't think I'd abandon you now, did you, Izuku-kun? Instinctively tearing up in response, Izuku said, rational brain didn't. Anxiety brain was certain you would. Izuku-kun, both of us are stronger when we're together, literally, Okako smirked. Did you think I'd pass that up? Izuku sighed in relief, so, we need 1 or 2 more. We just need someone crazy enough to dash Izuku, came a shout from Izuku's left side, nearly making the 2 of them jump. Mai was there, grinning like a loon. Good. Going with that stunt in the first half. Now every eye is going to be on you for this round. I'll be sure to have some important eyes on my babies if I join your team. Relieved, Izuku looked around. Momo had joined Tenya, and both were approaching Ibara. Toru had joined Mina and Setsuna, and Ahiro and Tetsu were playing Janken for the 4th spot. Fumikage and Leiko, surprising no one, had joined forces, and Koroiro approached them. Shinso had teamed up with the red and white Pompadour guy. Pompadour spoke to the 4th non-hero core student, a girl who turned them down. He wasn't sure if anyone else would join them. At which point, Tsuyu hopped over. So what's the plan, Aizu-chan? Izuku was shocked, just like that. Ribbit, not gonna lie, I was considering not joining you, but I figured that at the rate things usually go, Ribbit, you were bound to pull some new random bullshit out of your butt to win this next round. I'd rather be on your side when that happens, Ribbit, Tsuyu shrugged. Izuku paused, before saying, I really hate that you're not wrong. All right. Full team. Mai cheered. So, what's our plan of attack? Between my flight, Okan's zero gravity, and Mai-chan's babies, we should probably go airborne for as long as possible, Izuku thought aloud. Zu-chan should be the rider, her tongue gives her reach so she can potentially steal headbands from a distance. Mai, how many flight-capable babies do you have? Manage to make a 2nd jetpack and pair of hover souls. Mai said cheerfully. Will they explode on us? Izuku asked. 10 to 15% chance, Mai said without any sense of shame. Izuku looked at Okako. I'd roll those dice if it were me, but I'll take my chances with them, she responded. All right, now this is a long shot, but do you have a drone? Izuku asked Mai. Pisach, who do you think I am? Mai replied, pulling out a mechanical orb. She activated it, and it hovered in front of them. Izuku grinned. Then I think we can win this one. Izuku looked at the groups that had formed among the first years who qualified. Momo was leading her group, with Tenya, Ibara, and Pony supporting her. Ahiro had apparently won at Janken, and so was supporting Toru alongside Mina and Setsuna. Tetsu, in turn, had joined Kyoka and Denki in supporting Itsuka. Koda and Kodai joined in supporting Komori. A few had made interclass teams. Fumikage, Leiko, and Koroiro were joined by the massive form of Shoji, who was using the membranes between his massive arms to shield his teammates. Shishida had partly transformed, and was on all fours serving as a steed for the Gen Ed girl, Class 1's representative Chikuchi Togaika. Todoroki had convinced Monoma, Kamakiri, and Rin to join him. Shoda, 1BS shortest boy now that Mineta had been expelled, was teamed with their tallest, Bondo, whose head looked like a glue dispenser, along with Awase, a rough-looking boy with a headband. Another boy Izuku recognized from the entrance exam, Emma, posed extravagantly, being held up by a boy with tape dispensers for elbows, Siro, a huge guy with big lips, Soto, and a boy with a tail, Ojiro. The last team from 1B consisted of 2 normal-looking guys, Kaibara and Tsuburaba, along with the skull-faced Honinuki and Fukidashi, who had a speech bubble for a head. Rounding off the teams, Shinso was sitting on the shoulders of the Pompadour guy, whose name was Akira Fuki. Fuki looked up at Shinso with a feral grin and said, "We got this, buddy." To which Shinso countered with a smile of his own. Izuku was disturbed by how much that smile reminded him of Aizawa's. Of course, all eyes were on him and his team, with their coveted 10 million point headband. Well, 10,320 points, when you included Okiko, Mai, and Tsuyu's points, but that addition was honestly a little patronizing. As they got into position, Mai prepped her babies. It turned out, once they described the plan, that Mai, in fact, had 4 drones, not simply the one. "You needed to be more specific," was the only response she had. When Midnight cracked her WHP to signal the beginning of the games, Team Asui began with Mai and Okiko clinging onto Izuku's legs, and Izuku leaping into the air with full cowl, before switching to float. Once they did, Izuku began to dodge several blasts from the teams. Tsuyu took the headband and gave it to Mai and Okiko. A minute later, all 4 of Mai's orb-shaped drones sped across the field. And in a move no one expected, Team Asui has abandoned their 10 million point headband, leaving them without a single point. Present MIC shouted. "By doing so, Team Asui has taken most of the pressure off of them," Eraserhead said. "It remains to be seen whether or not that will be useful when the headband is inevitably claimed." "Let's see which of our classmates remembers your battle trial, Ribbit," Tsuyu said as she looked at the scene before them. Laser beams, hardened scales, ice shards, horns, strands of tape, and Setsuna's body parts were all shot after the drones. Their AI was allowing them to dodge the blasts expertly. Of course, while the 4 drones all seemed to be the ones holding their headband, the truth was it was floating by itself, all on its lonesome, thanks to Okiko's quirk. Izuku was impressed at the control it took to leave it floating at that height, rather than having it simply leave Earth's orbit. "All right, Mai, keep an eye on your babies and the prize." "We'll keep an eye on the competition," Izuku said, as he led the group in flight across the battlefield. Team Todoroki was the most aggressive. Their initial headband was on the lower end with 375 points, but his teammates were a well-oiled machine. Todoroki himself was a complete powerhouse. Kamakiri was fantastic at close-quarters combat with his blades, Rin scales made him excel at both defense and long-range offense, while Monoma was a wild card, either copying his teammates' quirks to shore up a needed component, or copying his opponent's quirks to meet any disadvantage. "Team Yanagi has the best chance of taking our headband out of the air, but Team AMR and Team Momo are definitely runners-up," Izuku said. "Let's hunt." And he dove down to meet his opponents. The first target chosen was Team Kaibara. Mai was able to detect the shields of solid air that Tsuburaba set around them, allowing Tsuyu to snatch the headband from between Kaibara's spinning limbs. Izuku dove out of the way of Fukidashi shouting "Kaboom!" and sending an explosion their way. Mai countered by shooting Team Kaibara with her capture gun, encasing them in a net. Danger sense kept him from flying directly into a strand of tape that was aiming straight for them, then to dodge a laser. Tsuyu snuck in a tongue strike, stealing the headband off of AMR right as the Frenchman curled inwards when his stomach failed him. The event became a blur as the 4 of them were perfectly in sync, the bonds combining with danger sense to give him perfect awareness of the area and his teammates. It was actually quite fun. At least, it was until Okiko yelled in his head, "Incoming!" and several projectiles flew at him at once. He had to dodge draconic scales, Setsuna's hands, arrows made from the word T, flying horns, and "Did Momo just make a missile launcher?" Nana said in disbelief as several rockets honed in on him. "I love this girl. I'd love her more if she wasn't screwing us over, though." Daigoro half cheered, half yelped. Izuku tried to dodge, and when he couldn't, he flicked his finger to deflect the incoming attack. Unfortunately, an explosion from Momo's missiles hit him, and he barely had enough time to reorient himself on the ground. At that point, Team Yorozu made their move, Ibara's vines ensnaring the 10 million point headband. As Present MIC announced it, Team Todoroki sent out a wave of ice to ensnare the feet of his fellow competitors. Izuku managed to leap upwards just in time to avoid letting his team get caught in the trap. Tenya, however, managed to send the team dashing forwards, Pony using her horns to lift herself and Ibara, letting Tenya's engines work with less resistance. Team Todoroki took off at full speed towards Team Yorozu, in time to hear Tenya cry out "Recipro burst," and take off at full speeds, leaving them in the dust. And, as they could see the 10 million points evading him, Todoroki felt a pull around his neck. Tsuyu stole the headbands off of his neck and Team Asui flew off to follow Team Yorozu. All of a sudden, a massive glacier formed from Todoroki. "We shouldn't did that," Degoro mentioned as they caught up to Team Yorozu. Tenya was losing steam from his engines and Pony seemed to be throwing fewer horns around. Ibara still had her vines up, but they weren't as vibrant as before. As Momo began to glow to create something, the incoming ice overtook them. Izuku managed to go straight upright as Zu took the 10 million point headband from Ibara. As soon as she did so, Team Todoroki surged forward, Monoma somehow using flames to propel them across the ice that Todoroki was making. Scales flew to distract them in midair as the team surged forward. And, like a well-oiled machine, Okako gave Zu a high five as she leapt into midair, throwing the headbands around, leaving the groups to attempt to collect them. Izuku, for his part, soared directly towards Team Todoroki, flying towards Todoroki's left side, the side that Izuku had noticed didn't produce ice. And, for the briefest moment, he felt the blaze as that side of Todoroki lit on fire. In a blink, it was gone. Izuku didn't care. With my hyper-focused on the appropriate headband, he zipped over and grabbed it, as Zu grabbed onto his leg with her tongue and returned to her spot as her teammate's rider. Team Todoroki and the rest made a mad dash for the headbands hovering slightly off the ground, snagging what they could before the buzzer went off. "And that's time, everyone!" Present MIC called out. In first place, after a roller coaster of points gained and lost, is Team Asui. While touch and go for a while, they managed to regain their 10 million point headband. Tsuyu, Izuku, Okako, and Mai's images were placed on the scoreboard, next to the number 10,000. In second place, we have a surprise victory with Team Shinso, who stealthily took 1,340 points. Shinso's tired face and Fuki's determined face joined, next to a glowing one. In third place, we have Team Yorozu, scoring 1,150 points. Momo, Tenya, Ibara, and Pony all appeared with next to the number 1. In fourth place, we have Team Todoroki, who earned 1,095 points. Todoroki glared at the number 1,095 like it spat on him, as did Kamakiri. Rin seemed to be hyping himself up for showing himself off in the third round. Monoma, unsurprisingly, looked smug. And, since Team Shinso has only 2 members, will also include 2 members of the 5th place team, Team 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐽, the only other team with points remaining, keeping their initial 400-point headband. Present MIC concluded, showing Mina, Setsuna, 𝐴_HERO, and the blank spot for Toru next to the comparatively low 𝐴_HERO grinned. "Well, guess we have to decide who goes in. I suppose I'll Kiri, if you're going to say something like, I'll do the manly thing by bowing out, you've got another thing coming, mister." Mina countered. "You earned our win by blocking out everyone who came close to taking the headband from Toru. You'd better be one of the 2 we send up there or I'll dissolve your hair." 𝐴_HERO looked shocked. "You wouldn't, and I'll destroy your products too." Mina said vindictively. "Please, I beg you," 𝐴_HERO said, knees knocking. "Well, if you want to keep being my horn buddy, then you'd better get your butt on that tournament bracket." Mina said authoritatively. "You win." 𝐴_HERO said, caving. Grinning like a loon, Setsuna said, "Just for that, I'm letting you go too." "Don't you start with me, either, Set-chan." Mina said. "Look, Toru played the mediator, I'm definitely out. My quirk doesn't do SHT for a tournament. As for our second member, how about you 2 play Janken for it? You both deserve a shot, and if you try to argue who deserves it more, we'll be here until the sun swallows the earth." Rolling their eyes, the 2 commenced. Mina managed to win, and stomped off with 𝐴_HERO to inform Midnight of their decision for the next round. "Aizuku-in?" Okako asked her boyfriend. "Was that what I think it was?" "It depends," Izuku countered. "Do you think it was ammunition to use next time she teases us?" "Well, if we're wrong together," Okako grinned. "Midoriya, we need to talk," an unfamiliar voice came from Izuku's right. He turned to see Todoroki looking at him intensely. Izuku blinked, then said, "If you insist. Let's talk." He made a gesture for him to start. "Not here, obviously," Todoroki replied. Izuku shook his head. "Look, I don't know you. We've interacted once before today, and this is the first time I've heard you speak. And endangering my friend's back during the obstacle race didn't endear you to me. Not to mention, I've had bad experiences with this sort of thing in the past." Todoroki looked at him, and his gaze turned from sharp to sympathetic. "Ah, right. I apologize." Izuku turned on his way, until he felt a metallic poke on his shoulder. He turned to see that it was one of Kyoka's jacks. The girl looked at him with a pale expression. Izuku tilted his head in confusion as he approached her. Kyoka leaned in and said in a low tone, "Green, I don't know exactly what his deal is, but I just heard him whisper, I forgot that Bakugo was his endeavor." Izuku's eyes widened with shock as the implications set in. "Thank you so much," he whispered back as he sped back to Todoroki. The taller boy blinked in surprise. "One of my classmates convinced me," Izuku said as he looked around. "Let's just try to be quick." Todoroki nodded, leading them away, until they reached a small alcove. When they were alone, Todoroki looked at him. "I do appreciate you agreeing to this. To be fair, I'm only doing this because one of them overheard you saying comparing endeavor to Bakugo," Izuku said, his protective instincts blazing inside him. Todoroki looked surprised. "Well, I'm sure you, of all people, know the pressure of being the child of a top hero. Wait, what?" That comment derailed anything else Izuku may have been thinking. Todoroki blinked. "You're All Might's son. I mean, obviously it's been kept secret from the press, but not this again," Izuku interrupted, palm hitting his face as the Vestiges laughed. "I'm not All Might's son. Not biologically, anyway. He trained me after saving me from a villain because we have similar quirks. The biggest similarity being that we thought we were quirkless until our last year of middle school." Todoroki looked shocked by that revelation. All Might thought. He shook his head. "It doesn't matter. So the rumors aren't fully true, but you still have an analogous relationship with All Might. This isn't about me right now," Izuku said. "It is," Todoroki responded. "Because currently, you've been making things worse for me." Izuku looked at him like he said the sky was plaid. "What?" "Endeavor has not been pleased with the trajectory of my first year at UN," Todoroki said. The news that All Might had taken a teaching position was a blow to him. Compounding this, the villain attack at the USJ occurred, placing your class under media scrutiny. While the media has been speculative, top heroes have their own sources, and your involvement in the altercation, including disposing of one of the major villains single-handedly, was revealed to him. Then, word came to him that we fought in our class's joint sparring session, and that I lost, and, all of a sudden, things became clearer. He wondered if this was what All Might saw that day at Dagobah Beach when Izuku finally confessed to his awful relationship with Bakugo. "Todoroki," Izuku said, trying to be comforting while he felt utterly furious, "what is your father doing to you?" And suddenly everything came pouring out. That endeavor, the perpetual runner-up, could never find a way to close the gap between himself and All Might. He came up with the idea of producing a child who could overtake All Might the way he never could. All of Endeavor's crimes came to light. Effectively buying a woman to breed like he was trying to produce a show dog. Neglecting children deemed unsuitable for his needs. Causing the death of his oldest son, who wouldn't accept his status as a failure and trained in secret until he literally burned out. Denying his youngest son anything resembling a childhood, brutally training him from the moment he could walk. Driving his wife to the brink, up to the point that she threw boiling water on the left side of her son's face, the side that took after her husband. Tears spilled down Izuku's face, but his expression was livid. "This can't continue," Izuku said firmly. "It won't change," Todoroki said, stating an immutable fact. "He's the number 2 hero. He hasn't experienced consequences yet and likely never will. I have my own way of taking my revenge on him. I never use my left side, the flames I inherited from him. I only broke my vow once, unconsciously, against you in the cavalry battle. I will not falter again." Izuku boggled at that. "If you don't think things can change, why did you tell me all of this?" Well, I initially merely wished to ensure you knew that my father had cast you in All Might's role for his attempts to live vicariously through me, Todoroki said. And to let you know there was no intended insult when I only used my right half against you. Your speech got under my skin, I'll admit, but the only way I can move forward is if I can crush you without using anything that BSTRD gave me. As for the rest, it wasn't planned. I suppose that after learning about your history with Bakugo, I felt a certain kinship, I suppose. With someone who was tormented throughout his childhood by someone with a fiery quirk who was constantly called heroic by people who you had no choice but to trust, Todoroki said calmly. Truthfully, it was nice to get that off my chest. I'm not going to let him get away with this, Izuku said. Todoroki looked sad. I've heard people say that before. I recommend you abandon that line of thought, lest you want your hero career to end before it begins. I'll see you in the ring, Midoriya. No hard feelings. He walked away, as Izuku felt everything he just learned weigh down on him like a ton of bricks. So, we're killing Endeavor, came the rarely heard voice of the third host of One for All. Diamond Fing straight we are, the second host added. Listen, 9, you absolutely cannot let him live when he pulls SHT like that. We are not going to let that sort of SHT slide. I'm not going to kill him, Izuku thought. Honestly, you're fed in the head, kid, too spat. You misunderstand me. Killing him would be too easy. We're going to ruin him. We're going to make sure that the power he adores so much won't help him. We're going to turn the world against him. And we are going to make him live with the consequences, Izuku thought, fury running colder than any amount of Todoroki's ice ever could. There was a pause. Okay, Chief, just for that, his getting 𝐒𝐻𝐽in the second is able, 3 said approvingly. I'm still not fully convinced, 2 said, but his tone made it seem like there wouldn't be much more convincing needed. 𝐒𝐻𝐽in. Isn't that the martial arts technique for explosively releasing energy? Izuku said, quirk nerd side taking over. Yeah, I could build up and store kinetic energy, then release it all in a single strike, 3 stated. And it fits perfectly with my cover story, Izuku said, thrilled. I appreciate the information. Just concentrate on winning this thing and then humiliating that flaming dog turd, 3 stated before Izuku felt the 2 vigilantes return to ignoring him Izuku sighed as he walked along, only for him to realize something. Turichin, I know you're there. He heard a sigh. The bond gave it away, here. Well, it did now. I was distracted before, Izuku said, in perhaps the biggest understatement he'd ever given. I just didn't trust him alone with you, Toru said quietly. The best thing about the bond with Toru was that he was better able to sense where she was. He put a hand on her shoulder, trying not to think about how she was naked at the moment, looked into her eyes, and smiled, thank you. That means so much to me. What are we going to do about this, Izuku-san? Toru sobbed. We can't just let this keep happening to him, but we also can't stop it ourselves. Izuku's expression hardened. The last time I was in a situation like this I was on the receiving end, and he realized, Nezu. He took care of it last time. If there's anyone who can handle this, it's him. He took out his cell phone, thankful that Nezu gave him a means of contacting him if something happened, only to have it ring before he even unlocked it. He answered, and the principal said, Midoriya, I've already begun the move against Endeavor. You have? Izuku was shocked. I had a few inklings of his behavior. Unfortunately, I don't intuitively know how human relationships work, so I didn't think twice about how he chose his mate, Nezu explained. What is intuitive, then? A eusocial colony ruled by a queen. Izuku stated. Hey, you landed on the naked mole rat. Good guess. Wrong, though. Nezu stated. In all seriousness, I do have to thank you. The youngest Todoroki's statement will be a very useful tool in the investigation. Thanks to single-party recording consent laws, it's admissible in court, and it leads us to the next step. I've already sent it to the Desutaru agency. Izuku visibly relaxed. That's a load off my mind. Thank you, sir. If you want to help me with a different conundrum I'm working on, then if Ryukyu offers you an internship, please take it, Nezu stated. Izuku wasn't sure exactly why Nezu made that request, but he was wary. I'll consider it, sir. If not, Fat Gum and Sir Night Eye would be acceptable substitutes, Nezu added chippily. I need to get lunch before the tournament, sir, Izuku said, fear growing. Of course. Take care, Midoriya, Nezu said, hanging up. What happened, Izuku-an? Toru asked. Good news, we've got Nezu on the case, and given that my former abusers are in jail at the moment, I'm thinking we have a good chance that Endeavor is screwed, Izuku said. And the bad news? Toru asked. The devil is a small white-furred mammal of indeterminate species, and I may have accidentally made a deal with him, Izuku said. Toru giggled as they made their way to the cafeteria. Despite the unease the earlier conversation dealt him, Izuku managed to finish his lunch extremely quickly. Turns out he really needed the calories and his nerves weren't going to stop that from happening. He was trying to maintain calm when the first matches for the third-round tournament were revealed. Izuku Midoriya vs Nito Minoma Myhatsum vs Akira Fuki Tenya Ida vs Ibara Shiozaki Hitoshi Shinso vs Momorozu Pony Tsunotori vs Shoto Todoroki Togaru Kamakiri vs 𝐒𝐩𝐲𝐬𝐚𝐸 Kirishima Okako Uraraka vs Hiryu Rin Tsuyu Asui vs Mina Ashido. As the matches were displayed, Minoma stood up and began to laugh uproariously. Well, my comrades and ums, it's time for the world to see the true superiority of 1B over the false idols of 1A. I'll put down that arrogant glory hog Midoriya, and with luck, the dais will be filled with naught but 1B. Do you think he listens to what he says, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked. Guy's projecting so hard he could work in a movie theater, Denki said. Kyoka turned to him disbelievingly. I'm almost angry at how clever that was. How do you constantly act like an idiot and get such atrocious grades but still manage to come up with lines like that? Talent. Denki offered lamely, as Kyoka rolled her eyes. In any case, I think the asshat's just psyching himself up, Setsuna said as the eye and ear she had floating past reattached to her head. His knees were knocking. Oh, definitely, Kyoka said, I can hear his heartbeat from here. It's like a jackhammer. Izuku stretched and got up. All right, everyone. Plus Ultra. I hope to see you at the top. As several of his classmates cheered, Izuku left for his waiting room. As he did, he passed by Mai, working on several of her babies, hoping to get them into fighting shape in time for her battle. She was currently sprucing up one of the drones still working after the cavalry battle. Izuku stopped. He had an inkling of her upcoming plan, and decided to check in, Mai-chan. Mai turned her head. Yeah, Izuku. Whatever you're planning to do with Fuki-san, maybe make sure he's on board with it. Izuku offered. Mai blinked. You sure? He'll get to move on. I'll get to show off my babies. It's a win-win. Yeah, but his goals and yours are different, Izuku said. His goal isn't just winning, it's proving he belongs in the hero course. If he gets a win like that, it might make him look bad, like he only progressed because you let him. That could actually hurt his chances. Mai's fingers stopped as she considered it. Let's put it this way, what if you had to show a group of investors your babies, and I just wanted to help, so I used my quirk to make it look like they were better than they actually were, and the investors found out. Do you think they'd consider you a good inventor after that? And how would you feel about me if I pulled that stunt? As pure rage filled Mai's face, Izuku could feel the bond between them fray, almost to the point of being severed, before Mai seemed to remember that this was a purely hypothetical situation. She shook her head and punched Izuku in the arm. That's for making me even think about that. Sorry, Izuku apologized. All right, I'll talk to Missile Hair about my plans and see if he wants to work something out, Mai said, putting her tools away and picking up the drone. She stopped, turned around, and said, You'd really go that far to see me succeed? Wait, what? Izuku asked. You would sincerely pull something like that to help me, Mai stated. Apparently that was information the bond provided. And to Mai, that was a huge deal. Well, I'd prefer not to do something immoral, and I wouldn't do something like that without your permission, Izuku trailed off. Mai absorbed this, then nodded and walked off. We'll have to talk to them all tonight and start teaching them how to do the mind filtration, Yoichi said. Izuku nodded to himself as he walked rather quickly to his match. He was half expecting to hear his quirks ding right then and there. Welcome, everyone, to the main event. Present MIC shouted. For the first battle of the third round tournament, we have our two competitors. On one side, we have one as class representative. He's flown to first place in both previous events. Can he continue to soar, or will he crash and burn? It's Izuku Midoriya. The cheers were deafening. Izuku shyly smiled as he made his way to the arena. And on the other side, we have one BS Ultimate wild card. His Mr. Steal Your Quirk, the cool copycat that always lands on his feet. Everyone throw up your hands for Nito Monoma. The cheers were definitely less than Izuku's, but more than the cheers 1B received at their reveal. It didn't stop Monoma's eye from twitching as he maintained his smirk. Izuku decided that, if anything, he could try and smooth things over. Let's have a good match, Monoma-kun, he cheerfully said, smiling as he did. 𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐚𝐸, we'll see how good you'll find it when I send you packing, 1A sum, Monoma scoffed. Well, the attempt was made, Izuku thought, taking a combat stance. When the crack of midnight's WHP began the brawl, Izuku felt danger sense flare as Monoma surged forward. His uniform sleeves ripped as he grew additional arms from his body, and they began to rapidly spin. Guess his is the drill that will pierce the heavens, Yoichi muttered. Do you have to quote ancient SHT right now? Degoro shouted. As Izuku dodged out of the way, he began to fly upwards, but Monoma exhaled, forming a circular air wall in his direction, blocking his escape route. And Monoma is using the quirks of his classmates who didn't make it into the third round. Mizo Shorge's dupli arms is giving him access to several super strong arms, and Sen Kaibara's gyrate makes those hits hurt even worse. And to prevent Midoriya from flying out of range, he's using Koshi Tsuburaba's solid air to wall him in. Unless he wants to imitate a bird hitting a window, Midoriya needs to stay grounded. Present MIC called out. Hell, that means that Monoma's quirk allows him to showcase the prowess of his classmates as well, and possibly earn them attention from pro heroes for internships. Izuku thought as he dodged blow after blow, green lightning crackling over him. That means that he really can show off class 1B. Of course, I can't just let him do that. Every quirk has its downsides. The fact that he's not using other quirks like Shishida's Beast or Shoda's Twin Impact means that 3's likely his limit. The fact that he's going all out without stopping means that there's likely a time limit as well. I just need to wait out the clock then. You know, I can hear you, Monoma called out. Izuku noticed that one of the arms ended in a large ear rather than a hand. I really need to stop doing that. Izuku frowned as he leapt out of the way. One of the arms ending in a mouth exhaled a wall of air at him. I don't know if the fact that you're clever as well as strong makes stealing the spotlight easier to swallow or harder, Monoma said as Izuku smashed through the solid air, not to mention that you keep running rather than fighting. Izuku dodged another blow, not sure if you'll try and copy my quirk. It's touch-based, correct. Monoma let out a smile that was almost genuine, indeed. Don't want to share. More like I'm looking out for you, Izuku said. First time I used my quirk, I had to be extremely careful not to break myself, and I still ended up shattering my legs and right arm in the process. He then flicked his finger, hoping the air pressure would blow Monoma away. Monoma exhaled to let out a shield of air. I'll take that into consideration. Of course, that was the point that the shields disappeared. Shortly thereafter, his arms stopped spinning, and finally, the extra arms fell off, disintegrating as they did so. Monoma hissed in frustration. Do you concede, or do you want to go plus ultra? Izuku asked. I'm not going to let you get your way. Monoma cried out, as Izuku rushed towards him, full cowl up. Monoma managed to dodge out of the way and, to Izuku's horror, he grabbed Izuku's bare arm. Aha! And now, your quirk is it's a blank. I'm getting a blank. What the hell kind of quirk do you even have? Monoma cried out. It looks like Monoma's attempt to copy Midoriya's quirk failed. Present MIC cried out. Makes sense, Eraserhead commented. Midoriya's quirk is an energy stockpile. He named it Decade Force because it manifested 10 years late. Monoma blinked. Oh, errors have been made. That statement became distressingly true as, within seconds, Izuku picked him up and hurled him out of the arena at top speed. Izuku was in his seat, notebook out, when the fight between Mai and Fuki began. Izuku remembered seeing flashes of Mai's plan, hijacking the fight by decking the tall boy in her various babies, then essentially turning him into a demonstration piece. He thought that his interference would stop that from happening, but Fuki did possess a fair number of her devices on his person. Once it was cleared by midnight that this was agreed upon by both parties, the match could begin. However, the fight went down much differently than Izuku could gather from Mai's plan. Rather than try and use the fight as a glorified infomercial, the two of them were fighting in earnest. Mai still hijacked the sound system, but instead of a long-running commentary, she would only occasionally comment briefly, naming one of the devices she or her opponent were using. Furthermore, Fuki was seemingly in on it. He was loud enough that he could be heard by a number of them without the loudspeakers. He was praising Mai's equipment more than she was. "So Mai-chan's putting up a serious fight here," Izuku said, deciding to forego any attempts at subtlety and dive straight into a mutter storm. "She's actually giving Fuki-san a challenge rather than simply letting him win. Still, he's using the support gear she provided, and he seems to be reliant on it. Is his quirk something not related to combat? Or is it something subtle that we can't detect just by watching him?" He began writing in his notebook as he talked. "That guy and Shinso are the only Gen Ed students to make it here," Momo mused. "And we haven't seen either of their quirks yet. Has anyone interacted with them at any point?" "Shinso was at testing site when I was there," Pony said. "Didn't see quirk." "I think that Fuki guy was at our site, Izuku-an," Okako said from her place beside Izuku. "He was. I vaguely remember pulling him out of the way of a robot." "I could be wrong, it was a busy day," Izuku said. The match ended when Fuki managed to snare Mai with the provided net gun, immobilizing her in midair. She still had her hover souls, so she remained floating, unable to move, until Fuki leapt up, grabbed her, and gently set her down outside the arena. He gave her a thumbs up and a big grin as he was declared the winner, then helped get her free from her own creation. As Tenya and Ibara squared up for their match, Mai joined 1A in the stands. She immediately glomped onto Izuku and loudly said, "You were right. He was all in on the idea of showing off my babies, but he said he wanted a fair fight to show the world he was hero material." Izuku smiled at her, glad it worked out. "Do you know anything about what he's capable of without your gear?" Mai shrugged. "Nah, he wouldn't say. He seemed relieved when I offered to give him gear, though. And he said that if he got into the hero course, he'd make sure to be one of my clients." Her eyes sparkled as she said that. "Interesting," Izuku said, wishing he had a better idea of what his next opponent was capable of doing. "Oh. I did ask him if he could shoot rockets out of his hair or anything else like that. He said no, his hair wasn't his quirk," Mai offered. "Well, that's something," Izuku said as the match began. Ibara made the first move by sending several of her vines outwards, bringing others down into the ground to root herself in place. A quick use of Tenya's recipro burst technique let him evade the vines, but his attempts to dislodge her from the ground failed. Ibara's vines realigned and went after Tenya once again, but once again he was able to dodge. Steeling himself, he used his recipro burst once again, this time flying into the attacks instead of away. A roundhouse kick at full speed was enough to send Ibara flying out of bounds. As Midnight announced the winner, Tenya, concern etched on his face, rushed over to Ibara to check on her. As the medic bots took her towards Recovery Girl, he followed her. "And who said that chivalry was dead?" Eraserhead snarked as Cementos quickly cleared the arena. "If it were alive, he'd have gone a little easier on her," Present MIC quipped back. "And if he goes easier on a villain, he might die," Eraserhead countered, deadly serious. He attempted to remove her with a minimum of violence, and escalated only when that proved ineffective. "Shiozaki is no pushover, she's one of 1A's strongest students. Treating her like she's frail simply because she's a woman is an insult." Speaking of powerful women, our next contestant from 1A is their class vice representative. This high-class lady came to us on recommendation, and she can throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at her opponents. Give it up for Momo Yorozu. As Present MIC introduced Momo to the crowd, it exploded in applause. Izuku could feel embarrassment and anxiety radiating off of her as she nonetheless projected an air of confidence. And her opponent is one of our 2 general education students vying for the open seats in the hero course. He stood on the shoulders of Akira Fuki to get through the cavalry battle. Will he go the distance on his own? Let's give a warm welcome to Hitoshi Shinso. There was less applause, certainly, but it was still there. Shinso just looked tired. When the 2 of them met, Shinso said something to Momo. Likely to the effect of, "Let's have a good fight," though they couldn't hear it. Momo responded, nervous energy below the composed way she spoke. Midnight cracked her WHP to begin the match. And then, Izuku could feel nothing come from Momo. It was like the bond was producing static. Her posture even changed. Without moving, Shinso said something, and Momo instantly turned around and walked out of bounds. The minute her loss was announced, whatever happened broke. Izuku could feel surprise, confusion, and finally, shame erupt from her as she realized what was going on. Izuku was out of his seat before she even reached the gate. Momo felt so stupid. She lost, pathetically, the second her match began. She was prepared to fight, and her opponent had secured victory before she even realized it. Her first shot at showing the world her capability as a hero, gone. Who would take her on as an intern now? As these thoughts stewed in her head, a familiar presence made itself known in her mind without looking. She opened her eyes to find them filled with tears. She hadn't even noticed that she was crying, stupid, and her attempts to clear them were interrupted when Izuku wrapped her up in a hug. Any attempts at decorum failed as she sobbed and clung to him like he was driftwood from a shipwreck. He simply let her, feeling him comfort her, rubbing her back in calming circles. Every feeling from him was warm. "It's not your fault," Izuku said, as her sobs petered out. Momo blinked back the tears as Izuku continued. "You didn't know what he was capable of doing, none of us did. I probably would have lost if I was facing him first." Momo didn't trust her voice, but she didn't believe him. Of course, Izuku could feel that and said, dripping sincerity, "I probably would have. My quirk is involved, but there's a good chance he'd take me out if I faced him in the first round." He was right. Shinso had given her a friendly greeting and she responded, just like any normal person would. Would any other student have won against that? You faced him first, and now we know what we're dealing with. Voice-activated mind control. If anything, think of yourself as the hero who sacrificed herself so that her allies could use the information she gathered to bring the villain down. Your team was the only one that snagged my team's headband, through your planning and tactics. Any hero who doesn't see how great you are isn't worthy of teaching you. As Izuku said those words, her heart swelled with pride. Whatever else may happen, he felt that she was this strong, capable heroine already, and that wouldn't change. It was a wonderful feeling, she loved that about him. Ding. Both of them blinked, not expecting that. There was a pause, and Izuku asked, "Could you hear what I just thought?" "No," Momo said lightly. "Okay. I was planning on letting you all in on the full story tonight. This just increases the priority," Izuku said. "Be careful around Oken, we don't know how the Stage 2 bond affects you too, or if it improved anything else." They were interrupted by a chill in the air, and looked to a nearby screen to see that Todoroki had filled the arena with a massive glacier, and frozen Pony almost completely. All but her face was covered in ice, preventing her from firing off her horns. The match was called almost immediately. "Okay, I know he's going through a rough time, and he's under a lot of stress, but if he does that to Zu-chan, I'm going to break his legs," Izuku said telepathically. Momo let out a giggle and replied, "Well, at least I'm not the only one to lose that badly." The 2 of them made their way back to the stands. When the 2 returned to the stands, the proximity to the glacier had already sent Tsuyu into mild torpor, so Momo set to work creating a hot water bottle and blanket for their amphibious bondmate. When Pony arrived, she decided to help as well, and she and Momo began to commiserate over their losses. Izuku smiled, things were going to be all right. He paid attention to the match between 𝐒𝐻ERO and Kamakiri. The mantis-like boy was quick and his blades were sharp, but 𝐒𝐻ERO was determined and his skin was tough. Kamakiri kept lunging, but 𝐒𝐻ERO endured every slash. Likewise, every time 𝐒𝐻ERO tried to hit back, Kamakiri would parry the blow or leapt out of the way. Well, this match is a good example of the old unstoppable spear, Impenetrable shield paradox, isn't it, Eraser? Present MIC said. No one is truly unstoppable or impenetrable, Eraserhead commented. It turned out that Kamakiri ended up losing steam first. A hero tried to focus on enduring each hit rather than counterattacking. It was better that way, since his hardening would be stronger if he wasn't focused on moving. In the end, Kamakiri had tired himself out, allowing a hero to finish it with a haymaker to the face. From the ground, Kamakiri tapped out. As Midnight declared the match, a hero knelt down and gave his hand out to Kamakiri, who grinned and took it, getting to his feet and walking to see Recovery Girl. Next, coming to us from Shanghai by way of Class 1B, we have the boy whose quirk is like crusts on a smaller scale. Between defense and offense, he's been quite versatile. Will he tilt the scales, or will he end up dragging his feet? Please welcome Hiryu Rin. Present MIC announced. That last pun was terrible even by your standards, Eraserhead groaned. Present MIC ignored him, and his opponent, from Class 1A, we have a girl whose quirk is out of this world. I mean it, if you're not careful, it can literally send you out of this world. She's floated her way on up, but can she reach the troposphere? Give us a cheer for Okako Uraraka. Okako inhaled. She had a plan. Sure, Izuku offered his own tips, but she declined. She didn't want to ride on his coattails her entire time at UA. She had to prove she was capable in her own right. She had a brief inkling of what this guy was capable of during their joint sparring and the cavalry battle. His scales were tough, but not on par with a hero's or Tetsu's, and while he could shoot out his scales, he didn't have the same accuracy Pony did. He had some kind of support item for that, she thought. Anyway, she had an idea for what to do. She'd never considered the need to train so heavily before, thinking of hero work completely in terms of using her quirk. Hanging around Izuku had eroded that line of thinking, and the USJ completely killed it. She didn't want to be a burden to anyone, someone who needed to be saved like she was in the entrance exam. If she hadn't been as quick or as strong at the USJ, either she or Yui would have been hurt. Learning that 13, her idol, had been taken down by a villain because she focused on the rescue portion of heroics rather than combat, made her feel more ill than overusing her quirk. So, she trained her body as well, taking on an intense workout routine as well as trying to acclimate herself to using her quirk on her own body. If Izuku could strain himself with a power capable of shattering him, she could certainly try. So, when the match began, Uraraka tapped her bare arm with her other hand and leapt into the air. She rocketed past over a barrage of scales and quickly released her quirk to land in front of Rin. He attempted to block her, but an open-hand strike caught him up in her quirk, allowing her to toss him out of the ring. As she was declared the winner, she looked at Rin, who looked super frustrated at such a quick defeat. She went over and asked, "Are you injured?" Rin sighed, "I'll be fine. Just bruised pride. I knew my chances were slim given that you threw Bakugo out of the hero course. Thanks for that, by the way." He did most of the work himself, Okako said sheepishly. "Still, I almost envy you for getting to thrash that insufferable 𝐎." Rin dusted himself off when he got to his feet. "Best of luck if you get to face our class's top contender." Okako's eyes widened, as she forgot that was a possibility. She made her way over to the stands. "Raka-san." "Uraraka-san," came the familiar voice of Yoichi Shigaraki. "I can hear you," she said. "It's still weird that I can, but I can hear you. Here, the range has increased. Izuku tried texting you, but you must have missed it." "Momo's bond went to stage 2, Yoichi said. Okako blinked. "I want to be surprised by that, but I'm really not. I wanted to warn you, and make sure your partition's up," Yoichi said, reminding Okako of the times the Vestiges instructed her on how it worked. Not to mention the day they'd actually met, when she slept over at the Midoriya's, making sure her futon was within 10 meters of Izuku's bed. It was awkward, but at least she could meet the Vestiges in person. If you could count meeting in some misty plane within your new boyfriend's dream psyche as in person. "Thank you," Okako said, forming the wall as she had practiced. She was nervous as she got closer, before reaching the stands with a smile on her face, returning to one as stands triumphantly. As she made her way to her seat, her mind was mercifully silent, thank heavens for small favors. When she sat down, she looked towards Momo, who was looking a little nervous at her arrival. She sent her the message, "I was able to block you out." "Don't worry." Momo gave a sigh of relief. "I'm glad. Although, I expect that I'll need to learn that technique myself." "We'll teach you," Okuko thought with a smile. "And once this is over, Izuku-kun will let everyone in on what's happening." The fight between Mina and Tsuyu was rather short. Mina used her acid to slide around the battlefield, but Tsuyu hopped over her, evading any of the acid she hurled as a projectile as well. Soon enough, she'd grabbed Mina by the waist with her tongue and quickly, but gently, placed her out of bounds. Mina gave a brief pout at the defeat, but ultimately strode off the battlefield, content that she'd given it her all. As they prepared for the quarterfinals, Izuku was walking in the hallway to his waiting room. As he did, he felt danger sense lightly ping. He'd been getting better at identifying what each feeling would represent. Apparently, being within one for all for over a century had allowed it to pick up a variety of threats. Someone with a lot of power, both physically and socially, Izuku examined the feeling. Antagonistic, but not willing to attack. If I made them angry, they'd probably use social influence rather than violence, but if provoked into using violence, it would be extremely dangerous. "Impressive," 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said. "You're practically a sommelier of danger. I'm quite proud." "That's not necessarily a good thing," Shinomori, Daigoro said. "But it's good, because it's a necessary thing," 𝐒𝐭𝐲 countered. You're not wrong," Daigoro acquiesced. "So you're the one who's been making waves this year," came a voice that Izuku recognized, that any hero nerd would know. "Endeavor." Izuku turned to meet the man, clad in his blue costume, beard lit with flames. Once upon a time, Izuku looked up to Endeavor. His BH father had a fire-breathing quirk, and he'd always dreamed of becoming a hero with a quirk like that. Of course, as he grew older, Endeavor's cavalier behavior towards bystanders and villains dissuaded him. Izuku fell in love with heroism by watching All Might save people from a catastrophic fire. Endeavor was more likely to put them in danger by starting one. And of course, now Izuku had found out Endeavor had been hurting his own son for the sole purpose of surpassing a rival, one who didn't even care about the rivalry. He was beyond disillusioned and was more akin to full-on enraged. "I've heard of your performance at the USJ incident," Endeavor said, looking at Izuku appraisingly. "That you took down a villain that was giving All Might trouble," Izuku said. "To be fair, sir, the situation wasn't quite so black and white. All Might, Eraserhead, and Hound Dog were each engaged with one of 4 bioengineered creatures that the League of Villains referred to as Nomu. The fourth one, with wings, was harrying all 3 of them. While I can't necessarily judge how strong each of those were, the winged Nomu was probably the weakest or second weakest of the lot. It was merely thanks to the numbers that it gave All Might trouble. Technically speaking, the other 2 also gave him trouble because he was trying to concentrate on one that the leader claimed was specifically designed to kill him, while he was concerned that the other 2 were too much for Hound Dog and Eraserhead to take care of on their own, which was a valid concern because Eraserhead's opponent managed to greatly injure him. I only fought the winged Nomu because the leader was about to lethally attack one of my classmates. I attacked him to stop him, and the Nomu intercepted my blow. I was only able to beat it because it lacked defensive abilities that other Nomu possessed, like shock absorption and regeneration quirks, and because its wings had a weakness in the form of a fragile patagium. Furthermore, when I dispatched that Nomu, he sent the one that injured Eraserhead after me, a fight I would have certainly lost. I was saved when Asuasan pulled me out of the line of fire. Vorozu-san fired a wired crossbow bolt into its brain, and Kaminari-kun used that wire to electrocute it. In my opinion, they deserve more credit than I do. Endeavor blinked, having endured an Izuku Midoriya mumblestorm for the first time. And, to Izuku's great shock, for the first time in his life, someone fully responded to it. I see. The lack of a reliable video feed meant that even the official reports were missing key details. Still, while it's clear that there was a difference in power between the 4 Nomu, the fact that All Might could not instantly dispatch the creature does put it far above the common thugs that were sent en masse to harm you students, and that you were able to confront it solo while your classmates had to coordinate and use a lethal attack to destroy the other one does speak volumes about your strength. What? Nana said disbelievingly. Holy SHT, Degoro agreed. What the absolute F? Tu shouted. Regardless of anything else, you are being compared to All Might even now, Endeavor said. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 has a duty to become the next #1 hero. You had better make it to the finals, so that he can defeat you. Izuku breathed in. There were so many things he wanted to say, and he was still a bundle of nerves, but he managed to stay relatively calm. Endeavor, I'm actually a big hero fan. If you would be so kind, would you allow me to ask you 2 questions? Izuku said, trying to sound appreciative. The flame hero looked at the boy imperiously. I suppose I can do that. Go on, then. Izuku met the man's eyes. My first question is, do you know who All Might's father is? There was a dead silence. I'm sorry, that was a trick question. All Might is an orphan, he doesn't even know his own parents, Izuku said, so, please let me amend that. There are 2 pro heroes who trained him, who made him the hero he is today. Nimbus and Gran Torino. I'm aware of them, but it's a pretty obscure piece of trivia. Do you know anything about them? Stone-faced, Endeavor said, no, I do not. Interesting. Second, this is a commonly known piece of hero trivia, that you solve more cases than All Might does, put away more villains than he does, Izuku said, seeing Endeavor's face perk up at the appeal to his ego. Now, the Hero Public Safety Commission has guarded their methods of determining the hero rankings quite viciously, but if it were judged solely on combat prowess, you would easily be #1. It doesn't matter if he's physically stronger than you or not, you've beaten him in every way that strength matters. So, why are you so focused on surpassing All Might with strength? If someone could become the #1 hero through strength alone, wouldn't you have already reached that goal? Izuku asked. It was amazing that he managed to maintain such calm when his heart was beating at hummingbird speeds. Endeavor scowled, and it was clear that he wasn't going to answer. Izuku bowed, thank you for indulging me. He then walked away, waiting until he was in his waiting room to start hyperventilating. Okay, 9, I've got to admit, that took ball, Tu said. Oh, finally admitting you're an uncle now. Yuichi asked. Let's not go that far, Tu growled. On one side, we have Class 1 as powerhouse, the boy with the brains and the brawn to dominate the field. Please welcome Izuku Midoriya. On the other, one of Gen Ed's hero hopefuls, a man with a voice almost as loud as mine and a headoo that's even wilder than mine. Give it up for Akira Fuki. Present MIC gave the introductions, and the crowd exploded as the boys took to the stage. I've been looking forward to this for a long time, man. Fuki said from across the arena. Izuku gave a grim nod. Yeah, no need to worry about that. My quirk ain't like my buddy Hitoshi's. Fuki grinned. But yeah, I'm glad to face you here and now. I'm getting pumped up just thinking about it. I think we have another Kirishima or Tetsu, Nana chuckled. Let's see if he's as tough as they are, Izuku thought. And so, the fight began. Izuku waited on Fuki, trying to see what he was going to do in response. It turned out that Fuki was going for a straightforward boxing match. He swung his fists at Izuku, who dodged expertly, full cowl sparking in response. Izuku kept pushing him back, carefully, waiting to see what his quirk would do. But Fuki seemingly never used it. At last, Izuku chose to end it. He caught one of Fuki's punches and used it as leverage to pick the much taller boy up and hurled him out of the ring. As the match was declared as his win, Izuku walked over to him. You okay? Izuku asked. Never better. Fuki grinned. I knew I couldn't beat you, but I had to give it my all, man. Thanks for letting me show my stuff. I was being cautious, Izuku said. I have no idea what your quirk can do, so I was playing it safe. Fuki's grin faded slightly. I can understand that. I'll tell you all about it, if you'll watch the next match with me. Izuku couldn't resist the lure of learning about a new quirk, sure thing. As they walked off, Fuki began to talk. I wanted to speak to you before, but I couldn't find the right opportunity. I wanted to thank you for helping me back at the entrance exam. Right. Sorry, it was a busy day for me. I don't remember absolutely everything, Izuku said sheepishly. I getcha. We all were stunned when you pulled that stunt with the 0-pointer. But you pulled my fat out of the fryer when this one robot was about to get me from behind. And that made me realize that, hey, I'm coming here to be a hero, I should be trying to help people, not just smack robots around. I didn't get many villain points, but thanks to that, I got a whole bunch of rescue points. Still didn't make the cutoff, but I got close. And that was enough that I decided, might as well try to get in from general studies rather than just give up. Fuki said energetically. Izuku couldn't help but smile, tearing up a little. I'm really glad I could help you out, Fuki-kun. Call me Akira, man. You earned it, since you didn't just save me, you saved my dream. With your strength and attitude, I'm sure you're gonna be the ultimate hero. Akira said, offering his hand to shake. Izuku took it. You might as well call me Izuku, then. Akira shook his hand gleefully. Awesome. Glad to officially meet ya, buddy. They approached one of the many screens showcasing the fights, one of which was showing Tenya and Shinso. Lots of people in Gen Ed wanted to be heroes, but not everyone was truly dedicated to it. Hitoshi, though, he wants it more than anything. Even more than me. So, we've been training since we first showed up in 1C. The screen showed that Shinso was addressing Tenya, who didn't respond to the boy. When the fight began, Tenya rushed forward to meet his opponent with a high-speed kick, but Shinso managed to leap to the side, duck under Tenya's leg, and kick him in the back. It sent Tenya sprawling, but he managed to stop before reaching the arena's edge. No way, Izuku blinked. His quirk lets him do that. Nope. Mine does. Akira replied. My quirk is called Pep Talk. If I compliment someone, I can give them a boost to their strength, speed, and stamina. Depending on how much juice I put into it, I can potentially double their power for up to 12 hours. And during the cavalry battle, I put everything I had in the tank to make sure Hitoshi could go the distance. Shinso kept dodging Tenya's maneuvers, taking a few hits, and dishing out his own when he could. Izuku's jaw dropped. That's such an amazing quirk. Does the type of compliment you give affect it at all? Could you focus on increasing power while decreasing time? Is there a length of time that you need to speak to get it all out? Does it need to be sincere? His notebook was out, and he was scribbling furiously. Whoa there, man. I got every third word of that, maybe. Akira said, still grinning. But I did catch that last bit, and it does need to be sincere. And it has to use your own abilities as a base. So Hitoshi and I trained like madmen so he could use it to its full effect. So, were you fighting me at twice your own physical prowess? Izuku asked. Akira's smile was strained as he said, nah. Can't buff myself with my own quirk. That was all I could do on my own. It's why I'm glad that the support girl gave me those items. If they decide to move me, I'm gonna need to rely on them. And, hey, I'm the perfect guy to hype someone else up. His smile returned to full force at that last sentence. As the fight continued, Shinso said something, and Tenya furiously yelled back, only for his face to turn blank. At Shinso's command, he walked out of the arena. OF. Musta touched a nerve. Akira said. Ida-kun, Izuku said sadly. Sorry about your buddy. Akira patted Izuku on the shoulder. Though, we are trying our damnedest just to reach the starting line you guys have already blazed past. We can't really afford to be nice right now. Izuku paused, and then said, you know, the main reason my class survived the USJ was that we all worked together. The first day of school, Eraserhead-sensei put us in a competition, saying that last place would be expelled, but after we made it past that, we've been helping each other grow stronger. From what I've seen so far, 1B doesn't have that. They're all just trying to one-up each other, and it hasn't gone well for them so far. The closest thing I've seen is Monoma, and his kind of a J-young. Izuku looked at Akira. I hope you two get in. And if you do, they really need you to be nice. Akira started to tear up. That's so freaking manly, buddy. Izuku blinked, then looked at his hair. Wait, you aren't a fan of Crimson Riot, are you? Akira beamed. Absolutely. He's one of my two idols. I styled my hair partly after him, partly after my grandpa. My mom's dad was Gentaro Kisaragi. The rocket hero, Cosmic. Izuku asked excitedly. The man who was said to have befriended 1,000 heroes over his career. You know about him? Holy crp. Akira said. We can talk about that later. Right now, you need to meet 2 of my classmates, Izuku said, dragging Akira off. Tenya sighed as he sat, slumped, on a bench in one of the stadium's hallways. A can of orange juice was in his hand, and he stared at it without opening it. Are you all right, Deku-kun? Tenya turned his head to see that Ibara was there, looking concerned. Ah, hello, Shiozaki-kun. Tenya said, trying to affect his usual earnest demeanor. Is there any way I can assist you? Ibara frowned. No need for that, Deku-kun. I only wished to check on you after your last fight. You were kind enough to ensure that I was well following our bout, and I wanted to return the favor. You needn't worry, Shiozaki-kun. Tenya said, his smile not reaching his eyes. And what was it you told me while skirting me to Recovery Girl? Ibara replied, taking a seat on the bench near him. That just because you shouldn't worry won't stop you from doing so. Tenya's face softened a bit. I suppose I am guilty of hypocrisy. To be aware of your faults and make steps to correct them is a great virtue, Ibara smiled. But, you looked rather distraught after your loss. Tenya sighed. I suppose I shouldn't put on a brave face. After seeing Yorozu-san lose to Shinso-san so easily, I hope to learn from her failure. Shinso-san's physical prowess was unexpected, but something I could handle. But, when he called me a pale imitation of my brother, he shook his head. I lost control, shouted at him, and made myself look like a fool. All Might told us that part of the point of our schooling was to make our mistakes here, where the consequences are less dire than on the battlefield, correct? Ibara said, hoping to comfort him. Tenya blinked. That's true. And I should expect my opponents to act in an underhanded manner to infuriate me. It's better I learn that from a fellow student than from a villain attempting to do me harm. Are you angry at him? Ibara asked. In the interest of honesty, I do harbor some anger towards Shinso-san, Tenya admitted. Ibara nodded. I was a little angry at you after our clash. I couldn't help the feeling. It's what I did with that feeling that truly matters. Tenya smiled. I suppose I cannot fault him for attempting to become a hero using whatever tools he has at his disposal. Do you wish to return to the stands with our class? Ibara asked. Indeed. Tenya said, his earnest nature genuinely appearing. As he began to rise from his seat, his phone rang. Ah, that ringtone means mother is calling. Pardon me. Tenya rose and answered his phone. Hello, mother. Is everything all right? And, unfortunately for Tenya, everything wasn't all right. And it wouldn't be for quite some time. After getting Akira to the stands holding 1A with my hanging around for good measure, he realized immediately that attempting to introduce him to a hero wasn't so urgent, as that half of one as sharp-toothed tough-skinned manly duo was about to take part in his match of the quarterfinals. Still, introducing him to Tetsu was enough to jumpstart the friendship. And, of course, the fight between 𝐒𝐻ERO and Todoroki was short-lived. Another massive glacier filled the ring, and 𝐒𝐻ERO was unable to bash his way out of it the way Izuku was. Izuku shivered as Todoroki melted the ice after the match was called. Wait, was Todoroki shivering, too? He worried about Tsuyu, who was in her waiting room until her match against Okako, though Momo had gone with her to ensure that something like this wouldn't hurt her. Momo texted them a picture of Tsuyu wrapped in a warm blanket next to a space heater to reassure them all. Of course, as they waited, a certain smug face rose from the partition separating 1A and 1B. So, you're attempting to sway the general education student against us, are you, 1A? Monoma sneered, haven't you done enough by removing 3 of us from the battle in the first round? Whatever retort Monoma was expecting was derailed when Akira excitedly said, wait, you're the guy who can copy quirks. Awesome. Monoma was thrown completely off his rhythm by that statement, but quickly tried to regain himself. Why, yes, I am. Good to see that someone has taste. Hey, can you do me a solid? Akira asked. Could you copy my quirk? Monoma blinked. This was beyond anything he could have expected. Wait, what? My quirk is pep talk. I can make folks stronger by complimenting them. Problem is, I can't use it on myself. I've never known what it feels like, but if you copy it, I'll finally be able to experience my quirk myself. Akira said, holding out his hand. Smirking, Monoma took his hand, and as he copied Akira's quirk, he stated, "Well, it appears you've made the correct decision. You'll be the perfect addition to allow us to show 1A who the top hero class truly is." I suppose that's a good compliment from Monoma's point of view, Izuku thought, shaking his head at the response. Akira, however, frowned. "No, man. It doesn't work that way. It has to come from the heart. Has to be honest. Has to be something you truly believe. It can be as superficial as 'I like your hair' or 'that was a sweet punch,' but you can't use my quirk if you don't mean it. Here, let me show you." Akira pointed at Monoma. "It was really cool how you used your fight with Izuku to show off your classmates' abilities. That's the kind of camaraderie that really gets my BLD pumping." As he said those words, a red aura engulfed Monoma, pulsing for a bit, before dispersing. Monoma looked shocked at it. Akira gestured that it was his turn. Monoma seemed utterly lost, before he pursed his lips like he'd drunk curdled milk, and said, "It's very generous of you to allow me to use your quirk. That means a lot to me." It was muttered, it was out of character for the boy's rants. But, apparently, it was sincere, because Akira felt a yellow glow engulf him, and he laughed. "This is so awesome. Thanks, man. I've been wanting to feel what this was like for years, and it's better than I ever dreamed. I owe you." It was about that time that a hero returned, shivering but mostly fine. "Hey guys. How's everyone?" He stared at Akira, who stared back. "Bro, your hair. Bro, your hair," Akira replied. "Bro," Tetsu added. "Bro. Bro. Bro." Izuku turned away, and whispered, with dread, "What have I unleashed upon the world?" These two ladies were on the team that won the cavalry battle. Now, they have to face each other to make it to the top. First up, with the way this frog trounced Ashido, you'd think it's pretty easy being green. It's Tsuyu Asui. And she has to beat someone who can tell one of the 4 fundamental forces of reality to go away and leave her alone. Welcome to the stage, Okako Uraraka. Present MIC introduced the last of the quarterfinals contestants. Okako was a little worried. Could you blame her? Zu was amazing. Okako had to risk motion sickness to do what Zu could do as second nature. Not to mention the ranged attack. And she was unflappable. Okako really admired how nothing seemed to faze her. Well, okay, she knew that things could faze her, thanks to the bond, but even when she was scared, she could handle things well. It was so cool. And then there was the bond they shared. She didn't know if she'd get any insight on her opponent from the bond, but if so, any advantage she had over Zu would be an advantage Zu had over her. And then, there was the fact that whoever won this round would be facing Todoroki in the next round. You know, Zu-chan, you may not want to move on, given who the next opponent is. Okako decided to bring it up. If I make it to the next round, I'll concede the fight, ribbit, Zu stated bluntly. I'm not going to make this easy for you, Okan. Didn't think you would, Okako admitted, preparing herself. When Midnight's WHP announced the beginning of the match, Zu leapt into the air. Okako chose not to follow. Zu was a 3-dimensional fighter thanks to her ability to leap, and her tongue gave her range that Okako didn't possess. Running up to engage Zu in melee wouldn't work. So, Okako had to do 2 things, dodge and wait. She made sure that she was always facing Zu, ready for the upcoming tongue strike. The first one aimed low, approaching her feet, but Okako dodged out of the way. The second went high for her head, forcing her to duck, but she quickly looped her tongue around to aim low. Okako jumped over it like she was skipping rope. Finally, an idea came to Okako in a flash. Removing her gravity, she leapt towards Zu. As the frog girl wrapped her tongue around Okako, she pressed her fingers together. The sudden increase of Okako's weight caught Zu off guard, Okako falling to the ground suddenly. As she fell, she grabbed Zu's tongue, removing her gravity. Okako landed as Zu rose, and with a few twirls, Okako flung Zu out of bounds, releasing her to allow her to land. Zu landed gracefully, retracting her tongue, looking fine. The two walked out of the stadium together, the crowd erupting into thunderous applause. When they were out of earshot of anyone, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 said, "Well, good news, the bond doesn't give us away when fighting each other. Ribbit, it's a good thing to know. It'll help when you fight Izuku-chan." Zeus smiled at 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲. "Let's see if I make it there first." 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 gave the briefest smile. "Okken, that's not the way to think about it, Ribbit," Zeus said firmly. "I couldn't beat him if I tried, Ribbit. He's my weakness personified. You, Ribbit, have a serious chance. If he doesn't take you seriously, he'll lose." 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲's eyes were blazing as Zeus spoke. "You're right, Zeus-chan. I won't worry until it's over. And I'll beat him for you. As revenge for having to concede if you'd won." "I don't think revenge works like that, Ribbit," Zeus countered. "Call it prevenge, then." And now for our first semifinal match. On one side, we have the dark horse of Class 1C, who's gone further than any other Gen Ed student in a sports festival since my buddy Eraser took to the field. Hitoshi Shinso. Present MIC called out. "I must admit, I love to see it," Eraserhead commented. And his opponent, Class 1 as Rising Star, who's been indomitable every time he's been out here. Izuku Midoriya. "Must be nice, having so many people cheering for you," Shinso said. "You really won the Quirk lottery." Izuku's fist tightened, but he said nothing. As Midnight cracked her WHP to begin the fight, Izuku zoomed over in a flash, a green blur of lightning, as he punched Shinso hard in the stomach, sending him flying out of the ring immediately. If someone blinked, they would have missed it. Shinso landed on the ground outside the ring, as the match was declared in Izuku's favor. As soon as Izuku looked at Shinso, he paled. Shinso-kun, are you okay?" Shinso groaned. "Knew I should have conceded beforehand. I just didn't want to let Akira down." "Need a hand getting up? Or do you want to wait for the medic bots with the stretcher?" Izuku asked. Shinso held his hand up. "I already ate SHT on national television. I'd appreciate whatever dignity you can help me salvage." Izuku took his hand and helped him up, to the roaring applause of the stadium. As Shinso walked off, Izuku followed. "Mind if we talk?" Shinso looked even more tired than usual. "Well, Akira basically attacked me with friendship on the first day. Guess there was bound to be another one here. First of all, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for going after you so quickly," Izuku said. Shinso looked at him incredulously. "Not gonna lie, the part of me that's been called a villain my entire goddamn life hates it. But the rest of me realizes that you treating me as enough of a threat to take out in a heartbeat is a compliment." Izuku winced. "I'm sorry, I know the feeling. Part of me keeps wondering when the other shoe is going to drop and I'm going to wake up unable to use my quirk, with my friends turning on me again." Shinso looked sympathetic. "Kids are BS's. Eraserhead said your quirk came in late." "How late?" "Day of the UA entrance exam," Izuku answered. Shinso's eyes widened. "Holy SHT, he paused. "Feel free to tell me if I'm crossing a line, but did you get red spider lilies on your desk, too?" Izuku grimly nodded. "Constantly. I was considered a waste of oxygen throughout middle school. Teachers encouraged it." Shinso shook his head. Same. I wasn't even allowed to talk to people. I could, not that anyone would ever listen," Izuku said. Shinso paused. "God, you is such a breath of fresh air. I thought Akira would be an outlier, but no one's scared of me here. Hell, I fought 2 of your classmates and we're acting civilly." "That's a mood," Izuku replied. "I told them I was quirkless for most of my life, nobody cares. Hell, I think I'd have been fine here even if my quirk didn't manifest." "Maybe not in the hero course," Shinso replied. "Probably not. But, hey, I'd still make it into Gen Ed, and maybe I'd be scheming with a pair of people about how to win the sports festival," Izuku shrugged. Shinso chuckled. Izuku paused. "Hey, there is something I'd like to try." Shinso raised an eyebrow questioningly. "My quirk has a bunch of weird moving parts to it," Izuku said, in an understatement. "Some of it is mental. I'd like to know what would happen if you used your quirk on me." Shinso blinked. "You're serious?" "Deadly," Izuku nodded. Shinso seemed disbelieving, but he activated his quirk on Izuku. As he did so, something odd happened. Izuku went stock still, the way anyone would when brainwashed. Then, he blinked. His posture changed. He pet his head and began to feel his own arms and face. That's a feeling I've not felt in a long time, Izuku said, his tone different, sounding more wispy, like he was short of breath. Shinso blinked, utterly confused. What? Izuku blinked. Ah, right. That. Shinso-kun, thank you for this, I'm sorry, but what's happening here? Shinso was extremely worried. Sorry, I haven't been in control of a physical body for the longest time, Izuku said with a WN smile. It's nostalgic. Shinso couldn't help but sound scared. What the hell are you? Izuku blinked, then looked around. Seeing no one, he leaned in close and whispered, what I'm about to say, you can never repeat, am I clear? Shinso nodded, fearful. Izuku's quirk grants him, among other things, the memories of his ancestors. I am the first of his relatives to possess a quirk. A great-great-great-grandfather, Izuku, or rather the spirit possessing Izuku, stated. Shinso blinked. That's... I want to say it's impossible, but so is whatever you're doing right now. Izuku smiled. Perhaps you should release your quirk, Shinso-kun. He did so without hesitation. Izuku blinked and looked around. That never happened while I was awake before. Your quirk is haunted. Shinso whisper-shouted. Izuku nodded. Seriously, you can't tell anyone. No one would believe me anyway. Shinso shook his head in disbelief. It was nice to give Ji-san some time in the physical world. Maybe we should do this again, let my relatives experience the waking world again, Izuku said. Honestly, Midoriya, given all this, and the fact that you'd have been able to kick my butt even if I used my quirk on you, I'm half ready to never brainwash you again, Shinso said. Okiko kept her breathing even. It helped in so many ways. It kept her from panicking. It kept her stomach settled, which in turn would keep her quirk from overtaxing her. And it let her focus on her thoughts. She could scarcely pay any attention to the bombastic announcements that present MIC used to introduce both her and her opponent. She crossed the arena to face Todoroki. And Todoroki looked distracted. Granted, he seemed to be rather unemotional, but being in a class with Zu and Yui helped her to know how to gauge someone who didn't emote well. And this jerk-off wasn't concentrating on this fight. He believed this battle was already won, and he was preparing for his clash with Izuku. Sure, she felt like she had an uphill battle against him, but he was writing her off entirely. Her eyes narrowed as she looked his way. He was going to pay for underestimating her. She slammed her fist into her open palm. She was determined now. The match began, and Okiko immediately clasped her fist with the fingers of her open palm as she leapt into the air. She could feel the glacier forming beneath her feet as she rose up and up, releasing her quirk and dropping onto the top once the ice settled into a solid mass. Of course, the top of the mass of ice wasn't exactly made to be a platform for a person. She slipped and nearly plummeted, but managed to get her bearings. As she gripped the iceberg, she came up with a plan. It was crazy. It was probably a terrible idea. Ah, screw it. Plus ultra. Okiko thought as she focused her quirk on the glacier. The entire glacier. The mass of ice cracked and split as she removed most of the gravity from the ice, enough that the force of the Earth's rotation tore it from the ground. The chunk of ice rose quickly and swiftly, letting it rise until she was almost out of the stadium. She then released her payload. As she did so, she removed her own gravity to prevent her from getting caught in the impact. The glacier crashed into the arena. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼 hastily erecting a wall around the stadium to prevent the ice and debris from hitting the audience. Eraser, what the hell are you teaching these kids? Present MIC shouted. You think I'm capable of teaching someone to do that? Eraserhead almost sounded shocked. I don't know whether that's a wholly unearned compliment or if you haven't been paying attention to anything I've done since we were in high school. Okiko slowly wafted down amongst the dust and chips of ice still in the air, covering her mouth with her jacket to prevent herself from inhaling something she shouldn't. As she got close to landing, the dust settled, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼 lowered the walls he'd created. Todoroki was safely ensconced inside an igloo-like structure, which he stepped out of. Neither of them looked well. Todoroki was shivering and stiff. His skin was pale and his lips were blue. 𝐒𝐭𝐲's entire digestive system had been twisted and knotted like a balloon animal, and she was dizzy. As they stared each other down, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 sped forwards to hopefully tag him with her quirk, but her body gave out halfway there. She fell to her knees and began to vomit. Damn it, she thought, as she managed to slump away from the puddle of her own bile and land on her side before she passed out. Izuku waited outside the nurse's station. He knew that interrupting Recovery Girl wouldn't be good, either for 𝐒𝐭𝐲's treatment or for his shins. Still, he was a ball of nerves. Izuku, this isn't good for you, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 said. She's not injured that badly, Degoro tried to reassure him. Danger sense didn't detect anything too severe, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 stated. She didn't need to go into that super adrenaline state like she did against Bakugo, Nana added. You don't need to worry so much, In finished. I know, Izuku said. I can't stop though. Soon enough, however, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 came out, looking slightly pale, but not nearly as bad as it looked when she went unconscious. She gave a smile as she saw who was waiting for her, thankful that she'd been given the opportunity to brush her teeth and thoroughly rinse her mouth before leaving. Unfortunately, Izuku could tell the smile was false, even without their bond. Oh, hey, Izuku-an. Sorry I won't be fighting you in the finals, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 began to say, trying to appear chipper. Izuku walked over and hugged her tightly. I'm so glad you're safe. When it looked like you were going to fall, I was so scared for you, and so angry at Todoroki. I know it's just a tournament, but for a split second, I felt so helpless. He smiled at her, but when you unleashed that attack, that homemade comet, I was so happy for you. I was cheering like a maniac. You're so amazing. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 blinked back tears that had unknowingly formed on her face. The pride, admiration, worry, and love all poured out of him, radiating like summer heat off of pavement, warming her as much as the warmth of his body. As she drank it in, the two of them were on the same wavelength. Izuku felt his head empty as his passengers gave him privacy. And the two of them kissed. It was awkward, tentative. Neither of them had kissed anyone before. But they were passionate. They were willing to learn. And thanks to the bond, they had a hell of a cheat sheet. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 broke the kiss, mostly for air, and nuzzled her head into Izuku's side. That was amazing, Izuku-an. Want to do it again? Izuku said, blissful at the contact and wanting more. If I do, we'll be stuck together and you'll miss your final match, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 said. There's still about 20 minutes left for them to clean the field and for Todoroki to recover. Izuku tried to bargain some more. Yes, I know, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 said. Do you really think we wouldn't keep going until you were disqualified? Izuku sighed, realizing that she was right. He reluctantly let go of her. Look on the bright side, something for us both to look forward to after you win. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 cheered. In his waiting room, Izuku was enraged. It wasn't entirely because he wasn't still making out with his girlfriend, though he had to admit, that didn't help, but because of Todoroki's actions. You're this angry just because he hurt your Araka-san? Degoro asked. Nana scoffed, makes sense to me. No, it's more, In said. Damn right it's more, Izuku thought. We're all here in this round to show ourselves to the world. We're here to try and kickstart our careers as heroes and get opportunities to learn from the best. And Todoroki's been disrespecting every single one of us by using only half of his power. He had to be treated for hypothermia when he already has a built-in failsafe against it. Every single other person here has been giving it their all and he hasn't. He nearly lost his last match because he was holding back, and he won anyway. True, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said, he still won. It's not like he's going to be in a situation like the one against 𝐒𝐿𝐽 all the time. No, Izuku replied. But he will be, at some point. And it could cost him his life. Or the lives of the civilians he's supposed to protect. No, this needs to stop. There was a pause. Finally, he heard 𝐻𝐽𝐽 say in his mind, you're right. He's not taking this seriously. Question is, what are you gonna do about it, Izuku? Izuku thought for a bit. And then he smiled. This feels like a breach of privacy, Momo stated. Trust me, Yomo, this is necessary, Toru countered, deadly serious. Look, I only know the slightest thing about what's going on with Green and Half, but I need to see where this ends up, Kyoka said. I suppose that this is a public forum, even if we couldn't be expected to hear this under normal circumstances, Momo acquiesced. She lifted her shirt slightly and her skin began to glow with the light of creation. At this point, Okako returned to the 1A stands. She knew Mai had been staying there, but now there were two faces she wasn't expecting. Akira was seated next to 𝐒𝐻ero and Tetsu, each of whom had faces streaked with manly tears. On Akira's other side, Hitoshi Shinso looked tired beyond all reason. Before Okako could comment, Pony yelled out, "Chako," then ran up and hugged her with surprising strength, lifting her in the process. "You almost beat the Iceman. It was awesome." 𝐒𝐻ero snapped out of whatever trance he was in and turned his head towards her. "Yet, that was super manly." As several girls stared at him, he amended, "You know what I meant. You went as plus ultra as it gets. He was expecting to walk all over you, and you made him work for it. If you could have held on a little longer, you'd have won." Okako sighed. "I know. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad I did so well, but it's still frustrating to go all out and lose like that." "Tell me about it," Hitoshi said. Akira sympathetically patted his shoulder. Momo, having handed off some equipment to Kyoka, was now being comforted by Zu and Mai. "Okay, what's going on here?" Okako asked. "I've been out a bunch for the last few matches." Itsuka decided to run interference. Midoriya-kun brought Fuki-kun over here after his match, hoping to introduce him to Kirishima-kun and Tetsu-kun. The three of them share a great deal of personality traits. "Didn't think there'd be two more Akiras here," Hitoshi muttered. "I'm just thankful the openings are in the other class." And following Shinso-kun's match with Midoriya, Fuki-kun insisted that he join us. Itsuka finished. "I've already apologized to the vice rep," Hitoshi said. "And if your speedster was still here, I'd apologize to him, too." "Where is Deku anyway?" Okako asked, realizing the tall boy was missing. "He had a family emergency," Ibara said, looking sad. "I don't know the full details, but he was forced to leave immediately." Okako frowned. She went to Momo. "Are you sure you're okay?" Momo nodded, and Okako could tell it was sincere. While the loss did sting, in hindsight, I do understand why our match played out the way it did. It's the same principle that led to Small Might punching me out of the ring in a millisecond, Hitoshi said. I didn't want her pulling a mortar launcher on me and blowing me to Kingdom Come. Momo seemed to perk up at those words. She hoped others would see it that way. "And the equipment?" Okako asked. "That's for eavesdropping on the final match." Setsuna cried out cheerfully. Gyro-san overheard something disturbing. The Ice King said. Denki clarified. Hagekyu-san decided to spy on their meeting. "Knowing that much, we think some prime stuff's going to get aired out on the field." Mai held up one of the devices. This is a directional microphone. Earlobes can plug into this and pick up any conversation they might have without the crowd drowning it out. And if she plugs the other lobe into this, she held up a speaker, we'll be able to hear it, too. "This seems excessive," Okako said. "You're saying you don't want to listen in?" Mina asked pointedly. "Don't put words in my mouth," Okako grumbled in defeat. And whatever debate they may have had needed to be put on hold, as the loudspeakers came on to announce the beginning of the final match. "And now, we have the match you've all been waiting for. On one side, the strongest student of the hero courses class 1B, the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor, who's frozen his opponents in their tracks. Welcome, Shoto Todoroki. On the other, the representative of hero class 1A, the one who smashed All Might's record in the entrance exam, and who's been indomitable this entire festival. Welcome, Izuku Midoriya." The two young men stared at each other over present MIC's introduction. Izuku looked Todoroki dead in the eye and asked, "Are you going to continue insulting all of us?" Todoroki glared in response, "I already told you why I must reject my old man's fire." Izuku sighed, "You don't understand what you have, but if you're going to continue like this, I might as well play down to your level." Todoroki blinked, confused, as midnight signaled the beginning of the match. Todoroki let out another glacier, hoping to push Izuku out of the ring, rather than engulf him like last time. Izuku, in response, ran around the wall of ice and kicked Todoroki in his left side. Todoroki fell, rolling across the ground, before he stopped his momentum with an ice wall, he looked up at Izuku. He expected to see the shorter boy wreathed in green lightning, red veins of strength bulging throughout his body. Instead, nothing. He looked the same as he had. What? Todoroki asked disbelievingly, you're fighting me without using your quirk? No, Izuku said sadly. I wish I could, it would be poetic. I'd always wanted to try being a quirkless hero, back before I could use Decade Force. It was why Bakugo tormented me so much. But, no. I couldn't beat you without using my quirk. As he said this, he dodged more attempts by Todoroki to freeze him. At no point did his lightning appear. That's impossible. Todoroki cried out. How? See, I learned this technique just after the entrance exam. I wanted to make sure my body was acclimated to my quirk, so I learned how to use it surreptitiously. I call it full cowl, invisible mode. Normally, for full cowl, I pour as much energy as my body can handle to enhance my strength, but it's very noticeable. But I learned that I can use it without showing off the way I usually do. I just use less of my body's acclimated maximum. Specifically, up to half of my usable maximum, Izuku practically spat. Everyone in 1A's class stands was boggling at the information they were hearing. Setsuna's jaw literally dropped to the floor. Did anyone know he could do that? Toru asked. Akiko sat up straight. Oh, right, Izuku did mention that before we got into UE. It's been so long, I kinda forgot. You really mustn't forget something that important, Kinoko stated disbelievingly. Well, it has been really eventful since then, Itsuka stated. Yui nodded along. He hides his light under a bushel, Leiko said eerily. All the better to fight in the shadows, Fumikage agreed. Todoroki's glare somehow turned colder than his ice. I should note, though, that thanks to using it constantly, I'm holding at somewhere about 9 to 10% maximum now. So I'm somewhere in the 4.5 to 5% range right now. As in, the same percentage I could use during the entrance exam, Izuku explained. Man, I knew the guy was hardcore, but I had no idea he was that hardcore. Akira said, hyped up beyond all belief. Hitoshi looked fully awake. I got off lucky, he finally said. Denki shook his head. Yeah, you start to worry you're gonna be irrelevant your entire life. Then Mido comes in with one of his notebooks telling you about ideas he had for your quirk and you realize he's trying to pull all of us up with him. Hitoshi paused, then looked at Denki. If I asked, how long would it take him to make one of those entries? Denki laughed. Dude had like 5 pages on each of you written between your first and second rounds. I could have stayed at this level. If I wanted to coast by, like you seem to want to, Izuku said, punctuated by attempting to punch Todoroki and being blocked by an ice wall, a wall he shattered like tissue paper. Of course, if I did that, there's a good chance some of my classmates might have died. Todoroki turned his head, what? And narrowly dodged a kick. The USJ. You know, where villains teamed up to try and kill us. We all lucked out back there. Mostly because none of them knew our quirks. We had the element of surprise. We don't anymore. Between that attack and this festival, the villains know all about us. We're sitting ducks if we don't grow and improve, Izuku said. He looked at Todoroki's shivering form. You seem like you're cold. Todoroki growled, did my father put you up to this? He tried to, Izuku said. I'm currently doing the exact opposite of what he asked, so he's probably annoyed with me. Which, not gonna lie, I'd be really happy about. No, this is about you, not him. He's already dug his own grave. I'm trying to make sure you don't end up in one yourself. What are you on about? Todoroki snarled, hurling more ice. I'm playing down to your level, using half my strength. And I'm still managing to kick you around, Izuku said, dodging. Do you think villains are going to play nice? Do you think they'll listen to your life story and play along? Or do you think they'll use every weakness they can find to try and kill you? Because, speaking from my admittedly limited experience, they won't. In middle school, a man made of slime tried to suffocate me so he could pilot my corpse and hide from All Might. I'm sure that kind of guy would empathize with the fact that the number 2 hero's a domestic abuser and come to jail quietly. Wait, what? Most of 1A shouted upon hearing that. Yep, Toru stated. We've got to do something about this. 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 growled, a hero and Akira joining him in righteous rage. Nezu's already on the case, Toru replied. Hitoshi looked towards Toru curiously as a hero and 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 calmed down considerably, leaving Akira confused. What's that supposed to mean? The last time Nezu was investigating something, it led to the open seats in the hero course, Momo explained. Ah, so just take it as a given that this won't be a problem soon enough? Hitoshi asked, to the nods of the people around him. My mother's ice will be enough. Todoroki howled. He sent another blast of ice forward. Izuku effortlessly dodged. Really? Because I'm not taking this seriously at all, and I could have thrown you out of the ring a dozen times even with my self-imposed handicap. And that's within the rules of this tournament. If I was trying to kill you, it would have been easy. But let's say that you are literally willing to die on this hill. If so, I'd prefer you leave the hero course and give your seat to someone who won't throw their life away to spite someone, but that's your prerogative. What about civilians? Are you willing to gamble innocent lives on your need to spite your father? What if someone dies on your watch and your fire could have saved them? Do you think that your need to prove your but dad wrong will matter to their loved ones? Todoroki was getting angrier, and he was suffering the effects of hypothermia. One of those side effects was irrationality. And so, he hurled more ice at Izuku. I will surpass him without his power. I will be the #1 hero without his fire. Izuku rolled out of the way. #1 hero. Why are you and your father so obsessed with the #1 title? Todoroki shook, partly due to the cold, partly out of anger. Well, if you don't care, why are you trying so hard to win? Why are you trying to be the best? Because All Might isn't going to be around forever. Izuku bellowed. Todoroki's eyes snapped open at that proclamation. One day, sooner or later, All Might's going to retire, or God forbid, die. And when he does, there's going to be chaos, Izuku stated. Right now, the world is watching. I want to show the world that even if he's no longer working, that a hero will rise to replace him. That I am here. I don't care who's the next #1 hero. I'm trying to be the next symbol of peace. Todoroki was stopped colder than he would have been if he'd frozen himself. You're serious? Then, why are you bothering trying to convince me? Because All Might made one big mistake in his career. He was a symbol, but he was the only symbol. If All Might died tomorrow, how many people would look at Endeavor and say, everything's fine, I still feel safe? We need more than one great hero. We need several. Izuku looked at Todoroki. I want every single one of my classmates to be the next All Might. Your class, too. And with your power, your whole power, you can be one of the strongest pillars our society could ever have. Izuku held out his hand. What do you say, Todoroki-kun? Do you want to be a hero? In response, Todoroki's left side was engulfed in flames. I have to say, my Midoriya-kun, this wasn't a great plan, Todoroki said, feeling the warmth of his flames like away the debilitating effects of his ice. You just lost. Izuku smiled, wide and genuine. What makes you think that, Todoroki-kun? His body sparked with green lightning. I don't have any reason to hold back anymore. 1A along with Akira, and Hitoshi thought this battle couldn't shock them anymore, but, somehow, it had. Every single one of them was struck dumb by Izuku's words. Denki felt like he'd just jolted himself with electricity. He's been trained by All Might, now he wants to be the next All Might, but he doesn't want there to be one next All Might, he wants 40 next All Mights, so he's trying to make all of us into All Mights. Kyoka was pale as she said, the sad thing is, despite really wanting to hit him for being stupid, nothing he said was wrong. A hero put his hands on Akira and 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻's shoulders. Gentlemen, I think we have just witnessed peak manliness. Zen manliness, 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 agreed. The Buddha of manliness, Akira nodded along. The word manliness has lost all meaning to me, Hitoshi muttered. They were interrupted by the flames bursting from Todoroki. As they did so, Endeavor rushed to the side of the stage, laughing like a madman. He started to yell something towards his son, but he was interrupted by Izuku flying at top speed. Todoroki countered with a blast from both sides of his body. In a second, 𝐒𝐵𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 tried to form barriers to stop them, and Midnight ripped her suit to release her quirk, but the two of them shattered the concrete barriers and the superheated air prevented the gas from reaching them. 𝐒𝐵𝐼𝐼𝐼 managed to form a barrier to once again prevent the blast from harming the audience. When the barrier fell and the dust settled, the audience could see the aftermath. Todoroki was slumped unconscious against the wall of the stadium. He had tried to erect an ice wall to stop himself from going out of bounds, but the force had destroyed it. Izuku, meanwhile, was still standing, breathing heavily, bruised and burnt. His right sleeve was blown off and his right arm was clearly broken. From his left arm, and from both of his feet, came tendrils of black energy, tethering him to the ground. From the loudspeakers came present MIC's voice, "Xiaotou Todoroki is out of bounds. Ladies, gentlemen, and that lovely rainbow in between, your sports festival winner is Izuku Midoriya." "You idiot!" Recovery Girl hollered. "You'd been so good. You were almost smart. Why would you do this to yourself again?" "Well, I calculated the odds of this succeeding versus the odds that I was making a horrible mistake," Izuku said, ducking his head down. "And I went ahead and did it anyway." Recovery Girl threw up her hands. Izuku activated full cowl to reduce the stamina loss as her lips extended and she kissed his arm. "I suppose I should be thankful this was the only time you showed up here today, but you can't treat my quirk like it's a cure-all. If you repeatedly break your arms like that, you could easily become unable to use them." Izuku nodded, gulping in dread at that proclamation. "Got it. I didn't know if I could win without going all out. And after yelling at Todoroki for not holding back, it didn't seem right to do it myself." Recovery Girl sighed. "You've been having sessions with Hound Dog, right?" Izuku nodded. "Perhaps this needs to be said in addition to whatever you discuss with him." Recovery Girl looked him in the eyes. "Not everything is a life-or-death scenario. Particularly not in a school setting. If you can't win without breaking yourself, it would be better if you lost. Lives weren't on the line today. If they were, you'd be justified, even if I'd prefer you not have to do this to your own body. Here, for a competition. This wasn't necessary." Izuku looked at his arm in contemplation, then to Recovery Girl, suitably chastised, "Understood. I'll do better." "Good, now get out of here, I need to fix what you did to the other boy." Recovery Girl made shooing motions for Izuku to leave the room. Izuku could scarcely believe he was here. After years of watching the US sports festivals, he had participated in one. He had won one. He was quaking as he stood on the first-place podium. You face down a guy who can shoot Glacier easily, but you're anxious about being on a podium. Hitoshi looked at him oddly. "I may have wanted to get this far, but I never expected I actually would," Izuku said, managing to not stutter. Hitoshi nodded. "Yeah, that's a familiar feeling." "Great, now that you've reminded me, I'm feeling nervous," Okiko said, sharing the third-place podium with Hitoshi. "Don't be, Okin, you're amazing." Izuku said warmly. "Well, so are you, Aizuku-an," Okiko said, happily. There was a cough from the second-place podium, as Todoroki asked, "So, I misinterpreted one of your relationships today and would prefer not to do so again. Are the two of you dating?" Both Izuku and Okiko blushed, but nodded, goofy smiles on their faces. "So then my loss was guaranteed," Todoroki said simply. "Particularly after seeing Uraraka-san thoroughly embarrassing your childhood bully." Hitoshi looked at Izuku, blinking. "You are just living the dream now, aren't you?" Izuku laughed. "Absolutely." Hitoshi shook his head. "Oh, and what was that about misinterpreting relationships?" "Oh, I was under the impression that Midoriya-san was All Might's son," Todoroki stated bluntly. "To be fair, that's not so much wrong as imprecise," Okiko said, grinning at Izuku, who blushed further. "What?" Hitoshi stated flatly. Izuku sighed. "All Might's my mentor, he trained me so I could use my quirk, and while it's completely unofficial, he's kind of my stepfather now." His voice got quieter with each word he said. Eyes wide, Hitoshi asked, "How did you manage to get All Might to adopt you?" "Well, I met him at an inconvenient time. I interrupted his day, told him my backstory, and basically he became immediately attached," Izuku said, glazing over a lot of it. "Todoroki said. If those are the criteria, would that mean you're my stepfather now? What? Izuku blurted out. Akiko burst out into giggles, and Hitoshi asked, "How can you say that with a straight face?" "Hey, I certainly could use a different one," Todoroki said. Akiko's giggles stopped, and Hitoshi said, "Ah. Yeah. That." Both Izuku and Todoroki looked at them questioningly. Some of our classmates had overheard bits and pieces, and wanted to know what was going on, so Yomomo and Mai-chan made some equipment to enhance Gyro-san's quirk, so everyone in the 1A stands kind of heard everything the two of you were saying to each other, Akiko mumbled out. Izuku looked like he found a spider under his toilet seat. Todoroki blinked. Well, at least it's not my class that learned that. Actually, it turns out that the guy with multiple arms overheard and told them what was going on. So they eavesdropped on our eavesdropping, Hitoshi added. Oh. That's much worse, Todoroki replied, blunt yet affectless. Before they could comment on that, the dais was raised, exposing them to the crowd. Midnight announced to the roaring masses, and to present the medals, who better than I am here. With the medals. The number 1 hero, All Might. The two pro heroes looked at each other as they spoke over each other. Akiko held in a laugh. Izuku smiled and shook his head. Hitoshi looked at them with a deadpan and tired expression that was eerily similar to Aizawa. Todoroki's expression was blank as ever. After a quick attempt to apologize to each other, All Might turned to the recipients. He placed the first around Hitoshi's neck. Young Shinso, you have proven yourself, in my eyes at least, worthy of entry into the hero course. Your quirk can be used to do so much good. Looking emotional for the first time, Hitoshi said, I couldn't have done it without my friend's help. He deserves this more than I do. Everyone relies on others for their accomplishments, All Might said, patting Hitoshi on the back and embracing him. Rest assured, young Fuki proved himself as well. Consider that medal your shared prize. He turned to Akiko, with the second bronze medal, young Uraraka, that was a fantastic display of power and determination. I am in awe. I had a few sources of inspiration there, Akiko said. All Might smiled warmly, embracing her as well. I look forward to seeing you thrive as a pro hero. The silver medal was taken to Todoroki. Young Todoroki, it was amazing seeing you embrace your flames. I'm happy to have witnessed it. Todoroki gave the faintest ghost of a smile. I had an eye-opening experience. Nodding, he embraced Todoroki before turning to the first-place medalist. Young Midoriya. You've grown so much since I first met you. Izuku's tears fell. Freely, I tried my hardest to make sure that the world knew that I am here. You've succeeded, gone beyond my expectations. As he embraced Izuku, he said, I'm so proud of you, my boy. Izuku suddenly had a flash of insight from the vestige of All Might in his head. Are you going to finish off by saying plus ultra? All Might blinked. No, I was going to thank you all for your hard work. Izuku shook his head. I think everyone's expecting one last plus ultra. And, as All Might let go and addressed the crowd, he took his protégé's suggestion and capped off with a plus ultra, on which the crowd preempted him. After the ceremony ended, the 4 medalists made their way towards their classes. Oh my god, All Might's a massive dork, Hitoshi whispered. He really is, Izuku agreed warmly. You would know best, Dad, Todoroki said, causing Akiko to giggle. Please don't call me that, Todoroki-kun, Izuku winced. For all I know you're older than me. I was born on January 11th, Todoroki stated. July 15th, Izuku murmured in defeat. Maybe I'll get you a joint birthday and Father's Day gift, Todoroki said. Todoroki-kun, Izuku grumbled. There was a pause. I'll stop calling you Dad if you stop calling me by the 𝐵𝑠𝑡𝑑's surname. Done. I appreciate it. You can call me by my first name as well, 𝐿𝐴𝐷-kun, Izuku said with a smile. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 smiled, of course. Izuku-ni. Izuku sighed, utterly tired, as Hitoshi grinned and Akiko belly laughed in response. From his seat, attached to his life support systems, all for one pondered the situation. It was obvious that his naive little brother's quirk had been removed from that insufferable meathead All Might and transferred to the sports festival's champion. Tomura had been clear that one of the students present at the USJ could fly and beat a Nomu single-handedly. He'd thought that perhaps All Might had chosen a boy who could fly the way the seventh could, but that hypothesis died when the boy was televised. Sure, he couldn't actually see the television screen, he had no quirk that would grant him that ability yet, but his innate ability to identify quirks in others wasn't limited to sight, and could work through broadcasts. No, the boy was using Float, alongside Danger Sense, and at the end, Black Whip. One for All had finally grown enough in power to reach singularity. Oh, what a prize it would be when it was back in his own possession. Though, there was an odd feeling, another quirk, one simply named Bonding, an old one he remembered taking, and didn't remember giving, but that somehow wasn't among his collection. That was odd, he wondered how. Wait. The stockpiling quirk he gave his brother. Its original owner was the lover of Bonding's original owner. He'd been so careful to keep stockpile separate from his own quirk, to prevent it from creating an all-for-one outside his control, that he never bothered to make sure the rest of his collection was equally protected. And even if he did, could it ever have worked in that specific case? Bonding was a quirk that strengthened a relationship between two interested parties, eventually empowering them as their relationship grew. Quirks had their own personalities, vestiges of their original owners. Bonding and power stockpile would have been as inseparable as the lovers he took them from. All for One's heart rate momentarily spiked until he remembered that Bonding would return to him when he eventually reclaimed One for All. And, even if that failed, it wasn't really a quirk that he cared for. He only took it on a whim. He scarcely noticed it was missing. Though it still galled him that he managed to give away a piece of his collection without intending to do so. All for One turned his attention to his protégé. A great deal of the bar had been reduced to dust thanks to Tomura's tantrums. Still, he could tell from the bar's thermal cameras that he was currently holding something in his right hand, using all 5 fingers, and it wasn't disintegrating. All for One cursed again. Reattaching that finger had been a beach. Unfortunately, decay interacted poorly with healing and regenerative quirks, and removing decay from his ward. He couldn't afford to do that. Not even temporarily. The doctor's talent was all they could rely on to restore Tomura's right hand to any functionality. And while the reattachment had worked, decay had a 10 to 25% chance of failing when used with his right hand. Honestly, All for One had weighed the pros and cons of killing Tomura and starting over. He decided that he might as well keep the boy. If his plans succeeded, a single slightly misbehaving quirk wasn't that big of an impediment. Tomura, have you worked this out of your system? He asked the young man. That little, Tomura stewed, before he paused. I've been looking at this all wrong. This isn't just a quest. It's a PvP server and a war between two factions. The green-haired brat isn't a mid-boss, his player too. An astute observation, All for One so enjoyed the game metaphors his protégé used. In addition to making him view others as the pawns they truly were, it reminded him of his fool of a brother, back before he decided to fight against him. What makes you so certain that he's the player you need to worry about, however? Because he's being trained by All Might and trying to follow in his footsteps, just as I am to you, sensei, Tomura said, the last part fondly, before the boy scowled. And if All Might's my final boss, you'd be his. All for One chuckled, excellent deduction, Tomura. Now, how do you plan to use this information? Tomura sat down, thinking. The brat was trying to increase his rep. We need to do something similar. The USJ failed, but it did give us a rep, and the brat slandered me, so I can't let that go, All for One grimaced. Having Tomura compared to a toddler throwing a tantrum was unfortunate. Though, considering how Tomura reacted to that speech, it was rather apartment weight. He wasn't just using the fights to earn rep and grind for XP. Tomura cried out. His opponents weren't just bosses, they were recruitable units. His gathering his party before. Venturing forth. And All for One grinned widely at that. Yes, Tomura was progressing nicely. The last time, I merely tried to Zerg rush them with trash mobs and a few elite units, Tomura said, scratching his neck with nervous energy. For this next mission, however, I'll need quality over quantity, All for One smiled. Another domino fell. Soon enough, his brother's quirk would return to him, where it belonged. This had been a taxing day for Izuku, but this was something he needed to do. The 5 girls were assembled in this classroom, and he gulped as he looked at all of them. So, 𝐭𝐭𝐻 is already aware of all of this, but I want to make it absolutely clear that this has to be kept secret, no matter what. Today, Mai and I learned that my quirk's bonding isn't permanent. The bonds can be frayed, and that should mean they can be cut. If any of this makes you uncomfortable, we can end this here, Izuku said. I'm still in, ribbit, 𝐬 replied bluntly. I want to know more. Mai said enthusiastically. After Nezu gave us that speech on operational security, I think I'm good, Toru added. Momo looked at Izuku, and blushed as she said, I wish to know more as well. I do not think I will be dissuaded from this. Should we put Melissa on call to get her in on this? Toru asked. She knows everything already, because All Might was willing to let her know immediately, Izuku said. Knew it, 𝐬 croaked smugly. Ribbit, I mean that it involved All Might, not that Melissa already knew. Makes sense, Toru added. It's an easy assumption to make, Momo contributed. Yeah, neither of us are very good at lying, Izuku said. Although, it does help that the actual truth is so bizarre that no one would think of it. I might as well begin with the truth, that All Might and I are both genetically quirkless. Everyone save Okako stared at him in shock. Finally, Mai said, oh, right, the toe joint. That almost always means you're quirkless. Particularly if your parents have quirks. Yeah, Izuku said, the reason why All Might and I have powers now actually goes all the way back to the dawn of quirks. The story begins with 2 brothers named Mugen and Yoichi Shigaraki. 𝐬, Momo, and Toru gasped upon hearing the surname. Izuku told the story of how Mugen, taking the name All for One, rose to power, was opposed by Yoichi, and gave his brother a quirk to hopefully pacify him. That Yoichi had the power, useless on its own, to pass his quirk to another person. How the stockpile and transfer became a quirk he called One for All. So, a quirk that could stockpile strength and be passed down from person to person, Momo said. So, All Might didn't think he was quirkless until he was 15. He was quirkless until he was 15. He was given his quirk by his mentor, and he gave it to you, but then how do you have all those other things that All Might can't do? He can't fly or sense danger or make those tentacles you pulled out of your butt at the last minute. Toru shouted. Izuku kind of chuckled, are you guys familiar with quirk singularity theory? That's the thought where, as generations pass, quirks become too powerful for the human body to handle. Mai asked. Yeah, well, after gaining enough power over 9 generations, One for All hit a point like that, Izuku clarified. Turns out that One for All wasn't just stockpiling physical strength. It was storing the quirks of the previous users. Danger sense belonged to the 4th user, Hyuga Shinomori. Those tentacles are called Black Whip, which belonged to the 5th user, Daigoro Banju. And Float belonged to Nana Shimura, the 7th user and All Might's mentor. Once it was transferred to me, it had enough power to manifest those quirks as well. There was another pause, and then Momo asked, how did you learn all of this? And how do you know it's the truth? Well, we told him. Daigoro stated in her mind. Momo squeaked in shock. Daigoro-ji-san, Izuku scolded, causing Okako to giggle. Momo-chan, what you just heard was what I've been hearing since the day All Might gave me One for All. The memories and personalities of the previous users are stored in One for All as well as the quirks. They've been giving me help and advice ever since. Momo seemed shocked. 𝐬 and Toru were looking back and forth in disbelief, and Izuku could feel that they didn't know what to think. Mai, on the other hand, did. That's really cool. You've got 8 heroes inside your head giving you advice. I'd be glad to have 8 great inventors to talk to. Mai then paused. Wait, no I wouldn't. I already know about their inventions and they'd probably have old ideas about how things should be that would make making new stuff harder. You're taking this really well, ribbit, 𝐬 said, still a little baffled. Well, we all can tell Izuku's being sincere. Mai said, gesturing to him. Besides, if he was lying, Momo wouldn't have gasped and he'd have probably chosen a less crazy thing. Plus, it's not like he was really lying to us before. His quirk is kinda weird and we know it's a stockpile. It's just stockpiling something we didn't think of. Izuku's eyes welled up with tears at that. He said affectionately. He needed someone like her in his life for years. At least he had her now. Ding. Whoa, I just dinged. Mai said, happily. She looked quizzically at everyone. So, when I thought that if I could have Izuku look at me like that and say my name like that for the rest of my life, I guess that counts as being in love. I'd say that counts, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 replied. Wouldn't quite know, never found the time or the appropriate partner. Mai blinked, then said, oh, that's one of your ghosts. Which one are you? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 Shinomori. Fourth host of One for All. Former vigilante and hermit. And the user through which you and Izuku are bound. Wait, the bond works through your ghosts. As far as we can tell. We're not entirely sure. The bonding quirk didn't belong to us, the stockpile ate it while it was inside All for One, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 replied. Mai considered that, maybe the bonding's supposed to work with only one person, but your quirk ghosts work like facets of a prism to refract it and make bonds with multiple people. Izuku blinked. That's as good an explanation as we have. Zu looked at them. Mai-chan reassured us, ribbit, but hearing her have a conversation with someone we can't see is making this easier to swallow. Izuku looked at Toru. How about you, Toru-chan? The invisible girl was vibrating, and upon being responded to, shrieked ee. She leapt up. This is so adorable. I want your quirk to ding me. Okiko let out a fut and giggled. Everyone else followed suit. Okay, yeah, that sounds dirty even if it doesn't make much sense, Toru admitted when things quieted down. Izuku-in. Momo asked, how do we form the mental wall? I'm sorry, Mai-chan, but you have a very active train of thought. It's more than a little distracting. Mai blinked. Oh. Sorry. Momo shook her head. It's not your fault, Mai-chan. Your thought process should never be something you should apologize for. Izuku nodded. I can go over the basics, but Yoichiji-san will need to discuss things with you in person to make sure you can do so properly. How do you meet a ghost in your head in person, ribbit? Zu asked. You fall asleep within 10 meters of Izuku-in, Okiko said. Possibly more. We'll need to test how much changed with 2 more stage 2 bonds. And how close did you two get? As they blushed, Toru giggled. So what's it like? Fair warning, because I neglected to give one to Oken and I deserved it when she smacked me, Izuku said. You'll be in a featureless, misty place with at least one of the past users. Most of your body won't go with you. I was a mess of black stuff below my nose. Okiko said indignantly. I didn't have a mouth, but all I could do was scream. It's been a few months and I could only form a mouth last night, Izuku added. I had to try and go back to sleep knowing I'd be going back to that. Okiko cried out. It was nerve-wracking. I'm sorry, Izuku bowed again. I'd been doing it for so long by then that I forgot how unnerving it was. Okiko gave a small pout as she said, You're forgiven, out loud. In Izuku's head, she continued, as long as we continue that kiss after dinner at your house. Izuku was so happy that Momo and Mai didn't hear that part. Enji Todoroki sat in the middle of his destroyed home gymnasium. The cost of replacing his equipment was of little consequence to him, and the soundproofing he had installed meant that he would not bother his children with the noise as he worked out his aggression. Once he was deep in thought. And his thoughts weren't pleasant. Watching Xiaoto's performance in the sports festival was an exercise in frustration. The first 2 events and his first 2 tournament rounds, it irked him to see that his youngest child was choosing to weaken himself for stupid reasons. Then he almost lost his semi-final match, only winning because his opponent's admittedly impressive move had exhausted her. If he had used his flames, he would have easily won. And then there was the final match. The match with the Midoriya boy. A match where Midoriya spent most of it not taking things seriously, taunting Xiaoto by using his own power at a reduced strength. Enji had heard many saying that Midoriya hadn't been using his quirk at all, but anyone who had experience could tell his prowess was above that of a quirkless person. And then, Midoriya's goading had finally gotten through to Xiaoto. He'd used his flames. His son took up the power that Enji had gifted him, had spent so long cultivating so he could produce a great hero. and 𝐻𝐸𝐽 still lost. And thus, 𝐭𝐲 thought back to when he confronted the green-haired boy. At first, he'd been angry at the impertinence. Then, he dismissed the boy's words as foolish, that he didn't know what he was talking about. As time went on, however, and he turned the words over in his head, 𝐭𝐲 was unable to shake the feeling that the boy had a point. Perhaps some of it wasn't correct. Heroic legacies existed, after all. The Ida boy was one such example. But individual members of heroic families could become lost in the shuffle. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐚's father and uncles and grandfather were all pro-heroes, but 𝐭𝐲 couldn't remember their hero names off the top of his head. And honestly, would 𝐭𝐲 want to be known in history as an afterthought? As 𝐻𝐸𝐽 Todoroki's father, nothing more. Would that be satisfying? Once upon a time, yes, it would be enough, because a legacy would be more than what All Might was leaving behind. But, now, it was clear that Midoriya was All Might's legacy. Possibly a secret love child, definitely an apprentice. And, as a final nail in the coffin, was the speech Midoriya gave to 𝐻𝐸𝐽. There was no official audio feed, and most wouldn't have heard it, but one observer did manage to record it, beginning with the boy shouting that All Might wasn't going to be around forever. If All Might died tomorrow, how many people would look at Endeavor and say, "Everything's fine, I still feel safe"? The entire speech had gone viral. And, thus far, consensus was that if that scenario came to pass, very few people would believe that they would be safe if Endeavor was around and All Might wasn't. And so, Midoriya's words were proving themselves true. 𝐭𝐲 valued strength, trained to use his strength to the best he could, and wished to use his strength to reach the apex of heroics, to attain the #1 spot. But strength alone wouldn't be enough. Couldn't be enough. 𝐭𝐲's strength couldn't make his son budge in his stubborn refusal to use the entirety of his quirk. All Might's disciple could. At the rate he was going, would 𝐻𝐸𝐽 even be 𝐭𝐲's legacy? 𝐭𝐲 sighed. It was clear that things needed to change. Unfortunately, he had no idea where to even begin. From an abandoned building in Hosu, the hero killer Stain was watching the clips of the US Sports Festival on a burner phone. He needed to be aware of the new trends in the world of heroes. He had to see who might emerge to become the newest fake he would need to cull. There was one child who was making waves. At first, he felt that the boy would be a prime example of a false hero, if the claims that he was going to be the next All Might were any indication. After all, the son of the worst so-called hero was among their number. Then, he heard the speeches. The opening speech was a wonderful surprise. Deliberately telling the fat cats that they were making a tactical error. Wishing to eschew glory in exchange for keeping his classmates safe. Challenging his peers to go all out not for prestige, but to scare villains. This boy seemed to have the right instincts. That only intensified when he saw the boy sacrifice his lead to help his classmates during the race, and clear a minefield to prevent his peers from being caught in the explosions. When he heard the last speech, the speech to the second-generation false hero, Stain was convinced. He cared not for his own glory. He wanted to better society as a whole. He was a true hero. One who wished to breed more true heroes. It was a shame he wasted his time trying to convince the fake, but, as the boy said, even All Might had his faults. As he saw the boy and All Might embrace on the winner's dais, Stain knew, in his heart, that this one was special. The kind of hero who must be protected. The kind of hero who needed to thrive. So Stain would continue his mission. He would bloody his own hands to save the future, weed out the fakes who would prevent this young man from spreading his roots and flourishing. He would bring about a better world. And when his work was completed, if not All Might, this boy was clearly worthy of killing him. Following the extremely long day, coming home to a crying 𝐒𝐽𝐽, a crushing bear hug for both him and 𝐒𝐽𝐽, and a long overdue makeout session, Izuku finally, mercifully, went to sleep. As Izuku slept, he felt himself pulled into the realm of the Vestiges within One for All. He looked around, and, being able to form a mouth now, he called out, "Hello," to whoever was within. Two unfamiliar silhouettes came from the mists. Both seemed to be wearing variations on military body armor. One of them was dressed more for mobility, it seemed, and wore a headband with hair in a topknot. The other was wearing thicker armor, and had two cannon-like gauntlets on his hands. When he first got a glimpse of him, particularly his spiky hair and eyes. He blinked. Bakugo. He thought for a second until the vision became clearer. No, despite looking somewhat like his old acquaintance, at least an older version of him, the hair was the wrong color, and his face was shaped differently. He looked down on Izuku appraisingly. "Well, nice to finally meet you," Izuku said, smiling. Not Bakugo looked down at him, a scar across his face, between his eyes. The voice was that of the second user. "Chief," 3 said with some exasperation. "All right," 2 replied. "Listen, 9, I'll admit, you've been impressing us. I still think Yoichi and our successors are coddling you, but you're definitely scrappier than I thought. You're a bit naive, but you've got potential." Izuku sighed. "Let me ask you both something. How am I naive? Is it just the fact that I don't want to kill? Look, 9, we get it. Killing should always be saved for when it's necessary. Sometimes, though, it is necessary. And you shouldn't take it off the table," 2 responded. "And to boot, you live in paradise compared to how the world was back in the Dark Ages." Izuku breathed in. "You're aware of the fact that I was basically considered expendable by society before I got one for all, right? That if I died at the hands of that sludge villain before All Might saved me, very few people would have mourned me. I know for a fact that the world isn't all sunshine and goodness. Maybe it doesn't compare to what you've been through, but I have some knowledge of man's inhumanity to man." "You're right that it isn't comparable," 3 stated. "But you're also right in that you're not completely naive. If you're worried I'll try to convince Mugen Shigaraki to give peace a chance, don't," Izuku said. "He killed people I love. That I met them after they died is irrelevant. Once I get a hang of one for all, I'll take him out. Permanently." "And his cronies?" 2 asked. "I mean, I try and see if I can't take them in legally. If it's a choice between them or the innocent, I know who I'll pick, but I'm going to try and be strong enough to avoid having to make that decision," Izuku answered. 2 sighed. "We'll see how long your ideals last out in the field. If they crumble to pieces at the first sign of trouble, then I don't have ideals at all," Izuku responded. There was a pause, and 3 broke out into a grin. "Screw it, I guess we're uncles now. Given that I'm sure my sister's somewhere in that Bakugo brat's family tree, I'll say this is a better option for a nephew," 2 responded, faintly smiling. "Oh, so I wasn't imagining the similarities," Izuku sighed in relief. 3 turned to Izuku. "I'm Izumu Mitsunami. As I said earlier, my quirk is Fa Jin." 2 looked at Izuku. "Ryuji Futetsuya. I call my quirk laser disc." He held out his hand, showing off a blue, glowing disc about the size of a yen coin. "I could make these little discs of energy and hurl them away from my body." He repelled the disc away, and it made it about 5 meters or so before it fell. "Wow," Izuku said in awe. 2, Ryuji snorted. "Of course you're impressed. But that was a seriously weak attack right there. I could make them larger, but they'd be harder to launch. And it'd take time to gather enough energy for them to grow. And while gathering energy, they could easily be shattered. Most of us who fought All for One back then had weaker quirks, both because we were first generation, and because anyone with more powerful quirks had them taken by All for One," 3, Izumu said. "That's why I had these things." Ryuji patted one of his gauntlets. He formed another coin-sized disc, and it slid along the back of his hand into the gauntlet's opening. He concentrated, and Izuku could see the disc grow, until it was about the diameter of Ryuji's hand. The gauntlet then launched the disc like a slingshot. Izuku couldn't even see it land. Izuku's eyes boggled. That's such an ingenious way to overcome a quirk's limitations. Ryuji laughed. Yeah, you'll have to get your inventor girlfriends to make something cool. Assuming that growing for 2 centuries in one for all hasn't made it stupid powerful, Chief Izumu added. We'll see how it turns out, Ryuji said. Get some rest, Izuku. You earned it. Shortly after Izuku woke up, he received a text message, one from his quietest classmate. Cody, hey, just so you're aware and don't freak out, you're trending on social media. This was not how he expected to wake up me. I should expect that, winning the sports festival and all Cody. That's not all of it, though Cody. Someone got audio of your last speech to Todoroki Cody. Starting with All Might not being around forever. Izuku paled. 𝐭𝐲, there's some neat #𝐭𝐲, next symbol of peace, small might, do you want to be hero? #tillermight, #RIP endeavor me. Wait, what? Me? They got me saying that on audio. 𝐭𝐲, nah 𝐭𝐲, it's from the part where you said that endeavor won't cut it 𝐭𝐲, who's gonna look at him and feel safe. And all that me, oh, that's good me. I mean, it's not good, but it's better 𝐭𝐲, 𝐬𝐬𝐬, steer clear of endeavor stands me, I mean, I try to anyway. Those people are weird 𝐭𝐲, well, now they're rabid 𝐭𝐲, so, have fun with that 𝐭𝐲. Also, they think you were fighting Quirkless for most of the final. Me, what 𝐭𝐲, they didn't hear about your invis mode 𝐭𝐲, they just saw you kick in but W out your lightning 𝐭𝐲, so most PPL think you weren't using your quirk at all me, but I clearly was moving at superhuman speeds. Me, it's impossible to do that without a quirk. 𝐭𝐲, some PPL realize that, but not many 𝐭𝐲, one of your #s is #no quirk required 𝐭𝐲, you should check it out, it's really wholesome Izuku Suede apps to see some examples. Most of them were people saying how badass it was to nearly win the sports festival without using a quirk, but there were other stories mixed in. People who had so-called useless quirks or villainous quirks were using the hashtag to tell the stories of their troubles, as were a few stories of quirkless people, usually older ones, who were inspired by his performance. A number of younger people were being inspired to chase their dreams, to do things they always wanted to do, but felt they couldn't because they didn't have the right quirk. He had to stop before he started crying until he was a shriveled husk. Me, this is a lot to take in 𝐭𝐲, I figured. Thought you should know right away. 𝐭𝐲, I didn't want this to blindside you, 𝐭𝐲, and you should probably disguise yourself if you go outside. Me, really good advice. Me, thank you so much, Kodai-chan 𝐭𝐲. 𝐭𝐲, most of the class is calling you Izuku-an. 𝐭𝐲, including me. 𝐭𝐲, you can call me Yui. Me, if you insist, Yui-chan. 𝐭𝐲, how badly are you blushing RN? Me, I'd need a mirror. 𝐭𝐲, send me a selfie. Me, I'd rather not. 𝐭𝐲, meanie. Izuku steeled his nerves. He readied himself. Everything was on the line. Buddy, you were less stressed over the sports festival, and that was televised, Daigoro said, simultaneously comforting and mocking. Yes, but this is different, Izuku replied. This is my first date ever. The girls picked the order of their dates out of a hat. Akiko had, to her dismay, picked the last slot, but was reminded that she'd spent the most time with Izuku out of all of them. And, as they'd learned, her parents surprised her with a visit today, so it was good that they hadn't made plans. And so, today, as he reached the train station in Aichi Prefecture, he saw a familiar mop of green hair stand out from the crowd. 𝐬 was waiting for him, wearing a seafoam green dress over tights. He grinned. Hey, he said softly as he approached. He was wearing a nice button-down shirt over a t-shirt that read suit jacket, pressed jeans, a flu mask with All Might smile plastered over it, and a cap made to resemble Gang Orca's head. 𝐬 gave her typical smile upon seeing him. Izu-chan, ribbit. I'm glad to see you. You look good, except for the disguise. I've gone viral, Izuku said. I didn't want our date to be spoiled by being recognized. 𝐬 put a finger to her lips. That makes sense. I probably should have done that, ribbit, but I only made it to the quarterfinals. Even so, you look so good right now you'll be turning heads anyway, Izuku said. Internally, he then thought, where the hell did that come from? You're becoming smooth. It's a sight to see, Nana replied. 𝐬 blushed. Ribbit, Izu-chan, she paused. Part of me was worried you wouldn't show. It's happened to me before. People calling my appearance weird and everything. Izuku blinked. Do you have names? I just want to talk to them. Izu-chan, ribbit, no. You can't become a vigilante over my past, 𝐬 replied. It wouldn't be vigilantism. A pipe wrench isn't a quirk, Izuku replied. Ribbit. No, 𝐬 said firmly. Izuku sighed. Fine. It's just, that's happened to me, too. So I know how awful that feels. And you especially don't deserve to be treated like that. 𝐬 blinked. So, apparently, I'm a hypocrite, ribbit, because now I want a list of names. Izuku shook his head. Between Nezu and Okan, I've had enough people getting revenge for me. Maybe we should focus on our date. Where are we heading? 𝐬 asked. She had wanted to be surprised, to see what Izuku came up with using the bond as a guide. 𝐒𝐲𝐻𝐿 Aquarium. Izuku said, showing off the tickets on his phone. In addition to being one of the best aquariums in the country, it's also the home of 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐲 hero agency. 𝐻𝐸𝐼𝐧𝐿, 𝐬 said, interrupting his mutterstorm before it began. Oh, sorry, Izuku said sheepishly. It's fine, I know how you get when something excites you, ribbit. But you don't have your noise-cancelling mask and you don't want people to notice you, ribbit, 𝐬 pointed out. Too true, Izuku said as they departed. The day was excellent. The drama and excitement of the sports festival was replaced with the calming nature of watching various aquatic animals. It was a very soothing experience. They took a seat at one point, while in front of the beluga whale exhibit, and 𝐬 said, "It's much less crowded today than I thought. I mean, it is Golden Week, ribbit. A lot of people are watching the second-year sports festival," Izuku said. Typically, it gets much more media attention than our year, but this year was an exception. Tell me about it, came a deep voice from behind. Startled, both of them turned around and assumed combat stances. They blinked and relaxed somewhat at what they saw. Well, 𝐬 relaxed. Izuku. Whoa, it's 𝐔𝐬𝐴orca, he said, marveling at the humanoid orca whale appraising him, the number 10 hero himself. It's an honor. 𝐔𝐬𝐴orca chuckled, the honor is mine, young man. One of my staff noticed you two were attending and let me know. I hope I'm not interrupting your day. Ribbit, technically, you are. But I'd say it's a welcome interruption, 𝐬 replied. Izuku nodded rapidly. 𝐔𝐬𝐴orca smiled, which was unnerving given his appearance. I must say I was impressed with your performances yesterday. Especially you, young lady. That was an expert use of your skill and power. Though, I am curious about your match in the quarterfinals. I couldn't help but feel that was a battle you were capable of winning. I wonder if you were worried about the next opponent in your bracket. Ribbit, if you're implying that I threw my match against Ōkun, you're wrong, 𝐬 said, blunt as ever. We both rely on touch-based attacks, ribbit, mine just have a longer range thanks to my tongue. We knew our tactics and were being cautious with each other. Ōkun just managed to surprise and defeat me, ribbit. I suspected as much, but I had my doubts, 𝐔𝐬𝐴orca nodded. If I'd won, I would have conceded afterwards and settled for bronze, ribbit, 𝐬 replied. I know that I had no chance to defeat Todoroki-kun, ribbit, but I wanted to get as far as I could. There was an appreciative rumble from the whaleman, as he looked at Izuku, and you, young man. Many are claiming you spent the first portion of your final battle fighting quirkless. I don't believe that to be true, but I cannot be certain. I wish I could have risked doing that. While it wasn't what I wanted, winning without using a quirk would have been gratifying, given how long I spent thinking I didn't have one, Izuku said. I can currently use around 10% of my power. If I operate at half of that or less, the usual visual indicators don't appear. 𝐔𝐬𝐴orca's eyes widened. That last burst was only 10% of your power. No, I went overboard for that one. That's why I broke my arm, Izuku clarified. The pro hero looked no less shaken. Still, for you to sail throughout the sports festival at only 10%, he shook his head. I guess that's why you've been making waves throughout the world of heroics. As 𝐬 giggled at the pun, Izuku pulled out his notebook, seemingly from nowhere, and flipped to a page detailing the hero in question. Sir, if you don't mind I'd be delighted. 𝐔𝐬𝐴orca took the proffered book, blinking as he read what was on the pages. He took longer than expected signing the book. When Izuku looked at the signature, he noticed that the pro had commented on his analysis and answered the questions he had. His eyes widened. Thank you so much, sir. Izuku said, eyes instinctively watering. 𝐬 patted him on the shoulder in comfort. It's the least I could do, 𝐔𝐬𝐴orca said. I expect that the two of you will have plenty of offers for internships. You especially, young man, should be inundated with them. I've sent the official paperwork through you. He then took 2 envelopes out of his suit's vest. However, given the opportunity, I wanted to present my offer in person. Even with her expression muddled through her mutations, 𝐬 looked flabbergasted as the hero handed them the envelopes with a slight bow. Izuku was openly tearful as he took it, and the two of them bowed low in thanks. If there's a better fit for you among your other offers, I'll bear no ill will. Thank you both for your time, and have a lovely day, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 said, leaving the two of them. Once out of the public areas of the aquarium, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 took out his phone and opened up the HeroNet app. On one of the off-topic channels, he posted the picture he'd stealthily taken of 𝐬 and Izuku leaning on each other watching the whales swim. He grinned as other heroes responded with rage. The betting pool was his. At least, it was as long as the lion hero Shishido's bet that Team Asui were a Polycule was wrong. The rest of the date went perfectly. 𝐬 had made a bento for them to share for lunch. When they reached the gift shop, Izuku bought 𝐬 a keychain shaped like a poison dart frog, in addition to a stuffed animal for her sister and a 𝐒𝐽 action figure for her brother. Okay, and one for him too. It was exclusively sold there, he wasn't going to get this opportunity again anytime soon. The two of them walked back to the Asui apartment. They were in comfortable silence, up until they were close to the building. This was a very nice day, Aizu-chan, Tsuyu said. Ribbit, I'm really glad we could share it together. Me, too, Izuku said, heart swelling as they walked closer. I'm so happy you knocked a bit of self-esteem in me, or else I'd still be stammering in denial about the thought of a girl liking me. 𝐬 paused and said, part of the reason I was so blunt about liking you was because I almost didn't believe you would like me, either, Ribbit. Izuku sputtered, how could I possibly not? You're sweet, you're smart, you're funny, you're gorgeous. 𝐬 stopped him there. Ribbit, you think so, but growing up, so many people called me ugly because of my quirk. Izuku blinked. Did you go to a school for people with severe visual impairments? 𝐬 made a rib-biting giggle. See, this is why I like you. I thought it was because I punched a villain for you, Izuku replied. No, that was what made this start. Your attitude is why I stuck around, Ribbit, 𝐬 said as